Big up your chuffers.
John Ledger and the devil and John Ledger. I got up this morning, John
Start with the song.
and the devil both touched me up. Oh, I was so blue.
Ooh.
John Ledger and the devil both touched me up.
Cheers. Done. Okay, I've got an interesting show for you tonight. Well, I say an interesting show. It's a very chilled one. You might notice I'm starting a little bit earlier. I'm going to do a little bit of a chilled one tonight. We're going to review again. Why not? Just him swimming in his pants. Have a little brief chat about what he did. I'm not going to review it. I want to look at Phil eating a milkshake. This is his day off from last week. Last week, his day off was so dry we couldn't. We'll fast forward through that. We'll look at it. We'll fast forward through it. I got Ruth and Eeamon Holmes. Big up Eeamon Holmes. This is a strange video that I really like of someone reporting from all the tabloids about what's been going on with Ruth and Eeamon. So some goss from there. Big up Eeamon Holmes. Evil Vegans. We're going to carry on watching. We watched the first incident and the stuff about the Thai Fruit Festival in the past from these two in a previous Nutterwatch. We're going to carry on watching a chunk of the Evil Vegans. The story of Freelee and Durianrider. I want to know did giants build everything? Did giants build everything in the world? That's a question that we're going to seek to answer. And we're going to have a look at some old world remains from the viewpoint of autodidactic Cam, who's just a buffoon in my eyes. Before finally, if we've got time, talking about how she got possessed using a Ouija board. Maybe. I mean, I forgot to get the pic. Talking of possessed, I was going to get Jessica Naked and Laughing, the fishnet song up. I might get that up later. And then finally, or to start, I suppose, I wanted to sort of say, hey, Martin Nika, big ups Martin Nika. I noticed he did a community post today. I had to correct his. He's always on about the spelling. I thought he'd get his spelling right, but it's something. Apparently, he's not allowed to talk about camel toeage. On Rising today, I found that YouTube deleted my observation about the camel toeage. I don't know what he means. I think he might have done a video where he said something about someone's crotch. It's crazy YouTube is awash with pervy shit like women in black tape, for example. Seems we're not allowed to have a giggle or mention that agenda. Totally Nazi behaviour, only negative vibes allowed. Big wank. He's pretty cross. I don't know what happened. Pics today should be allowed. Allowed is spelled wrong, but maybe it's spelled right. Maybe he's making a point. So maybe he's put up a picture of a woman's camel toe, and maybe YouTube decided to take that down. I missed that. I don't know. There's some pictures of the Bristol Suspension Bridge anyway, the Clifton Suspension Bridge. I think they're Nepalese ladies. I don't know who that is. That was rude. Damn it, mine. Big up your chuffers in chat. So it's gonna be a chilled and relaxed, super chuffer, not super chuffer, battery exhausted, early evening. What do you call it? Nutterwatch. We're gonna chill. We're gonna chill. That's what we're gonna do. I'd like to also point out that Martin Nika has been posting his nonsense, and he's quite welcome. We'll probably do something together someday. He's quite welcome to come on the show, but I do think this is getting to be a bit of a grift. He posted this thing about this festival he wanted to go to. Not much time left to get your tickets for the Sound Beautiful Festival. So there's a tune in the banger in the background. Hang on. What's that in the background?
Maybe that's Brandon.
That's a banger. A banger. A banger.
Wow! Everything's fine, I'm not having a breakdown. Oh wow, everything. Wow, wow. Everything's fine.
Big ups Cheeky Chops, thank you for the £2 super chat.
Not having a breakdown. Oh, maybe that's
Wow.
Brandon.
Yeah, so Martin wants to go to this. Martin wants to go. I called today's episode This and That because I felt last time we did Nutterwatch, bouncing around between different videos actually worked really well. Like having little short bursts of something, getting a bit bored of it, moving on, going through quite a few different subjects. It was quite fun. So, going to be a bit of a chill. There'll be some funny stuff. Quite chill. Was it Queen Victoria, was it? Martin should tell us what they are. Sorry, I'm dancing today in my headphones. I'm supposed to be talking about this. Martin said that he wants to go to this festival, which does look reasonably good. Got some DJs on, look. I don't recognise any of them. But they are DJs. Oh no, DJ Slipmat. I recognise Slipmat there. Slipmat, that's a big name. I think. That might be a hardcore tent. Anyway, Martin wants to go to this rave in a field. Where is it? Dorset. Martin wants to go to this rave in Dorset. I don't know what it's got to do with flat earth. Wow. I don't know what it's got to do with flat earth, but he wants to go to that. He's bigging it up, right? So then that was 2 weeks ago. And then you get this one. This one. Oi oi. Febs, that's flat earth British, flat thumbs, right? Martin message, which means it's a message from Martin. We know that because it's on his fucking... Anyway, look. Why not consider donating to Flat Earth British, question mark. What? If you want to donate to me, actually I should say this at the start of this stream. I've had to think about this. I'm going to run with this. If you want to donate to me, obviously I'm Super Chuffer. You can give me a super chat. I've got my coffee page. It's underneath my head. So I'll copy and paste that into the chat. That's the page. Look, you can do me a tippis. Wow. And then it'll read it out on the screen and all that. Also, hang on. Also, I've been watching the content of a one Lydia Livingstone over on my Twitch channel. She's doing a sponsored wheelchair push for the Bournemouth Food Bank. I'd quite like her to get to her target, to be honest. So if you want to help me this week or this month, like obviously I still need my tippies, but if you want to help me this month, then please help Lydia. Really, help Lydia. Tonight we're not doing any special sponsored stream effort thing, but she's at 290. Let's see how high. I'll keep checking in tonight. I'll check in with it. Let's see how high we can bump that up. I'll give you the link to that. Let's see how high we can bump up Lydia's fund. There's a few weeks. It's reasonable. Listen, it's a reasonable charity, right? It's a reasonable charity, a food bank. She suffers from MS and she has autism and Asperger's, and she is going to do a charity event push raising fund for the other people in her community who she feels require some support. So she gets my support. I think she's great. So at the moment she's at 290, 28%. She's looking for 1,000. If we could push it, because 6th of July is the final target date for that. So as that date comes towards the end of this month, what are we at now, the 14th? So we've got 2 weeks to push this. But if you could push that tonight, I'll be checking in periodically to see how we're doing on the Lydia fund, and I'll check a bit in. The button is now working again. Yeah, give now. The button is working again. So we'll be checking in on that, and we'll be trying to push Lydia up the target fund. So I'll be checking. You get your name on the list there. So look, you can see some people have been donating since I last donated. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Look, there's a big list here, and it includes loads of the chuffers, the chuffragettes, loads of us. So you've already been doing your bit, and I'm really grateful for everyone doing that. We just want to help Lydia get to her goals. So yeah, if you could keep doing that. Thank you. And we'll check in on that as the show progresses. So, first of all, let's just have a little look at this chuffer in the sea. It's not the sea, is it? Where is it?
A bit of poignancy is there's an ex-colleague of mine, a guy I didn't really know that well. I met him on a couple of occasions. I'm not going to name him because he was found...
What are you doing in the fucking water, you nutter? Pants swimming against depression. Pants swimming against depression. P-sad. And that means... I did analyse this before. We've looked at John Wedger and his wet antics on an episode. It's on this channel called, like, Would You Swim With This Man, or some nutty shit like that. John Wedger's Swimming Nuts. Can't remember what we called it. But this badge reminds me of one of those things you used to get from swimming club when you used to get your 10 metres and your 20 metres. There's obviously something wrong with this. Samaritans, yeah. Depression, that's bad. And if you are depressed, I do not advise you go and get in a lake.
Just show my GoPro camera.
John does.
Let me just show myself going under.
Blub, 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 blub. Blub, 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 blub.
Wow. The temperature really has dropped. It's it plummets very quickly.
Yeah, that's your excuse. Big ups, Kaz. 9 months. You could have had the babies by now if you just didn't keep your legs crossed.
It's a bit like
Thank you for being a member.
it's a bit like central heating in as much as
Can I push it? The wheelchair? I don't know what the situation is, admit Audacity. I don't know Lydia. I just watch some of her videos on the internet and I think she's great. So I just want to make sure she gets to her goals, that she feels happy. So it'd be a bit weird if I turned up and pushed her fucking wheelchair out the blue. She'd wonder who I was. I think she'd like Dan Wotton to do it. He's one of her favourites.
the boiler's off, the water gets cold very quick. So here I am back in the
But I don't know him, so he's not going to do what I say.
in my
Right, sorry, John. John, what are you doing? I had to skip that bit on because he talks about, sewer slides.
institution of people that are mentally unwell, and then he managed to escape.
What's going on about? He knows somebody. Listen, he heard him then. He said he knew somebody who escaped from a mental institution.
His own life.
And then, oh God, John.
For them to grasp that concept.
Is this the right way to attract attention for people who have got mental issues? Because you look like you might be having some yourself. So yeah, John Wedger there, just in a lake. This was filmed on 5th of November 2023. 5th of November as well. It's fucking bonfire night, that. It's freezing.
Yeah, PSAD campaign, 2023, a year in, and I've just gone for a good swim. It's not as long as I usually do.
Of course it's not. You're not going to do a long swim. What are you doing? Apparently Jesus specialises in bringing home the lost. Jesus doesn't specialise. Jesus is forte.
Because of the weather, because of how cold the water is, but it's invigorating.
Invigorating? It's bloody freezing, you nutter. Get out of there.
It's
You catch hypothermia.
rejuvenating, it's exhilarating.
It's sad, that's what it is. You're a big sad act. It's sad. Right, DSP. Darksydephil. It's been his day off. Now listen, I want to cover his days off. I'm trying to do this background music with my own music in the background, but it's a bad idea because my tracks... It's kicked in with this one again. Every time I hear this, I'm like, yeah, I'm not having a breakdown. Wow. Oh, wow. 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 Oh, wow. Let me get some relaxing game music. Wow! Wig! Check out that mix. Check out that mix. DJ Scottis Hottis. Calm yourselves. We are going to listen to Darksydephil describe his day off. He's literally having his day off now, I think, or yesterday, so we're a week behind, but that's fine. I don't give a shit. Doesn't matter. We're going to listen to him describe it. Now, last week, everyone was complaining. I don't like listening to this man talk about his day off. It's rubbish. So I'm going to put it on fast speed, but I do like... He has a day off every week. One day off every week from his streaming. 1 day off. 1 little day off. And he comes back... In fact, to come in on my day off, he comes back, right, on his after his day off, and he tells us about what he's done. So it's, a feature, apparently.
Talk about in a moment, okay? But before we get to that, I think it's time for us to talk about Phil's day off.
I think
I
it
was
is.
off from streaming yesterday.
The way I've done the frame, I've cut off his logo in the bottom corner, which is a shame, actually, isn't it? And I've cut off the top bar that says Super Chats and Top Tippers. And I've cut that off, reminding you, of course, support Lydia's campaign. I'll be checking in after this video to see who's been naughty and who's been nice on Lydia's campaign. So I'll be checking in with that. Who's been naughty and who's been nice. Of course, people who are nice get Christmas presents and they're nice people and they're good. And people who are naughty go straight to hell because fuck you, you fucking scumbags. So, naughty or nice, naughty or nice. Someone's got a little babis. Big ups, you chuffer in chat with your babis. Big ups.
Okay, so what was I up to? So first of all,
interesting. Is it interesting though?
As you know, I've been talking about this recently. All these upgrades I've been doing, right? Upgraded my capture device and all of this.
Not interesting.
Better video quality, no input delay, and all of this.
Not interesting.
Well, definitely we're down to the discussion now where this PC that I'm using is 10 years old. Literally, it's now 10 years old. I think I got it in June or July.
You want a new computer, but you've already spent like how much on WWE Champions this year? Like, are we going to spend upwards of 50 grand on WWE Champions, and then we're going to say, I want a new computer, please, can you get me one? Like, Phil, you spend $1,000 a week on WWE Champions, don't you? Actually, while he's talking, I should find out exactly what the figures are at the moment.
I of 2014 when I moved out.
Let me find out.
Okay, it's not that it's on its last legs, but a lot of things are starting to fail. Like, this thing had an insane amount of fans for no good reason. I think it was built to be like a high-end gaming rig, thinking you were going to overclock and constantly be pumping it to its limits. I've literally never done that. So it had, like, I'm not kidding, 2 fans on the top of the case, 2 fans on the bottom of the case, 2 fans on either side of the case, 1 giant fan on the back of the case, on the actual processor, an insanely huge heatsink with a fan on the front and the back, okay? And that's not even, that's the ones I can think of off the top of my head. Well, sadly, a lot of these fans are starting to die, okay? I can already tell you, like, the one on the back died, the 2 fans on the right-hand side died.
Well, this is a really easy fix, Phil. They're fans. You just take them out, you replace them, and then that's it. They're just wired in. You just take them out and replace them. You don't have to be like some sort of super duper electronics. It's just a fan. And if that's not working, then your computer's going to be overheating. You want to fix that. Like, what are you on about? This is so stupid.
Fans on the left-hand side died.
It's not even a story, though. It's like, what did you do on your day off? I noticed my computer fans aren't working. They haven't been for years.
And one of the fans on the processor thing died. So they're all dying 10 years.
It's like when a kid comes to his mom and he's like, "Oh, mom, the fan on my computer's not working anymore. I think I need a whole new computer, mom. Oh, honestly, I do. I need." They
don't last forever. The bearings wear out, right? Not going to rotate forever. So, being that half these fans are dying out, other half are still working fine, by the way.
Right.
I'm wondering, what's going to happen with all the temperatures on this PC. Okay, so I actually got a program that's supposed to read the temperatures of everything in your PC, right? Yes, I know I can buy replacement fans. I'm well aware of that, okay? But since this has all been happening recently, I say the last 2-3 months, a lot of them have been dying. And I'm like, okay, let's see how this is going to affect stuff. So I got this testing program, what's the heat of everything? And I open it up, and it says, get this, it says, your GPU, which is my graphics card, is 58 degrees Celsius. So I looked that up immediately, and I'm like, so that's a little bit on the warm side, but that's not awful. Like,
right, your graphics card's running at 50. I don't even know the numbers and what they mean. This is TJ Gamebox on the old Twitter. Yeah, TJ Gamebox keeps an eye on Phil, and this one says that's his WWE champion spending in a few months. He's looking for 15 grand for a new computer setup, Phil is. That's quite a lot of money for a new computer setup, considering he's basically got everything he needs in front of him apart from maybe a new PC. But he's looking for 15 grand for a new setup, which is insane. And as TJ Gamebox says, and I trust TJ Gamebox because they track the spending well, Phil will be spending that in basically like a couple of months on WWE Champions. So
it's not burning up, it's just kind of warm, okay?
Just over here today.
Then I look at...
she will be floating around somewhere, like on a different time zone to me, so...
The processor, and this program tells me, you ready for this? Your processor is running at 128 degrees Celsius.
Sorry, what? 128 degrees C. What should a processor run at? Processor safe heat range, open brackets in C. A safe range is between 40 to 65 degrees centigrade, or 149 Fahrenheit if you're out of your loop and box and you don't know how to do temperature properly. Because degree C, 0 is freezing water, We do, not for everything. Like obviously, lead dissolves melts at a different temperature to ice. Yeah, but 0 is for water. And water's quite important to us. We use it a lot. So 0 is freezing, 100 is boiling. That's the range. That's what you need to know, and that's really good then, because 50 is very nice and hot bath. I don't want to go much hotter than that, to be honest. I don't know actually. I'm not that smart. What's hot is enough to burn you. But anyway, that down the bottom end it's cold and it's all cold, and at the top end it's too hot because you know. So actually, let's get the buttons out. What am I doing? Hey, where's my relaxing music? Thanks. And where's my buttons? Let's have a bit of an old button. Let's go for a really old button. Let's start with a really old button.
Brian Batonte.
That's one of my earliest.
Goal is to grow. I'm absolutely electrified right
Right.
now.
So your computer's running at hot enough to melt the surrounding material. Your computer is running so hot that you could cook on it. Like, this is a problem. Not a problem, but immediately get that repaired problem. Like, you literally have the money, and like, this is your business. Like, your entire livelihood is run by using your computer on the internet. Fortunately for Phil, he's got other laptops sat around him that could probably just do the job anyway, but like, his entire livelihood is revolving around this, and he's got a mini PC. But anyway, like, why doesn't he just get that fixed? Like, it literally is a simple refurb job. Take it into someone, get it done in like 2 days, handed back to you, or the money goes through his hands. Why doesn't he just get that sorted? Just buy a new one. It's an insanity. But this is his day off story, remember, as well. So what's actually happening on your day off, Phil? Because on the day off, what are you doing?
So apparently my processor is sitting inside of a volcano. Like, what? 100 at first.
Link for Lydia. Yeah, sorry, I'm an idiot. Link for Lydia. If you can all, no, you can't all keep doing. I'll pin it. Wait. Link for Lydia. That's the Lydia wheelchair push. She is going to be raising money for other people that she thinks require support. She's a wonderful person. If you want to help Lydia, then help us to help Lydia. It's already going up. Look at you chuffers. We're up to 377 already. That's fucking awesome, that is. That is fucking brilliant. Purple Heron, Evie, Red Fan with the massive tippy. Thank you, Red Fan, for Lydia. Thank you. Teresa, something to help you reach your target. I think that was the last one that's 12 minutes ago. Yeah, Teresa, Kaz, Red Fan, Evie, Purple Heron. Thank you all, you chuffers. Thank you all, you chuffers. Let's keep that pumping then. Let's see how far we can pump. I mean, I doubt we'll hit 1,000 today. I think we've got a whole month, the rest of the month, to try and push. But if you're here now, there's no time like the present, is there? And there's no gift like giving to Lydia, because that's really going to change her quality of life. Like, she has to fight her way through, like, some days, I believe, because she's a fighter. Like, she ain't going down without a fight. And like, some days she don't feel so bright, and she's always never fully dressed without her smile. That's the thing she always says. She's never fully dressed without her smile. So we like to keep things smiling and jovial and have a bit of a laugh on this channel, don't we? And we don't like grifters, and we don't like people who are scammers, but we do like people who are very honest and decent. So I'm really, really grateful already. We're 37,377. I don't even know if we can get to 500 today. Like, halfway there would be amazing, wouldn't it? But it's just amazing to see you chuffers doing that, so thank you. Yeah, back to Darksydephil and his day off. This is the opposite of that. This is someone who's had in his hands, like, he gets $50 a stream minimum, otherwise he's not happy. He's had in his hand, and he does 2 streams a day. He's had in his hands over the last 2 weeks probably $2,000 easy. I'm thinking just off the top of my head, I don't know exactly off the top. Let's say 2 weeks, couple of like upwards between 500 to 2,000 easy, yeah? And it's all gone on WWE Champions, a mobile game that's like Candy Crush. He all just disappeared, and like, this man is still like this. Whereas Lydia's out there helping other people.
I was like, oh shit, is my processor about to melt and explode? Because I'm not a techie guy these days anymore. I used to be, but I'm not anymore. So I read the readout. I'm like, oh my god, that's insane. Because at first I thought 128 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, that's kind of hot. If it was 128 degrees Fahrenheit, it'd be really hot. But I was like, Celsius? That's even.
My dog's, the other day I said to my dog about Peter Folding. He went nuts. My dog is now trained to go barking at Peter Folding. Like, where is he? He's not here. If he thinks he hears Peter Folding, he goes nuts.
Hotter in Celsius, right? That's like you're in the center of the sun.
Yeah, it's not the center of the sun heat, but it shouldn't be in the center of your room on the carpet in a box. Like you're creating a fire hazard in your life there. It's probably a mistake. Look at his hair. Wait, look at his hair. His hairline's changed over the years. We're going to be looking at his hairline a little bit in this one as well. But recently, it's gone a bit extra. We all lose our hair when we get older. Even females, males, females. We all thin. Our hair all thins. Phil's a unique case though. He's a special, unique case. So we do like keep an eye on that. It's going a bit. We've got a new confirmed bald. He's got different parts where he's balding, so his hair's being pushed in different ways to sort of cover it. I think at this stage, I don't know. Anyway, he's definitely getting an island on the front. He's getting the tufty island. It's going to get to the point where he has to just shave it off and accept it.
So I'm thinking this can't possibly be right? So immediately I start looking up alternate things. I found another program. I run it. Everything's fine. All the processor cores are fine. They're running between like 38 to 45 degrees, which is normal.
Well, this is really boring though.
The GPU is normal. Everything's normal.
Big ups, Kaz.
And I was like, so here's what it is. If I really was a high-end gamer, and I had...
You are a high-end gamer. You repeatedly bang on about it, about how you're like some, like, you know, your frames a second. We watched this last week, didn't we? And he was going on about his frames a second. Like, you won't accept, like, low-end gaming, will you? You want all the top mods and top, like, bits and pieces. You've got a $300 joystick. I think, well, you're not high-end in your skills and you're not going to competitions, but like in terms of like just, I think this is his delusion as well. Is like, I don't think he realizes that he sits in a luxury wonderland with like, he's got an Xbox, a PlayStation, not just an Xbox, the newest Xbox, the latest PlayStation, on top of the old one, the one before that. He's got a Nintendo Switch. He's got a very expensive computer. He's got 2 laptops. He's got cameras. I mean, I'm sat here with similar sort of kit. I appreciate that I've got all this amazing luxury stuff. I appreciate that it's high-end kit that I've like spent time to try and save up for and add on to my kit. Phil doesn't, like, he's not some high-end gamer. He's just sat on his arse in his room, just like with like the amount of electronics in his room. If you add up the financial value of that as well, like that he paid for it through the nose outright on the day, and all the games that he's bought as well. Like, does he not realise the amount of money he's spending on this?
an overclock.
Well, he does realise because he puts down £5,000 a month expenses on his business for digital goods. What's going on with this eye again?
PC running at the highest ends, then you absolutely need to have tons of cooling. You need to have all this temperature management. This PC literally just sits here. The CPU encodes the videos, the GPU encodes the streams. That's all it does.
Well, why do you need such an expensive fucking PC then?
It's not overclocked. In fact, it's barely, like right now my CPU is running at 42%.
Why do you even need it? Why don't, you've got 2 laptops, why don't you just use a laptop? Why don't you get a second laptop? What? It doesn't make sense.
Woo, right? GPU's probably at like 50. So because of that, it's perfectly
Maybe you've got some of the settings set up wrong so that you're sending everything through the processor instead of using the GPU. Then I'm not an expert on this stuff. Right.
fine. It's never going to overheat.
This still isn't your day off. You're still mis-selling me your day off, Phil. When are you going to start talking about what happens on your day off? Come on.
I don't have to really worry about it, which is good, because I was like, oh crap, the fan's dying out now. Is this whole thing going to overheat? But the answer is no. Now, every once in a while, I will keep testing it just to be sure.
It is hot.
For now, it seems all right. And the truth is,
No, 128 degrees Celsius is not all right.
we're definitely at end of life at this point. Okay,
It's definitely at the end of its life at this point, so someone's going to have to buy him a new one.
we are like 10 years. 10 years. There's absolutely no way this thing's going to be lasting forever. A decade is a long time. This is the longest I've ever used a PC in my life.
Note that Phil does not switch off his PC in between sessions, also refuses to upgrade it from Windows 8 in case that breaks it in some way.
You know, I'm 42 years old. I've never had a PC for 10 years before, so it's definitely at the end of its life cycle. I'm thinking, you know, we're going to have to do something, and I already have a couple ideas of what to do. So probably, no lie, probably over the summertime into the fall
No lie.
is going to be the time to convert over, to move everything over to another computer, okay? So, we'll talk about that, I'm sure soon, just not today. We don't have time on the podcast.
Why did you bring it up then, you dickhead? On my day off. Wait, the situation here... the situation here is that Phil thinks that it's appropriate for his podcast to say, okay, special section, my day off. So I had my day off yesterday. I looked at my computer, I noticed it was old and broken. Anyway, we're not going to talk about that any further. Let's move on. So why did you even bring it up? Go into such detail. This is preloading. This is preceding the beg. This is like, you know, later on in the year, you're going to have to give, Phil is saying to his audience, you are going to have to give me loads of money for this computer. Get used to the idea now. Start saving up.
Okay. So, outside of that, a couple things. So number one, it was just a normal day off where I had to run errands and do the like. It's actually next week where we're going to have a very hectic day off where we have to run around and do a bunch of appointments.
So a normal day off where you have to run around, do the errands and the like, okay? And as we all know, this includes going to the supermarket and going to the alcohol shop. Oh, and also the cat supply for Jasper.
One day. But this week, it was more laid back, but it was hot. We've actually
it was hot.
hit a heat wave here in Washington, and it's unsure if this is going to stay now because we're almost at summertime anyway, so it would
Weather report.
make sense if the hot temperature stayed. But
Has he got 2 marks on his forehead here? Hang on. I didn't spot this. This is like 6 days old in the world. The film moves very quick. The world, if you don't stop and look around, you may miss it. Like, you know, the world of Phil moves very quick. Not as quick as Foodie Beauty, I know. Big ups Curious Cat. But the world of Phil moves very quick. We've got a few nutters, like I said tonight. We've got a bit of Eeamon Holmes. Got a bit of these evil vegans. We've got a bit of Question the Narrative, some old buildings, and someone who claims to have been possessed from a Ouija board. I didn't finish. Did I finish telling you about Flat Martin's grift? Why not consider donating to Flat Earth British? Did I even get onto that? Did I forget to talk about that? We'll come back to that in a minute. I think I got confused. But yeah, I've got a few different bits and pieces for you. We'll see how the time goes.
was in the mid to high 70s outside, but in the sun, it felt like...
Yeah, big ups Lisa Marie. This is his day off, and Phil does say the reason he needs... Sorry, I was looking at the marks on his head. The reason Phil needs money for his day off, specifically, he begs hard the day before, is because he likes to take his wife out for dinner. That is like a consideration. It's the only day off he gets to spend with his wife. So that's a very important consideration. Of course, these days, he chooses just to order the dinner in. I believe it's actually an excuse. The other day, his wife was sick, and she was too sick to want DoorDash food. So he said, I just got McDonald's, you know, just got basic DoorDash. Just got the basic DoorDash. Didn't go for all the Hawaiian barbecue and all the nice stuff because, you know, Kat's sick. She's not going to be eating it. So that basically says to us that, of course, the entire reason we're getting this nice, expensive fast food delivered in is to keep Kat happy. She's the wife. So, you know, on my day off, I treat her to expensive meals shipped in. Because she doesn't want them, I can't have them either. So it is obviously her that wants them. But that sounds to me like a narcissist manipulator like Phil. I think he says to her, like, you really do want this lovely Hawaiian food, don't you? You want this Hawaiian barbecue, don't you, Kat? Are you doing? She's like, yeah, I suppose I'll have that. And he's like, right, fine, we're getting it. I'm going to have 2 of these and I'm having this. And, like, you know, he wants it, but he has to have someone else say they want it in order for him to have it. Again, it's very much like a child. It's like, oh, Mom, do you want to have a McDonald's tonight, Mom? Because you remember, Mom, you like the fillet fish, don't you, Mom? And like, you know, okay, Phil, we can get the McDonald's. You know, it's very much like that. But like, instead of justifying it that he just wants things, he has to justify it that it's doing it for his wife. But I think it's just he just wants things. So on his forehead here, we've got 2 discolorations there. Oh, that's kind of strange. I don't know if they're always there. Is that just a face picker, was that? Or was that... Well, what's going on there? Or is that a nighttime insect bite? Is it a vampire bite on the side of his head? Where the vein pops out when he's stressed? What's going on with that, Phil?
Stayed, but it was in the mid to high 70s outside, but in the sun...
On his phone there, checking the weather report.
It felt like 90. So I'm out doing errands and I'm
And in your computer, it was 125.
sweating. I had to turn on the AC, pump it up in the car all day when I was out. So two quick things. Sometimes people ask me, you know, hey, what is your...
We are going to get on to what he's done with his wife in just a second. He's about to tell us what's going to happen with what's happened with his wife on his day off. So,
your wife play right now?
See,
because people are curious with me. You know, hey, what does your wife play right now?
What does your wife play? What do you mean, what does your wife play? The question is, Phil, what did you do with her on the day off that you spend together once a week? You went shopping. She doesn't go, I imagine, to the supermarket with him to buy the groceries, I doubt. And I don't know what goes on with this like, Just Wines trip that he got, like the stock up on the booze. I wonder if they sell iTunes cards and he trades them with some, you know, people on the street for some other products or something. I don't know what goes on with it, whether he can get cash back there maybe, and he does it that way. But it seems to me like this repeated trip, like it's almost like I suppose it's the way Phil is, but it's almost like he can't do a week without that trip. Of course, you can easily just skip a groceries trip, go another evening, get them to deliver it, ring it up, or, Kat, she's got a life as well. She can also do things. So, like, I don't know why it has to be this sort of religious day off. We go and do these 3 shops. We do the Walmart, or whatever you call it in America, the supermarket for the food. We do the cat supplies, weekly cat supplies, and the weekly alcohol shop. Yeah.
Because people are curious what Kat's into, right? So after
People are curious what Kat's into. I'm curious to see what you did with her on your day off. It seems like nothing. Absolutely nothing.
having played Fallout 3 a second time, and this time doing all the side missions and content that she was interested in, she was bored and didn't know what else to play. There's like nothing else out right now that she's interested in. Of all the games she played, get this, she's playing Mass Effect Andromeda.
Well, this sounds bad, doesn't it? It sounds like she's playing a game from 10 years ago. I bought Mass Effect Andromeda on the sale for about £4. I might play it one day, who knows. But what it says to me, Phil, is that you've convinced Kat that she's enjoying her life because indoors is cushy. You've got he got her the Xbox herself. She's got one downstairs, not the posh one, the Xbox Series S, the one down from that, but he got her one, and she's down there on the little telly in the lounge, crying downstairs, playing on the Xbox, right? And he's convinced her this is what you like in life. You like video games, you like takeaway food, just like me. And this is where we're going to stick forever. And like, if they admit to themselves that they want more out of life, or that this is not satisfactory or fulfilling anymore, like it was for Phil 10 years ago, 20, like if they admit to themselves that developing as humans, this isn't still satisfactory, then Phil's going to basically lose her, because what can he provide other than video games and fast food? So he tries to convince Kat, and I'm convinced of this myself, that off camera, Phil tries to convince Kat that they've got the best life ever, she enjoys it. If she's not happy, or if she's a bit depressed or a bit bored, there's always another video game. So get her on that Xbox, get her locked in, get her on that Xbox, you've got your wife happy. But I'm not convinced of it. And I think this is another symptom of it, is the fact that she's actually just not bothered with the fucking games and is playing an old game instead. Like, maybe she'd like to do something with her life, Phil. Maybe you should take her to do things with her life before you die. Like, make some memories.
So, you already know, if you've played Mass Effect Andromeda, or maybe you've heard, it's not a very good game. Although it has interesting story elements and ideas.
Oh, she's not going to enjoy that then. Why don't you shit on it?
It falls flat on its face more often.
He doesn't want kids. He's decided it's probably best for everyone that he doesn't inflict them on the world. So, yeah.
And not, it has a lot of really bad, very, very bad...
He's got a cat instead.
Elements to it. Bad gameplay when it comes to the combat. Very grindy.
It sounds to me like you're reviewing Mass Andromeda Effect from 2014 instead of telling us about your relationship with your wife on the day off. Now, instead of describing what you actually did on your day off, it sounds to me like you've described a problem that your PC has had for months, and you're reviewing a video game from 2014.
Gameplay when it comes to
this is some sort of avoidance, isn't it?
to the combat. They tried this cover-based system copying Gears of War, and it fails miserably. It just doesn't work well.
No one cares.
Even running it on the Series S, so this is a whole console gen later, it's still choppy as shit. Like, she's trying to fight in combat, and it's going from like 45, 50 frames down to like 20.
Oh wait, she has the S, and he's got the... I don't know the different Xboxes, so she's got an S. Comparing Xboxes. The frame rate again. This feels like some sort of compulsion, like when he's having some sort of... anxiety attack. Frame rates come out.
Frames during combat. So it's hard to even fight. You get overwhelmed by enemies. You can't fucking see anything. And yes, she's running into the same problems that I did. Oh my god, why do you have to drive around the planets endlessly trying to figure out how to get from point A to point B? Did they not understand that's not fun to spend a half an hour driving around trying to find your mission objective? Oh my god, why is the combat so grindy and so fucking repetitive? And then you get to those fucking giant worm alien monster things that are made of metal. Those are a nightmare. Anytime you have to fight one of those in the game, it's like you just want to punch yourself in the nuts. It's like, oh my god, it's such torture.
Is it you that's playing this game on your day off? You want to punch yourself in the nuts. She doesn't have nuts. Is it you that's playing this game on your day off, Phil? Like, are you sat next to your wife while she plays it and complaining about the game that she's playing? Because that won't make it any better for her.
The game won't run well. And, yeah, I'm telling you, it's just it's not good. So,
it's not good.
The thing is, there's things she likes about it. She had played it when it was new, but she didn't get very far. So now she's playing it, and she's like, man, I like the story elements. I like some of the characters and their story arcs, but I hate all this gameplay. And I'm like, yeah, that's how everyone felt when it came out. Think about this. If you were a big fan,
It feels like she's gone through quite a lot of the game and developed quite a strong opinion on it over the course of an afternoon while she's been playing it earlier maybe. Maybe he said like, you know, she finished this game, this is the other game she's been playing. So on my day off, I sat with her while she played this other game. She might already be away through it. It just felt to me like on the day off, he convinced her to start an old game that's shit. Or like, I don't know. Still doesn't feel to me like Phil's day off segment is really popping. And if he ever watches me and hears what I say, which I doubt, but like, Phil, please revise your strategy on the day off segment. What you want to do is you want to consider that your day off is a weekly segment. Okay? So the normal stuff, the going to the groceries, the sitting down in a room with your wife while she plays a video game and you spend $1,000 on a WWE Champions Candy Crush mobile game, right? That stuff, that can be a normal day stuff that you don't even talk about maybe. And you should think, I've got 6 days to think of one thing to do on my day off that's worth talking about. And then you should enact on it and do it. You can even take your phone out and film it. So like you might go and visit a pumpkin farm, or you might like, it can be absolutely anything as well. It can be anything. We went up the Space Needle. Seattle is Washington, where he lives, whatever the chuff it is, like just one thing on your day off that's just out of the ordinary, a bit different, and it can literally be anything. Like I said, it doesn't have to be something you enjoy, it doesn't have to be something that you like, just please do something so you can describe any aspect of life other than the supermarket and sitting in a room with your wife while she plays a video game, because we talked about this enough times now.
of Mass Effect when that came out.
And I don't want to hear about frame rates and dirt in your computer either. That's technical issues that you're having behind the scenes. That's not your day off.
Thought this is the game that's going to kind of reboot Mass Effect, because the trilogy had been over for a bit. You're thinking this is the new one. You play it like, what the fuck did they do? Right? Like, they ruined everything. They really went the wrong direction. A lot of people were hoping Mass Effect was going to go back to the RPG style of like Mass Effect 1. Boy, did they botch that. There's not even an affinity system in that game where you're either Paragon or Renegade. They took that out, and that's one of everyone's favorite things.
Go for a sippy. Have a sip. Calm down.
So anyway, she's suffering through that.
She's suffering through that. On my day off, I sat with my wife while she suffered through a video game that was bad and she didn't enjoy it. You're not in a concentration camp. Sorry, that's the wrong word. In a concentration. Like, I suppose it's not actually a specific bad slur, is it? I just like, you know, I meant like, you know, a prison camp. Do you know what I mean? You're not in a work camp. You're not like, you know, Mass Effect Andromeda sets us free. Like, you don't have to play it. Nor does she. Like, just go out. Just even, I say this, I don't think drinking's like a positive thing, but even just to a bar, just to an environment that's different from your own home, and like you can have a Coca-Cola and you can have a milkshake, like just go and do that. Don't sit in a room and watch a maker play Mass Andromeda Effect ever again. Okay, go on the Xbox while she's not watching and just delete it and say that it must have got deleted by mistake. Say there's been a power cut, and then when she tries to find it, do another save file of something that says Phil is taking you to the zoo, and then just take her to the zoo. I don't even approve of zoos. Like, you know, the way they're going, they might get it's the old joke, isn't it? You know, Phil went to the zoo and they thought he'd escaped, so they locked him up and put him in a cage with another bold sloth bear or something. Which you would enjoy.
And then also,
for a sexual angle.
we started watching a show, BattleBots. On
Oh, we started watching BattleBots. What the fuck are you talking about? You're married to a woman. After the afternoon of whatever the chuff it is you've put up with, it's time for the sex. Isn't it? Like, shouldn't you have even just taken her shopping somewhere nice where she... Like, this is another option. Maybe Kat has said, I just want to play Mass Andromeda Effect. I've heard it's really bad and I just want to experience it. But couldn't you have said, "What? This is your day, honey. I'm taking the day off. This is your day. So have you got anything after the last 6 days of thinking that you want to do? I'll take you there and we'll do it." And then when you get home, you know, happy wife. She's been to the... I don't know what she enjoys. She's been to the... You've got a nicely full of pizza and then you're at home, right? And then you could say to her, so you've had a lovely day. And for me, I've also had a really lovely day, but there's one extra special way that I could top this off. One extra special way that we could make this an even lovelier day. Isn't there? Isn't there? Isn't there? Hey, isn't there? And she might catch the hint, you know. Could do a bit of the old... You could maybe... you know,
I dream about food every night.
HBO Max. Well, this is just Max. I used to watch BattleBots over 20 years ago, either on like Sci-Fi Channel or Spike TV, whatever it was on.
So you've already seen it all 20 years ago. I don't think this is necessary for your marriage for you to be watching BattleBots with your wife. I think this is something you shouldn't have done. Again, it seems like a deflection or a distraction. Feels like you're afraid of spending alone time with your wife in the evening. So instead, you've brought up this chuffing nonsense old stuff like BattleBots, which is intending to put her off. Really, I don't think there are many women who are like, you know, sexually turned on by BattleBots. So he's probably going to put her off, isn't it? Big ups BCTV. You're just watching the birds in the garden as well as me. Big ups. Big ups. Your battery's exhausted. Yeah, do you know what? A lot of people recently, over the last, like, I've got some friends and family that I've seen yesterday and I've had a friend around today and stuff. Like, a lot of people have described that they're a bit tired. Although my friend reckons he's going to go out and get hammered tonight and then get on a train tomorrow and go to Birmingham with his young family and go shopping around Birmingham Bullring. And I said, that's a really good idea. Thinking to myself, I know you. If you are on that train tomorrow, you're not going to be happy about it. But you're definitely going to have a good night tonight, pretending that you're going to go out tomorrow. But yeah, most of us are looking forward to a relaxing day tomorrow as well, where tomorrow is Saturday. There's going to be some boxing sport on the telly for anyone that likes that. Hooray! And there's going to be a football match on Sunday. We should all come together as a nation and remember that half the people are dickheads, but... half the people are dickheads, aren't they? But... we all support the England football, so let's all get together and just, right, you know, put our differences aside for an afternoon and just agree that we all don't like Alan.
And back then, it was a very primitive show. I compare early BattleBots to like the early UFC. Like,
the early UFC, it's robot battlers. It's you know, robot wars, isn't it? It's robot wars. It's people with little remote control robots that with like an axe on or a spinning disc, and like, it's not like the UFC.
When the early UFC started, it was like a sumo wrestler versus a kickboxer.
Right,
you know?
a sumo wrestler versus a kickboxer.
A Greco-Roman wrestler against a capoeira fighter, right?
Right, that sounds like Street Fighter 2 actually, Phil, which is a game that you play repeatedly all your life. Again, we're talking about your day off. So this isn't something you've done on your day off. This is a review of a TV show from from 20 years ago now. Like, what must his wife be thinking? Maybe she doesn't want sex with him. You know, maybe she's happy with this situation.
Weird, because it was like these oddball matchups. This was before MMA even existed. It was brutal and it was dirty. Well, that's how early like BattleBots was too. It was like, it's a bot that runs around and just swings a fucking hammer against a bot that has like 2 kitchen knives and goes crazy.
Right, I'm not going to the bull ring tomorrow, no. Big ups your angel. I'm not going to the bull ring tomorrow. Like, not even if my mate goes. Like, he's not going to enjoy his day. I'm not going to be with him while he doesn't enjoy his day. I hope it's really hot as well.
Like this. And you'd be like, what the hell? Like, this is insane.
I'm hopefully...
And then what would happen is 90...
Right. I don't want to tell the world my plans or whatever, but I'm hopefully seeing him that afternoon as well for a much more chilled out occasion. So hopefully he will have gone to Birmingham and I can hear all about it.
Of the bots sucked ass because they weren't actually good. There was one little bot that would be like a flat slab and he would just go flip and flip all the bots and win the whole tournament. So it was wild. Like, oh my God, you know, back then it was so cool to see it in action for the first time. I actually liked the show back then. Yeah,
that's also because you were 20 years younger, and even though you were in your 20s, you were still quite an immature adult. So you liked the show because you were an immature adult. It's not because the show was great back in the day. It was still just robots. I mean, people who like that sort of thing, fair enough. Younger people especially who like robot wars, fair enough. Like people who are well into physics or engineering and get into it, fair enough. But generally, you know, whole world 20 years later, Robot Wars is not the main headlining million view thing on the internet. It's a bit of a niche, and it's you should have moved on in your life, Phil. In fact, you have. You've got married to a woman, a fully grown up one with needs.
So now, the show's different. We started watching, I guess they have it on Max starting from 2018, and there's like 6 seasons on there, something like that. And wow, it's cool. Like, BattleBots is super fun. The bots are all creative and cool looking. They all have neat things on them now that make them look nice, but all...
Again, this, to me, and this is psychoanalyzing Phil a little bit, to me, this is what he's doing, is he's got his wife, they're there together, and there's an awkwardness, because they both know it's the day off. We've had a nice day. You've bought me the milkshake. Maybe it's time for a bit of intimacy. And rather than have actual direct intimacy, in the past, and we're going to review a lot of Phil on this channel in the time that I've got left in my life, I hope. But in the past, he's had his girlfriend. In fact, I kind of want to just quickly get it up if I can. Well, that's what she said. Why not? It's a bit of this, a bit of that tonight, isn't it? A bit of this and that. So let's YouTube up and let's go for... actually, I'm missing DSP Bingo, so shouts out King Jad doing the live. let's quickly Google up DSP holiday Seattle hotel room. Seattle staycation, the hotel. Like, this is insanity, this is. Okay, everyone. Right, so Darksydephil, when he's in his younger years, in his 20s, I suppose, late 20s, has got a younger girlfriend, and they've gone on holiday, right, up the road in the nearest city, Seattle. I don't know what America's like. I don't know whether you need to cross state lines to consider it a holiday, but in the local city, and they've decided to get a hotel, they can drive home. They can literally drive home in the evening. Like, they're that close, right? But, like, they've decided to get a hotel. Okay, staycation, local city. They've done that. Phil is in the hotel room with his young girlfriend. I say young, not like, you know, she's not underage, but there were rumours that he was talking to her on the internet before she was old enough to be officially talked to. Anyway, like, they're there together, and he's gone to the bathroom. He's now holding the camcorder and recording this video. She is in the room. We're about to go into the room. In my opinion, if I went in the bathroom and said to my girlfriend, I'm just going in the bathroom to freshen up, I'll be out in a minute, and then I came out, bearing in mind he's already set up all his computer equipment, he's set up his little workstation here, his little, like, hard drive and his power lines and his speakers, and he's set that up, right? So he's done his thing. I would expect, if I were her, that, you know, he's going to go and freshen up, he's going to come out, maybe there's a bit of action about to happen, you know, action stations. I think that's what she's thinking. Watch what Phil does. He uses, in my opinion, and this is psychoanalysis 101, but I think he's using the camera as an intermediary so he doesn't have to have intimacy with her.
This is our Seattle staycation. It is February 4th, 2015. Leanna and I have decided to take a few days here to celebrate both the combination of our anniversary, which was last month, and Valentine's Day, which is coming up in a couple weeks. But we realized we were busy last month, and I'm going to be busy during the Valentine's Day holiday, so we said, let's do something now during a slower week. So we're in downtown Seattle at Hotel 5, and you're going to see this is a pretty unique hotel room. First, we'll walk in. As you can see, the colors of everything look very different. Red, wood floor. Look at this. You've got...
Walking in from the doorway.
Red walls.
Red walls. Look at it, the walls. Who's this? Who's this down here?
Unique artwork. Look at that.
Don't look at that. That's fucking stupid and boring.
In the back there for the window. Pretty interesting, right?
A window blind. So the window blinds are down, so no one can look in.
Very different artistic style than many other
artistic style.
hotels that
There's the bottle of Tanqueray. There's the...
we've stayed at. And, you know, you got your little...
He's brought his computer.
Your little setup here, your cabinets to put your clothes in, your TV. We've got...
What about your girlfriend who's behind you?
Our setup, we haven't even done any of this yet. I just plugged it in. I didn't
Just plugged it in. Just brought your entire computer setup to a hotel and plugged it in. You know?
Set anything up. Your little mini bar there with complimentary Tanqueray that they give you. Yeah, right. No, they don't.
Oh, so you bought a massive handle of it.
You know, your little air conditioning unit there. That's very...
Nobody wants to see this. What's on the bed? What's going on the bed?
Very loud. I don't know how that's going to work. We'll have to turn it off tonight. We'll see.
Way! It's your girlfriend, and she's lying on the bed, and look at her face. Look at how fed up she is with this nonsense.
And the bed, queen bed. They don't even have king beds here, unless you get like a super expensive room, which we did not. We are cutting costs.
She's plainly like, Phil, put the camera down. Come and get on the bed.
You know, your little nightstand charge station.
He's like, I'm not sure about that. And then look, there's him.
Mirror.
This is the guy. There's the guy.
Here, whoa. Right? And then your bathroom.
We're going in the bathroom. Do you know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here? Put the camera down and attend to your girlfriend.
Also very compact and small.
I don't want to see the toilet. So he's in the bathroom for a bit. He comes out the bathroom.
At home, that's why we're in Seattle and not, you know.
I'm skipping it on. You know, I'm skipping it on. Like, we can look at the bathroom bit another.
I'll go walk and get some food.
I want to get to this point again. Like, he comes back in. Here she is, lying down again. She's been on the phone. She's bored.
Right nearby, and then we'll probably come back here. We'll settle in. I'll hook everything up to the internet. You know, upload this vlog and any others that we do. And we'll probably have like a nice relaxing night, unless we feel like maybe later going out and get a snack or something.
Did you mention it's owned by the same company as the previous?
No, we if you go...
Oh god, they've been in another one. Yeah, maybe it's the other video where she's lying on her front. Like, this might be the second time he's done this. Like, there's a video where I'll have to look at it another day. I'll have to get Snood to help me find the exact one or something. But there's another one where same sort of setup. She's lying on a front and she looks even more ready for action. No, this isn't right, is it? This isn't right. Going and stopping in a hotel with your girlfriend and deciding that you're going to stay in bed, eat food, drink, and just you brought your entire computer. Like, that isn't the first. Like, isn't I don't mean to make it too saucy. I'm not trying to make this like too adult content, you know. But isn't the first thought something else? And that's why I'm concerned for his day off with his wife.
Also, a lot of them have really cool, effective things you wouldn't expect. You got morons making bots that look like hamburgers that don't even do anything because they're stupid and they lose instantly. But you got these really neat bots that don't look like they do anything and then they kick ass.
Like, could you imagine sitting next to him on the sofa if you're Cat and he's going on about this, about the robots and the hamburger robot, and you're thinking, well, it's 9:30 now, so like, this isn't getting me all. I might go and have a bath. Like, do you know what I mean? It'd put you off, wouldn't it?
And now they're all like fucking going into each other with blades and there's sparks flying everywhere and stuff. It's actually a really good show. I actually really like it. So we watched a few episodes of it last night. We were really enjoying it. We're probably going to watch a heck of a lot more of it now, whatever's on Max there.
Like, I believe he keeps them up to like late o'clock. You know, late, like, oh, let's just watch one more episode. And then she's like, oh, I'm a bit tired, honey. He's like, oh, if you're tired, then you can go to bed. And she's like, well, I'm a bit tired. Are you coming to bed with me? And he's like, well, no, you just said you were tired. I don't want to keep you up. Sorry, I just want to watch one more episode. And it's like an excuse to not, like, you know, it's just like, we'll just watch one more film. We'll just watch one more episode. And then we'll never actually do the intimacy.
It was actually quite entertaining. So that's kind of what we did on our day off. Nothing too special or anything like that.
Big ups. I think Dover's keeping an eye on you lot, you chuffers. Everyone wants to know where Dover is. I think she's keeping an eye on you lot. I think she's all right.
So we should go right into the news. Let's cover a few quick news stories. Then I'll talk about the schedule, and that's going to be it for today's show because we just don't have a lot of
So
stuff.
that was your day off. On his day off, he looked at his computer, which doesn't work. Same, no change there. Tested how hot it was, really hot. He went to the shops. We just skimmed over that bit. And then the main thing was Kat's playing a game she doesn't like and watching the telly, and she don't like that either because it's from 20 years ago and it's robots. So let's move on with it. Like, what? What? This needs to improve, Phil. Like, he's probably doing the day off segment right now while I speak, but I'm going to wait for him to record it and then, review it later, just in case. Just in case it's really bad. So I'll remind you, today we are crowdfunding for Lydia Livingstone. She is now at 44% of her target. Look at you, chuffers. 447. Look at this. Look at this. Sassy car. After the Ford KA, I don't know how to pronounce that word anymore. Good luck, Lydia. There you go, Sazzy. Big ups, BCTV. Big ups, BCTV. Big ups, you chuffer. Making it happen for Lydia. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tari Irie. I'm thanking you on behalf of Lydia, but I'm grateful as well. Tari Irie, thank you very much. Flying Freddy, Tallulah, Sally. Like, these are all people that went in since the last time I said it, aren't they? Sally, Tallulah, Flying. Like, wow, thank you. Thank you. If you're new into chat tonight, if you're watching this, we do Nutterwatch. We like to have a bit of fun, have a bit of a laugh. Strange folk. And then there's other folk on the internet who are different, but you don't laugh at them. Like, they're not like the focus of my Nutterwatch. They're my friends. And Lydia is, she suffers from MS and she's got Asperger's and autism, and she's doing a sponsored wheelchair push fundraiser for the Bournemouth Food Bank. So she's helping to raise money for other people in her area who she feels need help. So I think that's a really noble thing, and we're trying to help her reach her goal so that she can feel like confident and happy that she, like, it's hard for Lydia to get that message out, isn't it? It's hard for her to raise this money, so we're going to help, and that's the main thing here. So if you see the pinned message at the top of the screen, and instead of helping me tonight, like, if you still want to tip me, like, if you still want to make a thing go on the screen and high heels on my tippies, I'm not going to be cross, but for charity purposes, it is actually much easier if you just give it straight to Lydia. So like, if you don't get it to the £1,000, I'm going to have to on my own. So if you could help. But thank you. This is amazing. We're nearly at the 500. And if we could hit 500 today, I'd think like we're well on the way, because like we've still got a few weeks to really push this. And I'm going to think of a sponsored thing that I might do in some way to try and give it a big push towards the end, make sure we get there. But this moment now, while it's rolling, there's never a better time than now just to help Lydia out. And it will give her a massive boost. Like on a personal level, it will give her a massive boost. So thank you very much for that. We're going to keep checking in with that as we go. I want to watch him eat a milkshake, but we've just seen him on his day off now. So let's go Ruth and Eeamon Holmes, because this is a bit more jovial. This is a bit, this is a bit dark and a bit like, so we might, or we might not. This is really funny, and I think we're going to move to the Flat Earthers towards the end of the show, and then we're going to go to spooky, possessed, maybe, depending on what she's saying. I'm not sure she really did get possessed, but she thinks she did, so we're going to see that. And I keep forgetting, but she'll keep reminding me. I want to watch, in fact, I'll do it now. Rather than forgetting all the time. I want to do now fishnets. Where's the actual bit? Just I don't want the hour, and I just want the bit where she's going on about the fishnets. I suppose it's going to be in this stream, isn't it? Somewhere. Deleted part 2, deleted part 1. Where is it where she's going? I should have prepared this.
Doesn't mean anything to me. You can lie to me all the fuck you want. It's not gonna mean fuck to me. I know I'm retarded. I know I give too many people a chance. Oh, that's supposed to... Is that actually supposed to mean something? Is that supposed to mean something? Okay, that's a joke then, okay.
She's not got the vibe, has she? She gets well eggy. I should prepare that better. I should show you the best of her. I thought there'd be a clip of just the clip where she's going on about the... There is somewhere on the internet. I'll give it one more look. I'll look for it while we look at the next bit of video. The next bit of video is this, and this is actually really good. So like, I can't do two things at once in my brain, but this is really good. All right. So check this out then. In fact, I'm going to bin off the relaxing music for this. This is Eeamon Holmes, Ruth. Now we've been following big up Eeamon Holmes. We've been following the. I should get that on a button, shouldn't I? I should get that on a button. I've been following the Eeamon Holmes Ruth divorce a little bit. Just big up Eeamon Holmes, isn't it? But this channel, UK Celebrity whatever, UK Celebrity Time, 2,000 subscribers, UK Celebrity Tie, or TI, or whatever. This channel is following it more than me, I suppose. And they make these videos which like have a robot voice, and I like it. So we're going to hear what they say about it. And they collected up lots of information, and then we'll have a chit chat as well about Eeamon Holmes' divorce.
Ruth Langsford discussed what would happen if she split from Eeamon Holmes years before their surprise divorce announcement in an unearthed clip.
What? We're not going to see the clip. I don't know where the clip is, but she discussed it years before, apparently, according to this channel.
The TV couple announced their shock split this weekend after 14 years of marriage, following months of speculation. Ruth and Eeamon, who were together for 27 years, share a 22-year-old son called Jack and were best known for presenting This Morning together. However, in 2020 the pair were axed from the ITV daytime show. Ruth stayed with ITV and continues to work on Loose Women, while Eeamon has slammed his former employer and moved on with GB News. During the coronavirus lockdown, the former couple appeared in an interview together where they admitted they needed space from each other.
Ooh, now this is big, isn't it? Now this is actually big. Wait, should I put the relaxing music back on a bit because it's a bit hectic? This is big though. Before lockdown, or during lockdown, they appeared in an interview where they admitted they needed space. So have they been, like, I've been saying this, I've actually been saying this, haven't I? I don't know if their marriage was like a proper, you know, I think that maybe, like they needed to have the marriage so that they could get on the telly and be a couple for like Richard and Judy This Morning. You know, it's good to be a couple, isn't it? And then maybe they're not really. And it puts big question marks over Eeamon Holmes as well, doesn't it? Him and that Charlie, that guy from, oh, big ups, Blank Faces, you here. Big ups. I was just playing another song this morning. Wait, we'll just have a little moment for a song. Little moment.
This morning, John Wedger and the devil moon tested me.
I got up this morning, John Wedger and the devil moon tested me. I was so blue, John Wedger and and the devil both touch me.
All right. But yeah, like they needed space from each other a lot earlier in their relationship, apparently.
Eamon
So that's...
revealed the only time they really interacted with each other was when they were working together.
What do you
Although
mean? Wait, what do you mean the only time? We're just talking about Phil and his relationship there, weren't we? And like how he doesn't, him and his wife don't seem to have it going on properly. But like, oh, I found this bit. I found the bit I was looking for on that other video. Great. Yeah. So why if they said like, isn't this a bit?
With each. Eamon revealed the only time they really interacted with each other was when they were working together.
The only time they interacted with each other was when they were working together. So doesn't that mean exactly what I said? Like they got married so that they could have a working relationship on the telly that made it look like they were a couple, so that they could then, further their careers. But actually, behind the scenes, they didn't have like a proper marriage. Is that what he's saying? Because if you're married to someone and the only time you interact with them is when you're on telly facing the camera reading the script, that's not right, is it? That's not right. And this was before they got divorced. Oh, we didn't watch a lot of John Wedge. We just started the show with him in his pants on just an old video of him swimming just for the fucking sake of it. Because I got a song of him, I got that song, so just thought I'd play the song at the start. Just a way to start. Like, are we all happy with this though? Or is this not exactly what I was saying? Like, and if this is the case, what kind of person is happy to do a relationship with someone where there's no real relationship in it? And like, it rings alarm bells in me because some men, certainly, look, it's nothing wrong with being gay. Absolutely nothing wrong with being gay, but there is something wrong with being deeply closeted and having like a lady, well, I suppose it's everyone up to their own, isn't it? But having a lady marry you and pretending that you're not gay, like, seems a bit weird to me, I think. Like, it's probably better just to tell the world that you're gay and that you're in love with that bloke from Coronation Street and that you and him are together. Because, like, what's wrong with that? I don't know. Or maybe in Eamon circles, there's something wrong with it. Maybe he's so deeply repressed that he's got with it, but it seems well weird to me anyway. So apparently they weren't really married properly, according to Eamon Holmes.
Although we live together, we're not really together. We don't watch the same TV. Ruth likes her own space. When we do this morning, it's a rare time we actually interrelate, he said on Talk TV.
What? She likes her own space. When we do this morning, it's a rare time we actually interrelate. We don't have any other relations with you. What?
Eamon shared, "It is easier to stay friends." However, Ruth had a very different opinion. She said, "Why would you need to stay friends? You aren't with him anymore. You don't need to be friends. My thing is you weren't just friends, you were married or had a relationship." The resurfaced comments come after claims the former couple had led separate lives, professionally and personally, for 2 years before announcing their split.
Oh my gosh. Well, I don't know if it was just 2 years or maybe it was longer. Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't know anything.
It has been claimed that this morning acts severely deteriorated their union as their respective careers began to change.
So after they're not on This Morning anymore and their careers are not contingent on being a couple, they don't have to be a couple anymore.
Eamon and Ruth's relationship changed when they...
You think he's already in a relationship? Yeah, big ups Charlie, what's his name? Jim McDonald off Coronation Street. They're big friends. I think they've been really high up on the Blackpool Pleasure Beach thing.
They left this morning. They started moving in different directions in their careers and their priorities started to change.
Yeah, she's still acceptable on the telly and he's not. He's been binned off.
A source told The Sun.
A sauce. Wait, a sauce told The Sun. What's a sauce? A tomato sauce? A brown sauce? A tartar sauce?
To change. A source told The Sun.
Trying to think of other sauces. Sweet and sour sauce. Sweet curry sauce. Barbecue sauce. Anyone else got any sauces in chat? Big up Sam Odious the Holy. Thank you for your 4 Canadian, Australian dollars. Whatever they are. Canadian straight. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you. I'll press you a button. You can have a button. No one else is getting this button. This button's just for you. That's the wrong button. Alright. Got it. Yeah.
Did David Icke penetrate you with his penis?
Just put, no.
Follow me, ladies.
Yeah.
Okay, alright. Okay, alright. So
Super chuffer?
If you do, everyone check the thing at the top of the page. Check the pin notice. We're helping Lydia's wheelchair push today.
Eamon was reportedly keen to move back to his native city Belfast, which caused friction between the pair.
Yeah, she doesn't want to go and live in. She don't want to go and live in Belfast with you, Eamon. Eamon, Eamon, are you coming to live in Belfast with me? Yeah, I'm gonna go and live in fucking Belfast with you. You fucking like Jim McDonald out of Coronation Street. He's from fucking Belfast, and he don't give a fucking shit about your fucking wife and what she fucking wants to do. So come and live in fucking Belfast and tell that fucking Ruth. How would you say Ruth in Belfast? Tell that fucking Ruth. That's Australian. Ruth. G'day, Ruth. G'day, Rudy. G'day, Rudy. G'day, Ruth. Tell that fucking Ruth that she's not fucking invited to come to fucking Belfast and live with me and Eamon fucking Holmes. I'm Jim McFucking Donald, and I'm gonna fucking live with Eamon fucking Holmes if I fucking want to, and you ain't gonna fucking stop me, cause I'm fucking Jim McFucking Donald, and I'll do what the fuck I fucking want. Jim McDonald. This will get me, like, Coronation Street gets you well done for copyright. Well done.
Estate agents run.
Why have they done that? They've stretched it to fit the screen, the idiots. Don't they understand resolutions? No, it's all stretched to fit the screen. That's ruined irreparably forever. Who uploaded that? Coronation Street official channel? Yes. Are you stupid? Why have you stretched it to fit instead of, like, unbelievable. Coronation Street official channel with the old resolution issue. So that's bad, that's wrong. Because it wasn't filmed in widescreen. So to present it in widescreen, they've just stretched it. So that's unwatchable garbage. Sorry, Jim. Your greatest hits are unwatchable garbage. Oh, this was filmed in widescreen. He's in the bank with a shotgun. What's he doing in the bank with a shotgun? I never saw this. He can walk. I thought he was in a... Is that how he got in the... Hang on. Is that how he got in the bank?
Are you deaf?
Are you fucking deaf? I'm fucking in here with a fucking shotty. I'm gonna fucking blow your fucking legs off with a fucking shotty. Get down on the fucking floor right fucking now. Now, why is everyone fucking looking at my face? As far as you're concerned, you don't know what my fucking face looks like. I didn't bother to put on a fucking balaclava, alright? But as far as you're concerned, you can't fucking remember me. Remember that, alright? I'm off now with the money. I'm turning to Southern Ireland there. I'm off now with the money. Would you not be getting off now with the money, Father? Would you not be going with the... Would you not be putting the money back in the till there, Father? Wait, I've got a button for that, haven't I?
I hear you're a racist now, Father. The floor.
Get on the floor. The rest of them are already on the floor. Don't know what's so important about them being on the floor. He's not going to run after you, is he, and steal your handbag? You've got a shotty? Oh, no. The fucking police are outside. No, what, come on, accent. The fucking police are out there. What the fuck am I going to do now? I suppose there'll be a fire exit around the back. Right, you. Take me to the fucking... I told you to get off the floor. Get up off the floor now. Oh, you told me to get on the floor. Get up off the fucking floor now. But you told me to get on the floor. I know I told you to get on the fucking floor. Now I'm telling you to get up off the fucking floor. I know, but I don't know what the instruction is. I just don't want to get shot. I'm telling you to get up off the floor now. I'm going to have you work me out the fucking fire escape. I don't know if there's a fire escape. Get up off the fucking floor, blow your fucking kneecaps off. How about you give me 50 quid? You've got loads of money in that bag. I'll be much more cooperative with 50 quid in my pocket. I'm not getting the fucking money out the bag. I've come in here just to get the fucking money. I'm not giving you any of the fucking money. Look, you're going to have to get up off the fucking floor or I'm going to get fucking arrested. And the longer I talk about it, is there any chance the police are going to come and arrest you before you've made a decision? Look, if you don't fucking get up off the floor, I'm going to shoot your fucking knees off. Well, I'm not going to go on the fire escape with no knees, am I? I'm not going to be of any help with no knees. Anyway. So... I can't watch any. Listen, we can't ever talk about Eeamon Holmes without me having to do this, can we? We can't ever talk about Eeamon Holmes without me going off it and being Jim from McDonald from Coronation Street. But Eeamon Holmes and Jim from Coronation Street have got fucking no, he wouldn't even learn his lines. He wouldn't even fucking stick to the script. He don't give a shit. He was getting drunk on set. He don't give a shit. That's not libel or slander. That's what he said in his interview. He don't give a shit. And if you look up on Google, Eeamon Holmes. No, wait. Who married who? Yeah, Eeamon Holmes. Look, Eeamon Holmes marries Charlie Lawson. Now, Charlie Lawson is the man that plays Jim from Coronation Street, but of course, most people who interview him for their channels don't refer to him as Charlie Lawson. They refer to him as Jim from Coronation Street. So, if you look at this, there's actually news stories about Eeamon Holmes marries Charlie Lawson. And you're like, what? How come Eeamon Holmes married Charlie? Like, how can that happen? And what they mean is that he was the official, like, ceremony man. Like this one here. Eeamon Holmes to marry Coronation Street legend Charlie Lawson. Right? In a special news article with pink behind them and 2 rings. Eeamon Holmes to marry Coronation Street legend Charlie Lawson. Eeamon will play a big part at the wedding ceremony. Eeamon Holmes is set to play a very big part in the Coronation Street legend's wedding day. He's going to marry him at the Jim McDonald's big day. See, it even says here, at the Jim McDonald actor's big day. It even refers to him as Jim McDonald there. Eeamon, in the wedding, do you think they'll say, I here to pronounce you, Mr. Jim McDonald, or Charlie Lawson, but Jim McDonald marries, like, they're going to get married. But no, Charlie's going to marry a businesswoman, and Eeamon is going to be the man at the front saying, I put it to you that you should get married to him, Your Honour. Give her a kiss and all that. He's going to be he's going to preside over it. So they made it look like they were getting married, but actually it's just semantics, isn't it? But it does make you think, doesn't it? Are they reporting on a story that they don't want us to know, but they want you to know? Has everyone been signed to an NDA, hush hush, but everyone knows it in Hollywood? Not Hollywood, Manchester. Not Hollywood, Manchester. Big up Samba. Not Hollywood, Manchester. You know, Manchester Media Mafia. That's what we're talking about here, the Manchester Media Mafia. Big up Eeamon Holmes. It looks to me like Eeamon Holmes and Charlie Lawson got married at a cursory glance on this article. And there are quite a few others like it. Now, either they're all doing it for a bit of a laugh, you know, because it's a funny article to write it that way, or they all want to tell us something. And we've recently learned that the marriage that Eeamon was taking part in was a sham for years, haven't we? Well, that's what that video said anyway, so it must prove it. Big up Eeamon Holmes. Big up Eeamon Holmes, you're fucking not coming to fucking... Anyway, where did we get to? That's Seattle. That's Processor Heat. That's my tippies. That's John Wedger being wet. That's John Wedger. Very reputable John Wedger. And this is this.
He told The Mirror in 2023, when people ask me what I'm doing at the weekend, I tell them I'm going home.
I tell them I'm going home. He told The Mirror, I tell them I'm going home. Now, he was criticised and he had a big eggy on in an interview that we watched recently. I don't know if it's on this channel somewhere, probably. But he was like, hey, I was a fucking good father. I'm going home at the fucking weekends. And I was a great dad because I was going home at the weekends. And like, you know, he was like making a big point that he was working really hard and then flying straight back to Belfast to be with the kids in a previous relationship. So there's echoes of that here.
Then my wife gets very irritated by this. She says, this is your home. And I say, no, Ruth, this is where I work.
So he's still going back to Belfast on the weekends despite his previous relationship having ended and him not living there? Don't you think that's a bit weird? Eeamon Holmes, big ups Media Mafia. Every weekend transporting himself between across the Irish border every weekend, back and forth trip. A regular back and forth trip. Anyway, yeah, fair enough.
This is where I have to be. The pair kept each other off their social media accounts for over a year as
How come they're not on each other's social media?
Ruth last shared a snap of Eamon on their anniversary in June 2022.
Because they don't like each other.
She wrote, "Happy anniversary, my love, at Eeamon Holmes." Love
At Eeamon Holmes. Happy birthday, my love. At Eeamon Holmes.
you then, love you still, always have, always will.
It's true.
Neither of them has since wished each other a happy anniversary or birthday online.
Ooh.
Eamon is set to return to GB News on Tuesday, where he is expected to bear all on their split.
Well, he didn't. He didn't in the end, so that's disappointing.
Hi everyone,
Who
this
are
is
you?
Tamara, your courtroom companion.
Who are you? Fuck off. I didn't ask for you.
Ruth Langsford.
Fucking nutter. Total nutter. I was looking for this.
Young Wedger, Luke Kelly, Peter Falling Jim from Coronation Street. Ye assembled masons, I bring you. Big up Eeamon Holmes. Big up Eeamon Holmes. Big up Eeamon Holmes. Big up Eeamon Holmes. Oh, yeah. Big up Eeamon Holmes. Big up Eeamon Holmes. Big up Eeamon Holmes. Big up Eeamon Holmes.
Really, to polish this, there could be a high-pitched voice that comes in of like a little big up Eeamon, like a choir, I can't do it, like an angelic choir voice, like big up Eeamon Holmes, like that, you know,
Big up
like really scared and that.
Eeamon Holmes. Big up 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 Eeamon Holmes.
Big up Eeamon Holmes.
Big up Eeamon Holmes.
It's Luke.
Big up Eeamon Holmes.
I really want to get on the telly.
Yeah.
Do we really have to do this bit though?
Yeah.
At least can I have a polo shirt in red and black? Red and black on the polo shirt.
Big up Eeamon Holmes. Big up Eeamon Holmes.
Big up Eeamon Holmes. Big up Eeamon Holmes.
Big up
Big up Eeamon Holmes. Big up Eeamon Holmes. Big up Eeamon Holmes. Big up Eeamon Holmes.
Young Wedger, it's time to get wet.
I'll just quickly caution you about, like, you know, let's just leave all that other stuff, chuffers. Like, we're having fun. Don't need to worry about the other chuffers, yeah?
Wet.
Ukti Begi Kariba.
There will be tea and sandwiches served in the great Masonic canteen following the ceremony.
That's, to be honest, I think that bit's inspired. There will be tea and sandwiches served in the Great Masonic Canteen after this ceremony. I think that bit's inspired.
Big up Eeamon Holmes.
Hooray! For the tea and sandwiches. It's like that, isn't it, in societies? You know, they get all this serious, scary bit, but then they also have to do the tea and sandwiches, you know. It's like that. That's the Masons. This is Queen Cobra. I just was talking about her earlier, right? She was having a bit of a cob on because she was going out with this lad, Josh, and she'd gone round to his house. Long story short, this is Nutterwatch. Bear in mind, this is Nutterwatch. Long story short, she went round his house to have a sexy weekender, and she'd been staying there a little bit. So they'd had the bit. And then she went down to use the washing machine downstairs in the shared washing machine facilities in the apartments. When she flooded it, come back up real cross, caught him jerking it to a Snapchat model or something. So caught him jerking it watching the internet to a cam girl model. So she's cross, very cross. Okay.
As if I haven't been told that my whole fucking... You think you're brand new to telling me lies? Okay, well... So be it then, I guess. I hope you get all your ex-girlfriends back, because I'm not one of them. I will never be an ex-girlfriend because I was never a girlfriend. Because I was never good enough. That's fine. I was never.
She's in his property now. I think he's gone somewhere for a sleep. She's cleaning his kitchen. His kitchen was quite a mess before, so she's doing a good thing by cleaning his kitchen, but she is very cross as well.
That's fine. You don't have to fucking lie to me and pretend well, I'm good enough, okay? That's not how it works. It's not how it works.
There is a kind of tragedy to this lady, because she going on about not being good enough and feeling that she's ugly and like having her own life problems. So there is a bit of a like personal tragedy to her. But then she also is at this vulnerable person's house using them. So like there's a bit of a villainy about her as well.
So he can have his blonde fucking goth whore fucking. Yeah. If that's what he wants, that's what he gets. That's fine. He chose the choice. That's fine. I've been here twice, and that's your choice. It speaks volumes to me that I'm ugly and I'm not worthy of fuck. So don't keep lying to me, because I'm not gonna believe fucking shit, retard.
That's bad. I think Josh has Asperger's or autism, so I think it's bad to say that about him.
I didn't fucking see this blonde-haired fucking Z-tit fucking whore cleaning his fucking kitchen. I didn't see this whore cleaning his kitchen and sucking his dick and washing his walls, but he'll jack off to her. I didn't see her cleaning his fucking kitchen. I didn't see this fucking whore cleaning his kitchen, did I? No, the fuck I didn't.
No, she was on the internet doing an internet show, and he was watching her and jerking off. I don't know if it's her fault. It's like the most aggressive cleaning session you've ever seen. And if you walked in on this as well, you would be inclined to say, "You're all right." I probably wouldn't. Just leave it to it, maybe. Like, she seems very wound up. As I say, she's not a great person herself. Like, there's a litany of different things you could discuss about why she's not so great. Perceivably, the main thing is that she sees Josh on the internet with his viewers and people giving him super chats and stuff like that, and she wanted to go around his house and have sex with him so she could be his girlfriend and get out of her terrible life situation and into his. And it's not ideal. When are we going to get the fishnets bit? When are we going to get the fishnets bit? Oh, yeah.
Where's the fucking blonde whore with the fucking tits and a fishnet and a fishnet and a fishnet and a fish? Where's that fucking blonde cunt whore? Where is she? Where is she? Where's that fucking whore at?
This is. Do you remember later on? I'm going to show us this little video of this girl. It's a 40-minute video. I'm not going to watch it all, but like she's talking about being possessed after using a Ouija board. So I wanted to get to that today, and that's what sparked me off remembering this. That's the fishnets bit. Comes out of nowhere, doesn't it? I don't know how old she is. But this is a bit of a classic, isn't it? I should make this bigger. They've done songs with it. She's definitely like not happy. But then again, like I say, also she huffs duster and drinks heavily. And when I say huffs duster, it's in the UK we'd call it aerosol abuse, you know, stuff like that. It's like the air that they use to clean computer components is in a can and you spray it and breathe it in or some shit. You know, like she's into narcotic abuse, I guess you could say. So, like, but I mean, we laugh at it, but this could be like the precursor to, or the engagement in a sort of psychotic episode as well. She could be schizophrenic.
Where's the fucking blonde whore with the fucking tits and a fishnet and a fishnet and a fishnet and a fish? Where's that fucking blonde cunt whore? Where is she? Where is she? Where's that fucking whore at? Is she sucking Josh's dick? Is she fucking cleaning his kitchen? Where's that fucking whore?
She's not cleaning his kitchen.
Oh, whores don't clean his... Oh, girlfriends clean the house. Whores suck his dick. All right. So whores get the
This is very...
attention. Girlfriends don't get shit. So probably the whore is sucking his dick right fucking now while I'm still cleaning his fucking apartment.
I don't even know where he is at this moment. I think he's gone out with his mate somewhere, but like, thank God he's not in range of it. Although at some point during her stay, they had loud enough arguments so that the neighbours decided that there was a problem that they had to call the landlords, and the landlords evicted them. So that's the fishnets bit. That's the fishnets bit. She's called Naked and Laughing, or Queen Cobra, or Jessica is her actual name, I suppose. She's done other things that are bad. And she might be possessed. We've watched Ruth, that can go. Evil Vegans, and then Question the Narrative. Let's have a check on Lydia's crowdfund. We were at 44%. We're up to 45%, 46%. You're still bumping it up there. Listen, if there's anyone that's joined a little bit later, we're trying to raise money for Lydia's wheelchair push for Bournemouth Food Bank. Lydia, just go and watch the rest of the episode that you missed and get the gist of this. But the link is pinned on top. I'll put it in chat again now. If we can get her to the 500 today, I'll be very impressed. Oh, you've already been very generous, all of yourselves. Soullight has chipped in there. Nigel has chipped in. Lynn has chipped in. So, like, if any of us is thinking, like, you know, if you want to just get on that just now, maybe just now, I'll keep periodically checking it all episode today. And if we can get over the 500, that's amazing. And then we've got another 2 weeks and a little bit to keep pushing this, to keep pushing the push. So we will come back to pushing the push, and hopefully we can get her over that £1,000 target and really show Lydia that she is actually making a massive difference in this world, because she's reached me with her message, you're never fully dressed without a smile, and it's a good tonic to some of the nutters that we watch on Nutterwatch. So we like Lydia and we like her stuff. Evil Vegans are next. We've got Phil drinking a milkshake and some old world technology before we end up getting possessed. So last time we checked in on the Evil Vegans, what had happened was some stuff with this guy and his missus. They'd done a fruit festival.
Big restaurant meals together. All it basically did was give a chance for vegan.
And it was a bad vegan fruit festival. And then there was this...
a consensual massage, and then he started to massage her thigh.
He touched a girl at the festival, didn't he? So now there's the third incident. So this is Durianrider and Freelee, the history. If you don't like it and you get bored of it, we can skip. But I think we want to just watch the third incident chapter of this video, and then we'll move on to our next segment. But you missed the beginning, Steve. Big ups. I'll shout it out again. Lydia is, she's got MS and Asperger's and autism. She's got a complex collection of disability needs, and she is going to be doing a wheelchair push. She's going to be in the wheelchair, and she's going to be doing a sponsored wheelchair push for Bournemouth Food Bank 6th of July, and she wants to try and raise the money, the target goal. So that's our sort of like that's what I was saying, basically. That's who she is and what she's doing. I really like her. I think she's good. Yeah, okay, so this is Freelee and Durianrider, the most dangerous vegan couple, the third incident. We talked about the previous number of incidents in previous episode, so it's sort of like a series that we're running in Nutterwatch.
But of course, they did.
Through the view of Sid Dwyer. So, big up to Sid Dwyer.
To throw the whole event away, and during 2016's festival, Harley took to Facebook.
And it means I can quickly go to bathroom break as well.
Accuse YouTuber Isel Mazard of being predatory towards teenage girls. I can't confirm 100% yet if this is true, but this POS is allegedly in Chiang Mai and asking teenage girls for money, and I assume probably sex. Is he another Jack Francis? Then he later says, if you see him in town or know what hotel or apartment number he is staying in, then please tell me. You can remain anon, of course. I know some of the guys have spoken to me about him and want to confront him, but until we can confirm anything, let's keep it relatively non-violent. If he has broken any rules, we will citizens arrest him and hand him over to the Thai police. If they don't do anything, then yes, we can serve justice to the amount we feel is fair. And I think it's worth noting that the teenage girl that Isel was talking to was someone named Julia Boer. And the reason why I think this is relevant is because she went on Harley and Freelee's lifestyle, Raw Till 4. If you don't know what that is, it's a diet where you only eat raw food for your first meals of the day, and then you can have a cooked meal for your dinner. Anyway, Julia did this diet.
A diet that they just totally made up, just because it sounded like interesting in a way to sell books. And at no point should it be appropriate for any of them to be entertaining or talking with teenagers. Like, I suppose if you're over the age of 18, you're still a teenager, aren't you? So I suppose teenagers. But, like, do you know what I mean? Like, if they're running a vegan festival in Thailand, this other guy, this Faisal Mazar, like, this other guy seems like a bit of a rotter as well. I've heard other people say he was a rotter. So, yeah, interesting stuff.
And it didn't get
relatively non-violent. I'm glad you picked up on that, Kay. Yeah, Durianrider's a piece of work. The reason that I still want to keep Durianrider on the agenda is because still to this day, and I think this is something I'm not going to look at on today's show now, but we might look at slightly on Twitch. You know, we might react to this on Twitch. But Michael Mosley sadly died recently, and Durianrider thinks it's appropriate to make two different videos, right, about Michael Mosley's death. Okay, because he wants to grift up the moneys and the views. And what his two different videos are: Michael Mosley RIP, another keto diet victim, because Michael Mosley did a ketogenic diet book and was selling some ideas about ketogenic diets. Like, this is why I don't want to do this here. I want to look into it a bit more deeply, have a chit chat about it rather than do a solid react, because I don't really know what Michael Mosley was up to on that. Now's not the time for that. Yeah, it's a bit sad. But Durianrider's done that video, a keto diet victim, and he's also done a video called Michael Mosley's 5-2 diet killed him. So, and it's got a question mark, but so they're different diets, and Michael Mosley has talked about two different diets there. 5-2 is about fasting. So Durianrider just wanted to cover both bases and make a video that basically asserted, or doesn't, I don't know, we're going to look into it, but talks about how Michael Mosley died and the different diets he followed, to be shock jock, to be, you know, clickbait. Because if you think the 5-2 diet might have killed him, you might find that video, and if you think the keto diet might have killed him, you might find that video. So he's done both videos instead of, like, I mean, he can't think both things, can he? He can't think the one diet killed him, but also the other diet killed him. He's just doing it for, and it's terrible grifting off the back of Michael Mosley's death. So we won't cover those videos specifically here now, but I might watch them on Twitch later or another day. But we're going back to the future. We're going laying the groundwork. This is why he's such a shit from the past.
Good results.
Julia Boer is a.
I love this video. Maybe it's not this video. This guy used to do these videos. God, I can't remember his name off the top of my head now. He's a vegan YouTuber, and he used to do react content, and he did one about Harley that was like a classic, where he was like crossing off, like, every time he was doing tally marks every time he was an arsehole, and, like, you know, he had a list of like different grievances, like arsehole, lies, and like he was doing all these tally marks every time. Oh, it's just funny. It was just funny.
She's an unfortunate girl. by a girl who was very slim, then joined the raw till 4 high carb vegan diet.
And this seems a bit inappropriate to me as well, is that, like, they said teenager, so, like, I don't know, like, you know, back then I suppose it was a bit more of a Wild West, but my opinion on whether teenagers should be engaging in a sort of online social media diet program, like, it all creates a lot of mental issues. Like, there can be mental health problems juggled up in the air, and the people that are encouraging it and are doing it, like Harley and Freelee, are trying to make money selling their ebooks, so they're not giving any sort of mental health support to these people. It's all a bit of a mess, isn't it?
Ballooned up, and she says she gained.
Wait, before, after? Oh, I got that wrong. Oh my god, before, after is the wrong way round. She looks worse after the diet, and she didn't need to go on the diet. Why was she doing that? Oh my god.
50 kilograms.
And even though she didn't get good results, she still stood by Harley and Freelee. And Isel had and even though she
didn't get good results. Didn't get good results. Bloody hell.
She says she gained 50 kilograms.
And even though she didn't get good results, she still stood by Harley and Freelee. And Isel had previously made multiple anti-Durianrider and anti-Freelee the Banana Girl videos on his channel. So when Julia saw that Isel had emailed her, she immediately told Harley. And then Harley, of course, blew it way out of proportion. Harley's claims were so extreme that Isel released the correspondence between him and Julia. In his first email to her, he says, "Hi Julia, I saw your references to Darksydephil. Are you going to Chiang Mai/Thailand this year? By the way, you may get a kick out of some of my videos." And then Julia replies saying, "What do you want from me, Isel? Are you trying to turn me against DR, which is Durianrider? You got the wrong person, mate. Off." And then Isel replies, "Julia, in 5 years..."
Isel Mazard. I can remember his face. Hang on. Isel Mazard. Yeah, this is the guy. This is who they're talking about. Sending the messages to the teenagers. This with the baldy bloke in the middle. That's the guy. He was like a vegan tuber as well, like back in the day, on the same tip as Durianrider, like sort of thing, like being. I never really watched any of his stuff, but he was out there in Thailand with the crew, not a direct friend of certain people, but like sort of in the same zone and ballpark, sort of being a vegan YouTuber and interacting with young people in Thailand. So yeah.
You're going to look back at this and laugh at yourself. So yeah, obviously Isel wasn't guilty of what Harley was accusing him of, and Harley was actually confronted by a fellow vegan cyclist in real life about the claims that he made against Isel, and he says that he saw the emails between Julia and Isel.
You called this guy a pedophile. Did you see the emails between the two?
So I don't think Isel is guaranteed to just be clean here, but what Harley was doing was taking another, like at the time, and I don't even, like, you know, bear in mind, do I know what Isel's been up to and if he's a good guy or not? Nothing at all. Can't remember. Like, heard dodgy things, heard good things, because of what Harley's throwing around as well as the good things. I don't know if I've heard any good things, but you know what I mean? He's a normal vegan YouTuber, but the suspicion of, like, in the same way, the issue with Harley is, how can you go out to Thailand, organise a vegan festival, have all these like younger people around, and then this other guy does basically similar stuff to you, and you're like, he's a fucking nonce, he's a bad person, but you're doing the same things. Harley. So like, it was perceived by the vegan community that Harley just wanted to shut down one of his competitors, but yeah.
Yeah, and did you see the conversation? How would that insinuate that someone's... She came to me. And what did you do? You called someone...
So yeah, it seems like Harley deliberately jumped to a false conclusion, probably to try and take Isel down, which is interesting because Harley has done so much more with Julia than just email her. They have actually met in person and have discussed the results that she got on...
Oh, let's be clear, Harley used to have a load of young people staying in tents in his back garden, and I think he charged them rent.
Raw till 4 diet.
You want to add... Hang on, let's YouTube this up quickly. Sleeping in Durianrider's garden. Angry vegan. We've got to go on this tangent as well. This guy was called Angry Vegan, and he was Durianrider's mate. And I wonder if he's still going. He used to sleep in Durianrider's garden in a tent. he used to make these videos, and effectively the others used to bully him in a bad way. Like, you know, they were like treating him badly. And one of his videos was Durianrider smashed my laptop, so maybe I'd find that. Durianrider smashed my laptop. Maybe he's took it all down. There he is, angry vegan. I used to think this guy was a cool guy, and I was talking to him briefly about maybe doing a film together, but coming to Australia was difficult. But he was going to ride the like across Australia race thing, and I was going to come and video him. So I say cool guys. Anyway, look, this is the setup. Look, check this out. I don't know if this is fake, if Durianrider is just like creating fake videos for drama, or if this is actually really something that happens. But
dude, seriously, clean up. Fucking hell, man. I said clean your shit up. What's this video I hear you talking about?
What do you mean?
Bike weight doesn't matter. Why the fuck did you buy a new seat then?
Did you watch it?
Yo, I
didn't think you watched my videos.
Yeah, well, when I get fucking messages on Tumblr that angry vegans fucking talking shit about me, I go watch shit, don't I?
No, I just.
We're in a tent because this guy, angry vegan, this guy is sleeping in a tent in Durianrider's garden, and Durianrider is charging him rent.
I don't agree with your bike advice.
Yeah, we have to fucking keep it between me and you. Don't have to go fucking public about it, be a little bitch.
I went on a calculator online, and it said that if you have a lighter bike, you'll go faster.
To an extent, but like, you just
and I went on DC Rainmaker reviews, and he doesn't recommend stages.
That name in my property. If you want to talk about DC Rainmaker, you can go to fucking use the Wi-Fi at McDonald's or something, man.
I can't get my head around whether this is a staged event where like they're pretending to have an argument, or whether he really has poked his head in the tent and had a pop at him.
It's just criticism.
I don't want you watching DC Rainmaker on my fucking Wi-Fi plan.
Well, I'm on 3G, all right.
Yeah, well,
I got 7 gig.
Yeah, well, so you waste your own data, not mine. Anyway, clean this fucking tent up. And what computer did you make the video on? Show me the computer. Is that computer there?
This is where he starts laughing like this, and then angry vegan starts laughing as well. I think maybe this is set up, but
I'm not gonna do nothing.
You still get to see the way they're living, like whether it's set up or not. He is still literally living in this tent. Look.
Let me watch the video again. To shoot, behave. I'll fucking show you.
Harley, come on, man.
But then it seems to turn a bit serious, doesn't it?
Yeah,
like, and it feels like that sort of like, because Harley's got a couple of other friends and they make videos together, and angry vegan, he has to stay in the garden in the tent, and they don't really let him in the gang, and they sort of do this like, you know, bullying the guy. So I wonder if he's like in this position where he puts up with it so that he can still be part of the crew, and that's sad.
Stan, mate, I do this shit all the time, and that's enough. Yeah.
What are you doing with this computer, man?
This bad boy's gonna get bagged. Bagged, mate.
I already got a bag. Dude, what are you...
This is your new computer fucking bag, dude.
No.
This is your new computer bag. Yeah, you want to smash up the brick, bro?
Bro, come on, man. Come on, man. That's a brand new computer, man.
It was a brand new computer.
There he is. That's angry vegan. They're going to retrieve the computer. So you get the feeling that he doesn't want this computer to be broken.
Seriously?
And like, it's all fun and games at the moment.
Put it down. You put that computer down or you can fuck off. Seriously, man. You put it down or you get out of my
He gives him that ultimatum. You put that computer down or you can fuck off. And like, he kind of does this to Kieran, angry vegan, which is that, I'm not doxing him, like his name is out there, but like, you know, it's easy to refer to him as one thing, isn't it? But he does this to him. He's like, it's all fun and games until Harley like takes it too far, and then he has to make a decision whether he's going to pack up his tent and leave and not be part of this gang anymore, or sort of put up with the one that takes the being bullied, I suppose, is the way this is. Like, this isn't the sort of, you know, critique and detraction that we do on the internet of bad people who are narcissists and grifters. This is somebody actively, physically, you know, in a day-to-day situation being horrible to somebody else, I think. Yeah. Or it could just be set up, but like, you know, you have to make your own choices over this, I suppose. I think it's real. And look at the state of the garden as well. Look at the state of this. Look at the state of the garden. So I'm going to put we're leaving the background music off actually until we finish this video, because this one's had to have the sound boosted. But look at the state of the garden. You've got bikes. They're all on the bikes. They're all bike people. Like, whatever, fair enough. But you've got all tents and towels and boxes and rubbish. The grass hasn't been cut. Like, he basically turned this property into some sort of collective bike squat. And I think he was charging a lot of younger people rent to be part on the property, and the attraction is he's the one that's got all the YouTube views. He's the Durianrider on YouTube, and like had this bit of profile. But unlike normal people, he's a fucking nutter, massive weird narcissist, and he's arranged this strange situation. It makes me feel like he needed other people to sort of pay the mortgage on it. Like he might have got hold of the property because of his success on YouTube in some way, but the rent, the mortgage, whatever, or like like he needed other people as much as they needed to be there, I feel. Like, because otherwise, why would you have your own house taken over by like a mass collective of cyclists, some of whom live in the house and have rooms, and others just stay in tents in the garden like some cult?
Make a choice right now, boy.
But it's a new computer.
This is how we're going to teach respect. Put it down. That's right. Put it fucking down, man.
Dude! What the fuck?
Wash your fucking feet.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah.
This is ruined.
DC Rainmaker, my ass.
Like, even if it is a joke and it is a skit, why would the skit be, we bullied Kieran? Like, do you know what I mean?
See that?
What the fuck?
Yeah, we'll use your phone, bro. Use your phone, mate. Pick it up. Clean it up.
Fuck you.
Clean it up. Kids of the day, mate. They don't fucking learn, do they?
And he put it on his own channel, Angry Vegan. There's a bunch of videos here with him and Harley, and then it just sort of stops, like, obviously. Actually, there's a year ago, there's a collaboration interview with Durianrider, but he sort of goes away and does his own stuff for a bit. So, like, you know, he moves away from Durianrider. They're in Australia as well, so for me to get over there and do a video with him was a bit difficult. But 6 years ago, there was this period. This one as well, Durianrider cuts my hair in my sleep. I don't think this is acceptable, basically. I think this is possibly an assault.
What on here?
Like, for me, these are like Durianrider's done all sorts of bad stuff on the internet, but for me, this shows him like for who he is more than anything. Assuming it's not
pay me rent.
fake.
He doesn't have a job.
See, Kieran has to pay me rent. He doesn't have a job. He doesn't have to pay rent. He's living in a tent in your garden.
He's got this fucking ponytail hippie. Remember that the TV show called The Young Ones? He looks like what's that guy from The Young Ones called? The hippie dude, the hippie stoner vegan. He looks like that. Gonna get a fucking haircut. Let's go. Stay quiet.
And again, is this set up? Like, I'm going to put a poll in chat.
Always fucking
I need to know what you think. Is this a setup? Is this fake? Question mark. Is this fake? Yes or no? No, it's real. Yes, it's fake.
Are you filming? Are you filming?
Those little nail scissors as well, you idiot. And like, he wouldn't feel that if he's sleeping, would he? Might hear the snipping. Oh, they might just be looking for views and attention, yeah? And like, Kieran's just happy to be the one that has things done to him for views and attention. Like, a bit like Jackass. Like, but is he in on it? And is he like, did they say, we're going to film this? Go pretend to be asleep and we'll cut your hair off? Or is he sleeping? They cut his hair off and then he's like, oh, well, you know, that'll go on YouTube. I'll play along. Like, you know, to me, I always got the feel with these Kieran bits, like on Angry Vegan channel, that they didn't like Kieran and he wanted to be part of their gang, so they bullied him, like, and never, like, you know, never behaved right.
Yeah, you get a job, boy. Yeah, you get a fucking job and you're paying the rent.
Fuck! What?
Dude, just turn around, mate. Just do it now. Turn around.
Dude, what are you doing, man?
You got fucking fleas or some bullshit. It's alright, man. It's almost done. It's almost done, bro.
Oh, what? Dude!
Seriously, man. You want to stay here? You gotta do my rules.
Dude, this is not okay, man.
And like, even if this is a skit, this does look like he sleeps in this tent, yeah? Like, this is still not a good living situation.
It's not even working, bro.
Just chill out. Alright? Get more chicks. It's not working that well, but I'm gonna fucking trim this fucking thing off. That's it, you settle down. Take your medication. You settle down. His fucking hair's like fucking wire.
Like Kieran appears to sort of start crying as well. Like he goes to his eyes a lot, which makes me feel like he's sort of like been, what's the word? Been like he's been conditioned to suffer this. Like, so instead of like his reaction here might not be because he's faking it. It might be because he's just like, this is happening, like this shit is happening again, and the best way for him to sort of deal with it is to allow it to sort of happen until it stops. Like,
the fucking fleas are itching it already. Biting my nips, don't fucking.
Yeah. Either way, it's not a funny skit, is it? If it's supposed to be funny.
Wriggle, boy.
Like, if you're Durianrider and you've said, right, let's do a fake funny comedy skit where I bully you and make you look like a dick and I cut your hair. Like, you look bad, Durianrider. Why would you want to do this? Like, it makes me feel more like Durianrider's an aggressive, angry. Like, he's a bit older than Kieran as well. Like,
and you get down. Get the fuck down. That's it. Get the fuck down.
Like, this seems like an assault to me.
Daddy.
It's taking a bit of a dark tone, hasn't it? So, like, and at the end of the video,
dude, it's alright, bro. Pick it up. It's alright, mate.
Are you what?
Like, that's the end of the video, so you don't really get a full impression. We'll have a look more into those another time, yeah, because it gets a bit dark. We're going to keep it moving, we're going to keep it rolling and keep it upbeat, yeah. Well, this girl fell into the same sort of trap apparently, years before. Look, she's not happy. She's been on the diet.
Refined sugar to your whole foods, to your fruits. So if someone wants to be lighter, leaner, they need to be catabolic and carb the fuck up.
I'm not really confident in coming out of this, but I got my blood test and I have high triglycerides. And lots of people said that
you're like, that spikes your high. My triglycerides, I can feel it elevating just talking with you.
Because I saw your blood test, you have like 70 triglycerides. I have 223.
There you go. Because would you say if I'm a dog?
This was from Norvegan's video where he exposed Harley in lots of different ways. What are normal and high levels? So they're basically saying her triglyceride levels are abnormal, and he's just like, yeah, he knows nothing.
I
don't know what triglycerides are, but like, it sounds bad, yeah.
You got a pack of little puppy dogs in a pen.
You all basically said that you thought it was a fake video and that Kieran was playing along. Do you know what? In my gut instinct, I always felt that it was kind of real, and that he might have, even though they might have said, we'll do this, you're going to have to be the one that has it done to you. In his heart of hearts, he didn't want it to be done, and that he was suffering it. Like, I don't know.
Would you say I'm a hyper puppy dog or more of a chill puppy dog?
More of a chill.
Yeah. So if you want to chill your triglycerides, you need to be a chill puppy dog. You don't listen to anyone else but us, Julia. You listen to me, listen to Freelee. Everyone else is white noise.
But they are people from this community.
Doesn't matter. You listen to the directors. Mm-hmm. Listen to the king and queen. You don't question.
So the refined sugar is not like I don't need to cut out the refined sugar.
No, the issue's not sugar.
A lot of the critics, Harley, would say
that's because his diet is basically you can eat as much fucking sugar as you want, eat loads of it.
That you're calling Eeamon Mazar you're saying that he was preying on younger girls. You're saying that he was contacting younger girls. And whether that's true or not, the reality is that you're actually hanging out with Julie Bohr and giving her the diet advice. People will criticize you for saying what you said about Eisel because for the simple fact that you're the actual one that has the contact with her.
And here's the analogy. I'm the school teacher. This Road for 4 Bike Fest in Chiang Mai is my little school group. Right?
Yeah.
So this is Durianrider Daddy, the teacher. Kids, this is what you should eat. Go ride your bike, go to bed, it's late. Eisel's coming in on Facebook. Hey, what are you up to? Where are you staying? Does it make sense? So I'm in contact with his kids, but he's coming in the group.
So yeah, Harley's accusations were completely unfounded. And then Eisel wanted to sue Harley for defamation, so he set up a GoFundMe for $6,500. And he achieved his goal and was able to fund the legal fees. And then later, Harley confronted Eisel on a live chat, asking what Eisel had done with the money.
Where'd the money go? I'm not in prison yet.
That is true, but I did file a case you. And they told me that it is filed in Chiang Mai.
But yeah, it seems like the case is currently still happening and a verdict hasn't been reached yet. And then
I don't know what happened with that.
Shortly after Harley made these claims against Eisel, a YouTuber by the name of Hannah Chloe made claims that Harley had sexually harassed her when him...
I assume that he just left Thailand and never went back.
and Freelee were on a break in 2015.
That bit is another story. So that's the fourth incident that he's getting into there, and that gets into the bit where there's more accusations. We'll get onto that next time. There is a really big, long, dark bit, and then there's like the end sequence of that, and we can probably watch the full Durianrider Narcissist Exposed sometime. But yeah, Durianrider keeps getting on our menu, and actually took us a bit darkly today, didn't he? Took us into a bit of a dark place. So next on the list is going to be Phil drinking a milkshake, and then did Giants build everything before we find out if that girl got possessed. We never came back to this, did we? Can you PayPal Martin Leaker some money? No. No, I don't want to PayPal Martin Leaker some money. Hey, like, we never got to this. So we'll talk about this when we do the Flat Earth section, yeah? In just a second. So we've got Phil drinks a milkshake next. And I'll put on the relaxing background music because he hasn't got any, but I like it. And we'll check in with Lydia's crowdfund. We're currently at 46% of the £1,000, which means 460, which is massive. The Tippy link today, like, obviously you can do my Tippies if you want. Like, I'm still grateful for them, but I would encourage you to let's get Lydia over the line with this wheelchair push. That's at the top. That's the pinned comment. And if I reload it, 470. 470, it's creeping up. Listen, we've already done a really big push of the wheelchair push today, so I'm already really grateful. But I'm hoping that someone out there might help us to get it over that 470 into the 500 in today's episode. That's what I'm hoping. If nobody else does step forward and do it, then I'll have to do it, I suppose. But I have actually given Lydia quite a few little tippies already. The more recent tippers, look, Soulite, DC, big ups DC, and Sebastian, shouts out Sebastian. Shouts out to me for highlighting the case. Thanks. I think Lydia knows we made her a song, so she knows that we like her. Yeah, I should play the song really, but we do it on Twitch when we watch her videos, so it's like a theme song for her. Let's go and watch Phil drink. This is DSP tries it. I suppose he'll explain. Before he does, check out the garb. He's dressed like he's going to space. He's dressed like a kid who's in the back room of his house, and he's got all this stuff set up to make him feel like he's in a spaceship, and he's dressed like he's going to space. Like pretend space. This is actually the room he does the streaming in. Over his shoulder there, you can see that there's a trophy with a little man doing a karate kick. That's a trophy he won for winning a computer game, video game, fighting competition, Street Fighter competition, Tekken competition it might have been, at the mall. The mall. You come in the mall? The shops. At the shops. And he's kept that all his life since he was a young person. That's his fighting stick. That's expensive. And there's wires on the floor. It doesn't seem to be a big mess of tangled wires as much as you think it is, but it is more tangled than that, than you can see. Trust me, now it is. And he's sitting at the computer desk instead of over in his chair. So it's a bit different, this one.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen. DSP here live on the VestFest stream with a second impromptu episode of DSP Tries It, another one that I'm doing live.
He seems to be a bit fed up of it. If you look above his head, he's on a stream like a VestFest, he called it. So the Vest streak is at 101, which means for 100 consecutive days he's been given more than $150 a stream to wear the vest. The tips total at the moment is $300 on his stream, $360. So I don't know why he's so fed up. Someone has given him $100 and he's going to drink this item from the Starbucks. So things are going quite well for him, really.
People on the stream wanted
in the past
me to stop doing what I was doing to run out and go to Starbucks and try this new item right away. So we're doing it. It's the Starbucks S'mores Frappuccino. This is the grande or medium size. It has layers of what appears to be chocolate, as well as, like, I guess
what appears to be.
There's like whipped cream whipped in there, okay? With obviously what's supposed to be Frappuccino, which is the ice blended coffee drink, with more whipped cream on top, and I believe that's like graham crackers that they sprinkled on top. Because I was honestly wondering, how are you going to get graham cracker flavor into a drink unless you like powder the graham cracker? I guess their excuse is we're not even going to try. We're just going to put powdered graham cracker on top of the drink. So
it's like a topping, isn't it? Why don't you eat it with a spoon?
Apparently the only real graham cracker portion of this is going to be on top, but it looks mostly like it's whipped ice and whipped cream Maybe there's some coffee in there somewhere. I don't know. I guess we're gonna think. All right, we're gonna think. We're gonna see. Excuse me, I'm pretty tired of running around today doing all this crazy stuff for the event here. All right, let's give it a shot. It's probably about 40,000.
Pretty tired doing all this crazy stuff for the event. What, like buying a fucking drink from Starbucks?
Calories, probably about, you know. All right, here we go.
He's not happy about that either. The calorific, he thinks this is a bad thing. You can tell already, can't you? He's not excited. He's not like, wow, look at this. It's got like marshmallows and it's got stuff in it. It's a s'mores frappuccino. Like, shouts out s'mores. I remember when we used to melt s'mores on the campfire. We never did. We're English. I'm English, so we don't know what s'mores are. I don't even know what it is, really. I assume it's something to do with marshmallows. And then marshmallows, you roast them on the campfire. You know, I don't know what a s'more is. I've never seen a s'more. But it's going in the milkshake thing, and it's a nice... Yeah, it's supposed to be a bit of fun for your stream. Like, they've insisted you do it as part of the marathon. They're like, oh, we all want to see this. It's a new thing from... So just, like, you know, enjoy it. Live your life. Don't be angry. You've made $300 in this particular situation that he's in here. Those glasses, the Gunner glasses, they go on at 50. He's not got the hat on yet, but he's wearing the vest. Like, this is supposed to be fun.
All this crazy stuff for the event here. All right, let's give it a shot. It's probably about 40,000 calories. Probably about, you know. All right, here we go.
Small sip. The reason he does that, which you probably hate, everyone does, is because he's learned somewhere that the correct way to aerate your palate when you're eating is to go and like to suck the air through the... You don't need to do this if you're tasting a milkshake. Okay, you need to do that if you're tasting a fine wine and you're a like professional wine taster at a wine tasting chuffing competition or something. But like if you're just eating food, especially if you're doing it on a stream, you probably want to refrain from the mouth and just go for the sucking on the straw, just telling us what it tastes like.
All I tasted in that was sugar. I didn't taste chocolate. I didn't taste whipped cream. I didn't taste graham cracker. I didn't even taste coffee. I just tasted sugar. Let me put this in again, okay? Oh. So that time I taste like marshmallow goo and sugar.
Well, that's s'mores, isn't it, you fucking dickhead? Isn't that what s'mores are? Sugar is the only taste on the human... Like, all the other tastes are acquired tastes. But when you're an infant, sugar is the only taste that you actually know and can taste and you like. Like, sugar is something that doesn't leave us, really, as humans. Like, it's something that you are genetically programmed to enjoy. Along with fat, you seek it out in the environment. So, like, sugary, fatty foods. This is the problem with processed fast food. And actually, with drinks like that, is that by like hyperloading these foods with sugar, by using high fructose corn syrups, by hyperloading these things with fats and, you know, already fatty foods that are then fried and like all this, like by overloading it, us as lizard-brained animals, I'm saying lizard-brained, we don't have a lizard brain. What I mean, I'm not one of those lizards. Like, no, listen, what I mean is that we've got different parts of our brain that evolved at different process times. So when we were lizards way back in the day, you know, back in evolutionary times, we evolved a certain part of our brain that lizards have and we have that like just drives you. You know, it just drives you for stuff that you'd want, like sugar and fat, and you know what I mean. Like, it's just a very basic form of thinking, the lizard. But the you know, the most primitive part of your brain, it just says sugar and fat equals good. Give me that, stick it in my pie hole. And like then in today's day and age, like back then as evolutionary beings, like we would eat things in the environment, like fruits, for example, that are very high in sugars. No, that's good, yummy fruits, yeah. So like, but these days we've made foods that don't exist in nature, that are like super processed, extra stuff in it. So our brains actually tell us like, oh, dopamine hit, oh, I like that, oh, that's good. And then like we have to like learn to behave and to control ourselves. So I find it really weird that Phil should taste this. I know some things can be too sweet. You know, what do you think in chat? Do you think things can be too sweet or not? Like, do you think any, like, I think that sweet things are one of the things that I always like chocolate cake, like, you know, just trying to think of things that are sweet now. Like, but you know what I mean? Like, all sorts of yummy foods, like, aren't they the things you like? So, You caught me being a lizard, yeah. It turns out I'm one of those Illuminati lizards. Damn it, me and David Icke. I think that the sweet things would be something you really like. So I find Phil's disgust at the sweet, like the idea that this is just sweet, like it's bizarre, really, in a way, because you'd think on a stream marathon where someone given him $300, he might be like, well, this is quite a nice milkshake. I'm having a good day. Like, thanks for making me get a really nice treat. But no.
And that was it.
And like he does this face as well, like kids of today, like the idiots down at the fucking Starbucks. They put this together. Who thought this would be good? What idiots these days? You know, the TikTok generation eating sweet things. What a bunch of fucking dickheads! Like sat there wearing his vest in his room with his video games and his like fight stick. You know, looking down, like he's got that trophy from the mall, looking down on people who enjoy a coffee with some whipped cream. Hair slicked back like Bram Stoker's Dracula. Graham Cracker's Dracula.
Oh, it's so sweet. It's so sweet. It's like someone took a spoon into raw sugar and just put it in your mouth.
Well, that's sweet. That's the most basic description of sweet I could ever think. It's not a very creative description. And what did you think it was going to taste like? Of course it's going to be sweet.
It's like nothing. I don't taste coffee at all in this thing. I really don't. Oh, okay. So the straw went into the chocolate. What that is, it's like chocolate fudge.
Yeah.
Goo.
I think everyone in there... Is there anyone in chat who has not eaten chocolate fudge sauce? Everyone knows what it tastes like.
It doesn't taste like chocolate syrup. It's like gooey, like almost like you know when you get a chocolate fudge sundae, hot fudge sundae.
That's exactly what it is. With a fucking thing of frappe coffee poured in it. That's exactly what it is. It's basically a coffee sundae. S'mores coffee. Oh my.
It's like that, like chocolate goo. And I got a big gob of it through the straw that time.
That sounds awful. Sounds awful, getting a big gob of yummy chocolate sauce. Suffering here, isn't he? Suffering.
I don't know about this, guys.
You don't know about it. You're halfway through it. Look, you're really having a go. I think Kevin Spacey would actually play him really well. A lot of us think Ricky Gervais. Would play Darksydephil really well, like a very looky-likey sort of situation. But I think Kevin Spacey these days would play him really well.
Gobs of different kinds of sugar. I think I got chocolate, and then I got the marshmallow goo. I don't taste any coffee at all in this.
Because it's a s'mores.
Oh, that's just pure sugar, dude. I'm telling you, there's
sugar and fat.
No, look at it now. It looks like just whipped sugar. There's no coffee in that.
It looks a bit brown, doesn't it? I mean, don't start me on what that looks like. We've all seen the videos. We all know about the girls and the cup.
It's just pure sugar, dude. It's like drinking... It's worse than an ice cream shake.
But you've got to consider as well, and I always consider this when I'd watch these reacts of Phil's and his food. Like, if Phil's been around his local area buying fast food for the last however long he's lived there, I can't remember at this stage how long he'd lived there, but like, he's doing the DoorDash orders. He's a problem person. Every time he goes everywhere, it's a difficult problem. He complains. He wants his money. Like, people that work in these places might even talk to each other. Like, the manager of Starbucks might talk to the manager of like the burger place next door or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like, and they might know Phil and this like address that has these things delivered to their house as a problem person, and they might just decide to just make him the worst drink that, you know, all sorts of things that could be done, couldn't there, to his food before he receives it. Like, if you go around being a consistent problem person and you complain to all the restaurants, and like, this is another thing I always tip heavy, especially if people are going to be bringing me the food from somewhere else. Like, I always do that because I want them to do me a good job and to be nice to me and to not fuck around with my food. So I want them to get a good feeling about me before they bring it. I certainly wouldn't be giving them like no tip, the minimum tip, or like complaining in advance, or like, because Phil's a difficult order as well. When he orders things, he's like, make sure you've got the knife and forks put in. And last time I came, you got this wrong. And like, you know, Phil's a difficult orderer as well, I imagine. So I just get the feeling that every fast food outlet in his area, like within a radius, have heard of him and this problem man, and they have different approaches to it. Some people might try and appease him, you know, and try and, you know, difficult customer, make him happy. But a lot of people might say, give him the worst experience of his life. Let's hope he never comes back. Look at that hairless arm as well. That's an incredibly hairless arm, isn't it? Like, for the rest of him to not be so hirsute up the top there, it just sort of stops at the bicep. It's quite an interesting hairless arm. It sort of gets hairier as it goes higher up the arm, and then it just stops. And it's like, no more hairless, sort of just t-shirt hairless, t-shirt arm hairless. It's like when you have a tattoo on the, like, and you leave the, like the Yakuza have the tattoos, but they leave the middle bit so you can wear a suit and tie, and, you know, but underneath you're all tattooed. But like, it's like his hair is only growing where the sun shines on it.
At least an ice cream shake tastes like there's milk in it. This is just like confectionery sugar whipped and put into a cup, right?
Keep drinking it though. If you don't like it, why are you drinking it?
Yuck.
Yuck.
That is not very good.
Why is he going back for more?
And that's the other thing. Someone just made, investor just said it's pure profit margin. I mean, yeah, this is not cheap. People
profit deal, eh? Profit deal. We've got them. Starbucks, that's what they're trying to do, trying to make profit. I spotted it. Well, obviously coffee, if you make it at home, costs like 10 pence. Like, it doesn't these days, everything's going up, isn't it? But do you know what I mean? Like, a cheap way to make coffee at home absolutely financially, economically strips going out and buying it from Starbucks every time. Like, they're selling water with a bit of coffee in it, like hand over fist. You know what I mean? They snazz it up in all these different ways, but really, coffee's quite a cheap commodity. Like, you have to sell it in bulk to keep the business open, but they make a lot of profit on the margins of all this crap. I would agree. And if you've got a problem with that, what are you even doing going to Starbucks? But it doesn't matter, because the people in your chat have paid for it, so you can drink it and review it on your stream, and you've already got like $400 in your pocket from the event, Phil. So I'm surprised by his frugal nature when it comes to reviewing this. Why doesn't he just enjoy it?
Wanted me during the stream to go buy this. This was like $5. $5 for
and in America, $5. Well, yeah.
All this is sugar in a cup. Go fill a cup with sugar. Do you think it costs $5? You could buy a 2-pound bag, 5-pound, 10-pound bag of sugar for like $3.
Obviously, drinking a 5-pound bag of sugar is not going to be the same experience as having that milkshake, is it?
This is like $5 for this fucking cup, and I swear there's no coffee in this. S'mores Frappuccino. There's no coffee in this at all.
He's still drinking it. Oh.
I've had half of it.
I've had half of it. And there is that mark on his head there, back then, you know, years ago. So maybe that mark is consistently there. Maybe I just have never noticed it.
And it doesn't taste...
It's like he's announcing it to his mom as well, isn't it? I've had half of it. Can I finish now? Can I leave? And look at his nails. The biting of the skin at the side of his nails. Look at that. He's a skin nail biter. Oh, that's a bit grim, that. Isn't it? He needs to get that sorted. He doesn't get that sorted. He's still doing it today.
The coffee. I give up. That is bad.
Anxiety, that is.
That is, you know, there's something to Starbucks.
You give it a lean forward so we can have a little look at his hairdo, which back then is conveniently pushed back to sort of cover the middle parting crevasse, but things have got far worse for his hair. The one thing I would really highlight here is that Phil has consistently maintained that he doesn't wear hair product. He has no gel in his hair. He has no wax in his hair. It is simply a layer of grease that builds up in between showers.
Things at Starbucks that aren't so bad. Like, if you go there at certain times of the year, you could get pumpkin spice frappuccino. That's okay.
That's okay.
You could get like a mint.
That is not a cash grab from... That's okay. A pumpkin spice frappuccino, which is basically the same coffee they sell all year, but with a different bit of like syrup poured in it, like a flavouring poured in it, yeah? That is fine. But this thing, absolutely unacceptable.
Flavored.
So you've got to pick your battles with Starbucks.
Kind of chocolate frappuccino around Christmas. That's pretty decent. But a lot of the shit.
And also his hairline here, it's like someone's took a shaver and shaved a chunk into it, which is a bit weird. It's like this parting denotes a different, like, I think that's where he pushes it back with the one hand consistently and it just starts to pull the hair out at the front maybe. But as we see, like, you know, we should have done this the other way around. We should have done this before his day off because his hair's got worse over the years, but now's not the time. Like, we're all going to lose some of our hair, but like, you know, observing Phil's is a bit of a passion project.
During the year.
Steve of the Dead did a really good video on it, so make sure you check out his video on it.
Is just fucking weird. Like they had, remember when they had that unicorn fucking frappuccino that had like rainbow fucking sprinkles and shit?
Oh, he doesn't like that one.
And it's like, who are you appealing to?
They were appealing to the LGBTQ and like socially modern and positive forward people there with that, probably. Or maybe kids who like a rainbow and a unicorn.
Not the coffee drinkers, because there's no coffee in this. I'm not gonna get any.
It's for people who want a s'mores milkshake.
Caffeine rush out of this.
You don't need a caffeine rush out of your s'mores milkshake frappuccino whipped creamo.
Yes. So what did I go spend $5 on?
Not a caffeine rush, obviously.
I would have rather gone to like, you know, a place that actually has like authentic milkshakes.
Authentic. He wants to go for authentic milkshakes. What's authentic? Does it need to be from a 1930s malt bar made in one of those aluminium cups? Like an authentic malt. I don't want one of these modern Starbucks things. This is just rubbish.
Thick, tasty milkshake.
Thick, tasty milkshake. What did you think you're holding? You've complained so much about how strong it is of the taste of sugar and thick.
That probably has the same calorie count as this, but also has some dairy in it, rather than just whipped sugar in a cup for $5.
Can you even whip sugar? He keeps drinking. The thing that annoys me most about this one is that consistently throughout the entire thing, he keeps drinking it, and his face, like he doesn't like drinking it. He's complaining about it. He's cross. He's at he's on day 100 of more than $100 a day vest streak. He's like, he should be having the time of his life. He's wearing the vest. He's dressed like spaceman Captain Chuffin Captain Dickhead, and he like he's drinking an iced a sweet iced drink. Like, what could be worse than this? Like, why? I mean, how could this be? Like, why is it such a negative experience for him? And if he doesn't like it, why didn't he just try it and say, well, this tastes like this. I don't like it, so that's going over there. I'll give that to my wife. I'll put it in the fridge or whatever. Unfortunately, I don't like it. Let me describe why I don't like it, and then let's move on. Why does he keep drinking it? You don't have to drink it.
And it doesn't taste like s'mores at all. Like, s'mores, I want chocolate. I want a strong marshmallow taste.
You said that there's chocolate in it, like a fudgy chocolate goo at the bottom. And you described the strong marshmallow taste along with the spoons of sugar. These are things you've literally just described to be in the flavour profile in this exact video.
And I want some graham cracker.
Like graham crackers are on top.
You taste no graham cracker. It's only what they sprinkled at the top.
Take them off the top and eat them. That's your fault. That's your technique. They put the graham crackers on the top. You can access them at any moment. Your technique was off.
Top is all the graham cracker that's in this stupid thing. All you taste is sugar, 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 sugar. You can't even discern between the chocolate and the marshmallow because it's all just goo anyway.
But maybe that's your palate as well from like nights of drinking gin and pudding Hogan's and sucking. Anyway,
it's probably the same goo with food coloring. So
sucking, I don't know what sucking his snort through his nose, look.
All just goo anyway. It's probably the same goo with food coloring. So
yeah, nice snort to wash it down with.
All just goo anyway. It's probably the same goo with food coloring. So the Starbucks S'mores Frappuccino, a 0 out of whatever rating scale you want. This is gross. This is not appetizing at all. I'm disappointed that I took time off of my stream to go buy it.
I'm disappointed.
It's a piece of shit.
It's a piece of shit. He's laying into the Frappuccino. Absolutely laying into the Frappuccino. The people on his stream wanted him to go and buy it. They're having an event. They're having a good time. Yeah? So he's ascended. He's decided to accept their request and go and get it and drink it. And he's laying into it.
I would drink regular coffee. I would drink Folgers Crystals. Crystallized instant coffee before I would drink this. I would drink the leftover coffee at the bottom of the coffee machine that's been there all day, the sludge that sits there after you brew coffee all day. I would drink that before I would choose to drink this because it's probably better for you than this. That's disgusting. That's gross. That's seriously nasty. Ugh.
So, sponsorship from Starbucks is out then.
Yuck. What a waste of time that was and what a waste of money. S'mores, Frappuccino, 0, motherfuckers. Yuck.
I love the way you I've just watched this video, Phil. I'm a YouTube audience member, bear in mind, yeah? And at the end, you've told me, thanks for watching today. This video has been a total waste of time. Thanks for giving me the money to go and buy the thing that I just reviewed for you. It was a waste of your money. I don't know why the people... They never got the message from him, did they? They never really understood. They still don't. People still support him to this day, but not so many these days. But back then, he was I suppose, might have been a feature of the lockdown and stuff like that. There was a time when there were more people on the internet being more frivolous, and some people benefited from it by the tune of a Starbucks frappe.
Than this.
And $360 on this particular stream, wasn't it, Phil? Upwards.
That's disgusting. That's gross. That's seriously nasty. Ugh. Yuck. What a waste of time that was and what a waste of money. S'mores, Frappuccino, 0, motherfuckers. Yuck. Until next time.
You get the face at the end. No. Not next in the playlist. I want the face at the end, you chuffer. Until next time. The playlist. Stupid playlist. It skips on automatic. Until next time. There's the face. What the chuff is he doing? I know it's old, but what the chuff is he doing? Talking of old, next on our list is we're going to do some old world reconnaissance, and then we're going to get down and protest at the end. So question the narrative. It is important to question the narrative, right? Listen, this is Shelley. Shelley's a homeschooler, and Shelley believes in the Bible. Fair enough. She does believe in a literal reading of the retranslated version that we now have. So, it gets a little bit wild. I do feel a bit bad for her several children, some of whom have entirely finished their education and have now got their own children, having entered into their early 20s. And I find it difficult to understand how this could be. I mean, she does say she doesn't just teach all this nonsense, she teaches them all the normal stuff too. But in order to question the narrative, I think you need to be a critical thinker, and I think you need to have critical thinking skills, and I think that some of this obviates that. So this is going to be a bit of a fun one. Before we do this, I wanted to remind you, Martin Leaker has been begging, so we're not going to watch too much of his episode of Martin's talking today, but he did want to go to this festival. I was talking about it right at the start of the show, wasn't I? He wanted to go to this festival. He still can. It's in June the 27th, so that's still available to him. But if he wants to go there, he needs monies. So what he's done is he's done a post on the internet, right, that says, "Oi oi Feb, Flat Earth British, Martin message. I didn't think we covered this earlier, but I can't remember, so I'll cover it again. Why not consider donating today to Flat Earth British? I have to attend when he says donating to Flat Earth British, he means giving him money. Yeah, I have to attend a festival, but funds are low. That's that festival that you'd advertise. Wants to go to a rave, but the funds are low. Anyone who wants to donate, and he's put an apostrophe there, wants, so that's a mistake, to donate to keep Martin doing things, please do so now is a good time." And there's his PayPal link. Any way you can help is greatly appreciated. Pics today are part of a wall and whatever. Right, so that's literally begging on the internet, isn't it? That one's literally begging. Hi, I want to go out and enjoy myself to a tune of a festival somewhere. Can you give me the money? Here's my PayPal link. I don't think that's. I think that's a step. Like grifting, what they do is they talk you into a load of nonsense on the internet, and they try and sell you a usually it's something that costs nothing, like, you know, that someone could like copy and paste off the internet, or like they've got templates for it, or ebooks, or, you know, like usually it's that sort of stuff. Martin sells he used to have books, and then he sells two hard drives, pen drives, you know, little thumb drives. And on the thumb drive, I wonder if I've got a thumb drive here to hold up and show you, but you all know what a thumb drive is. On the thumb drives, one of them is like hundreds of pictures that he's got, or thousands of pictures like this that he's got off the internet with no explanation to any of them, no source, tomato sauce, tartar sauce, no source, just like loads of pictures. And then another one, I assume no source, and then another one is a load of old books that are out of print that are non-copyright, like old books, just all on a thumb drive. That might be reasonably interesting, but it's just stuff you can find on the internet for free. It's just pictures he's got off Google, and he charges people money for the thumb drives. So like, that's a bit of a grift in my opinion. So there is that, but this one's a bit more straight up than a grift. It's a beg. It's just like, I want to go to the festival. Where's the monies? Give me the monies. I don't know if he got the monies or not, but he's still going in the old Martin. So. And yeah, we started today's show by saying he put up a picture of a camel toe and that got taken down. So, chuffing YouTube. If you want to see who Martin is, I'll quickly show you. Then we'll get to that other woman and we'll carry on with the show. But I'll just quickly show you because, like, you know, who is Martin and what's he doing? Here is Martin.
In my Brian, okay, there was a mud flood. I'm going to show you photographs later which would show you there was a mud flood. And brilliant yesterday, flat water. Who doesn't like flat water? Flat water, I don't even watch YouTube, right? But flat water, his videos come up. Fucking love it. Yeah, Glenn's the best. Flat water, flat earth, yeah? Google, YouTube it, right? He done a video yesterday.
And they believe, Martin and his contemporaries believe, that these buildings were flooded by mud. They were built by an ancient civilization that we don't know. We haven't met, the Tartarians. And then they were flooded by mud. There was a great reset, and then they were repopulated, and we had to dig them, our civilization had to dig them out of the mud so that we could populate them. That's what they believe.
What is the style of this building? So would you say that is Tartarian?
No.
Yeah, I think I would. It's that big granity with the...
It's not granite. So the you know, I don't know what he's made out of. Like, that's the point. He watches these videos and literally just says any old shit. Like, just, what do you think about this? I'm not going to tell you where it's from. Or he says where it's from, but you can't guarantee it. It's just a picture he's got from somewhere.
Angels and the pillars. It looks a little bit maybe...
And this could go on for hours.
So what are the classical buildings then? Well, these buildings are... This one was in Bristol. It was, in fact... knocked down in the 1960s, unfortunately, in Bristol High Street.
He does probably know that. That one probably is real.
But it is a wooden, apparently, time. Some of it looks Coptic.
Some of it looks like this, some of it looks like that. So I was looking at a little bit of this earlier, and he was just doing exactly that. Just like pictures of things, not telling you where they are or what they're from, like no real reference, and just saying, "Wow, that's probably been buried in mud, hasn't it?" Let's listen to him say it, so it proves it.
Arab. Some of it looks Eastern. So which style are we exactly attributing to the Tartarians? Well, we would say the buildings that you witness in Russia, maybe, which would be Tartarian. This sort of building, this is actually in America, but yeah, you can see these domes. But it looks Oriental, doesn't it? It looks...
Apparently it's in America.
Moorish. And this huge building in the past, again, to my eyes, looks mud flooded. This crazy.
He says it looks mud flooded, meaning they had to dig it out from a flood of mud.
Is a big tower, and possibly what looks like some sort of balloon landing platform.
A balloon landing platform. Now, there were old buildings, like the Empire State Building had a mooring for a blimp, but then they decided blimps weren't the best thing because they blew up in loads of fire, like, didn't they? Like the Heisenberg disaster. What was the name of the disaster when the Heidelberg? What was the name of the blimp disaster and it all went on fire? You'll know that in chat. So, like, they probably didn't have fucking giant blimp stations at the top of standard buildings, like, everywhere.
There.
Big up to your angel life.
Who built that? Well, it looks like St Pancras Station in London.
It looks like St Pancras Station. Does it?
It looks a little bit like a castle.
It looks a little bit like a castle. Like, I'm sure if you wanted to check, you would be able to find out who built it, like exactly the architect and exactly when and where it was built. Like, you'd probably want to do that if you're going to present a show about it, rather than just say, well, it looks a bit like this.
Again, huge buildings in America.
Is it America?
Exactly built them. And what is the style? What is the style of this building?
So we just moved on from that one, you see.
So would you say that is Tartarian? Yeah.
Well, you'd say it's Tartarian because that's a catch-all term for anything that looks a bit, you know, got a few turrets, got a few points, anything that looks a bit Gothic, I suppose is the word you're looking for. And like in America, being as it was the New World, they could build in any style and all of the styles had existed. So like they built new buildings that looked Roman or like Greek or like Gothic or whatever. Like, and they could mix and match all styles, couldn't they? So, and they had slave labor to help them. Like, I mean, what is the point?
It's that big granity with the four angels. And
but if you wanted to do some work, you could find out where it is, what it was, and who built it, and then you could critique it. But you can't just say to us, it looks funny on the internet for 3 hours. That's Martin's content generally. Look, I'll skip on. Look, here's another picture from the past.
Really clean. They seem well turned out. But they got one room school, and they're all being brainwashed with weird stuff. And punished and not being allowed to be Welsh. We're not Welsh anymore. Anyway, we're moving on. What's that? I love rats. San Malo in France.
Anyway, so I don't know why people do want to give Martin money for this, but I think he goes on a bit of a grift, to be honest, because I think he talks a load of nonsense, and he knows it's nonsense, but it's easier to sit there and just talk that nonsense and then sort of keep the flat earth community buoyed along. He does reasonably well out of it, I think. I don't know, because like, I've got no idea about his finances, but I would like to have him on the show for a chat sometime. So if he's ever watching, like, he's very welcome. I'll pay him money as well if he wants. You know, he can earn a little bit of money coming on for a bit of a chit chat. Like, no problem paying for his time, because his time is valuable, obviously, because 3.5 hours of that on the internet, obviously, hopefully for him, gets him to that festival. Here's another one. I don't think this one is doing it for a grift, right? Hang on. In order. Where are we? Yeah, here. I don't think this one's doing it for a grift. I think she's a true believer. I think Shelley is a true believer. She's been on my channel. Actually, I started doing these Black Flat Earthers on Super Chuffer, the main channel. Like back in the day, I did them on Super Chuffer, and I decided to, like, I don't know, I've done like a whole series on them, and so I decided to move on to a different topic. But when I decided to bring them back, I don't know if it fits on Super Chuffer anymore. I think it more fits on here, Nutterwatch. But so Shelley, the homeschooler, has videos on this channel and on Super Chuffer, and on her own channel, obviously. So let's get into it. This is Homeschool of the Gods. This is Flat Earth. Question the narrative, Shelley, asking, did the giants build it all?
Hi everyone, this is Shelley and you're watching There's No Place Like Home. I'm back with another Question the Narrative video, and today's topic is, did the giants build it all? One of the most fascinating topic is the buildings that we see worldwide that we don't have a reasonable explanation that describes how they got here.
Well, I think we do have a reasonable explanation as to how that got there. I don't know what building it is. This is one where like, I wish I was a bit more educated on architecture, because like as a layperson, I can see it's flying a Russian flag, so I'm guessing it's in Russia, and therefore my guess is that the Russians built it. Maybe in Soviet era. The architecture is reminiscent of Edwardian architecture from our country, but I mean, what do you mean we don't have a reasonable explanation of how it got there?
And I've made several videos about...
Wait. That was palaces in Russia. That was Vogue, assets, Vogue.com, photos, EFDA 705, blah, 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 Master Pass 1, palaces in Russia. Hang on. Vogue, palaces in Russia. I can't pronounce it. Mikhailovsky Palace. It's Mikhailovsky Palace, right? That's what it is, isn't it? Let's just check. Vogue. No, it's St. Petersburg Palace. Okay, St. Petersburg Palace. Right, close that. St. Petersburg Palace. Okay, Winter Palace. Who built... Alexa, who built St. Petersburg Winter Palace?
The architect of Winter Palace was Francesco Bartolomeo Rastrelli.
Says it here anyway. So they built it. Like, why isn't that a reasonable explanation? You know, we've got history books and lists, and like these people will say that the history is fake, and that the writers of history are the winners. So yeah, you can't believe any history, and if you can't believe the media, how can you believe the history? But like, we're arguing about whether they. Are we arguing about that? I'm going to take. I mean, I don't need to read into this, and I'm just going to take it as read and accept that in the 1700s, this chuffer did the architecting, and probably some sort of labour force built the palace, and then they built it in the 1700s. Like, isn't that kind of like a thing that happened? I'm stopping it too much already. Anyway, she said there's no reasonable explanation as how this was done, but there is a reasonable explanation, because all over the world, I think this is a problem that America, no offence Americans, right, but I think this is a problem with, she believes because of the Bible, she thinks the Bible is 100% real, therefore no evolution, all that I suppose, but like, I think this might be an issue with Americans as well. It's that if you walk around in America, you don't see this stuff, so you don't feel like it's part of the landscape. You don't. But like if you walk around in Europe and Russia, you see it and you like know it. Like you see the different layerings of the cities. You see the ancient and the modern juxtaposed. Like you just know it exists. But like maybe she's not like confident in it because it looks interesting in a picture. But how can you trust that? Who really built this in the? How could they build things in the 1700s? America didn't even exist, but the rest of the world did for ages before that. So
describes how they got here.
Yeah, if they built the pyramids out of stones all that time ago, then maybe 1,700 years later they could build this. I don't know. Sorry, it's longer than that, isn't it? It's like the pyramids weren't built on 0 BC, were they? The pyramids were like, weren't they like thousands of years before BC? So I think we've come a long way in technology terms. But yeah, this is totally achievable. And it's quite rudimentary, really. It looks quite impressive, but isn't it just like bricks put together? Like sealed up with mortar, cement and bricks mainly, and then painting in the facade and stuff. But like, yeah, like stones, cement. It's not that complicated, really. Like, you know, it is complicated. It's architecture, and you've got arches that are going to support, and there's maths involved. Like at this point, we've got all those skills, so it is quite complicated. But you know what I mean? Effectively, if you want to build it out of Lego, you're just going to start putting the Lego bricks together, like one brick at a time.
And I've made several videos about them, and I've speculated on who or what could have built them. And I know that many people have mentioned the possibility that they could be antediluvian.
Antediluvian means before Noah's flood. It means that these people believe that there were buildings and landscapes and civilizations, and then the world got flooded by, you know, the Bible. I'm not going to critique God, you know, big ups God. But like the ancient myth of Noah's flood, like, you know, and it's how extreme and real, and I say real, like I do think there was probably a flood, and I do think that people had to sort of you know, deal with that in a long time ago, and the stories that have come from it. But I don't know if the entire world was entirely, like, I don't know if there was this and then this was flooded and then all the people were dead and then Noah repopulated the earth just from him and his children. And I don't know exactly about that, and I certainly don't believe this building was involved in that antediluvian, meaning before Noah's flood, because again, I don't know what building this is, but I'm pretty sure the people that live there do, and know it didn't just magic out of thin air. I think there will be historical records, like architecture plans, maybe even photography of it being built,
which I think is certainly a possibility. Now, when I think of these buildings being antediluvian, or possibly around the Tower of Babel time when everything was dispersed, I have always thought of humans being given technology by the Watchers. But recently, I have been... Technology
by the Watchers? We've got given sorry, what? That's not very biblical. That's not exactly what it says in the Bible. There is no mention of humans being given technology by the Watchers. So she gets a little bit off track sometimes, I guess.
Reading a book, and this is a fiction book.
This is a fiction book, yes.
Called, this is actually a book set. I'm reading the prequel first. So I'm reading Enoch Primordial.
Do you know what I mean about these books? Like, I don't know who this is, Brian Godower, whether he's a good author or not. But Enoch is actually a lost book of the Bible, insofar as way back when the Torah was being carried around by the Jewish high ups, they were writing the Bible. It was all on scrolls. Like, the Bible is a collection of books, isn't it? And those books were originally on scrolls, and they would carry around this big collection of scrolls. And the Bible got added to and changed and taken. Some scrolls went in and came out. Enoch was a book of the Bible at one point, a book of the Bible at one point, and it talks an absolute load of codswallop. So they decided to get rid of it because it makes them look stupid. It does talk about these ancient Nephilim, a race of somewhere between angels and humans, after angels propagated, had sex with and made babies with ladies in the human world. But I'm not sure I believe that, because it also talks about how the sun rises and sets from portals, and doesn't Enoch had a whole chunk about astrology and the way the sun moves around the earth, and his idea was that it went into a hole at the end of the day, and that hole is like a hole on the horizon, and it comes up out of a different hole, and there's these different corresponding portals. And he spent a lot of time in the desert, and he was ages ago, and I don't know if he talked a lot of sense.
Right now by Brian.
So it's not in the Bible. It's definitely not in the Bible these days. So if you are particularly religious, you might want to go with the counsel of whomever decided to take out the Bible.
Adawa. And I'm going to admit that I'm not very far into it, but it has already sparked my imagination and really has given me some ideas as
That's it. It's your imagination.
To how these buildings could possibly have been built, not by the people of antediluvian times, or again around Tower of Babel times, but by the
big doors. I think she's going to bring the big doors up in a minute, so I'm going to talk about the big doors again when she brings it up.
Giants themselves.
Yeah, it's not Enoch Powell. It's not that one, Rivers of Blood. This is way back. This is like the Book of Enoch. Prophet, great prophet. Well, interesting prophet. Not considered to be all that it's cracked up to be by modern standards, but
now most of you watching are probably familiar with the story from the Book of Enoch about the Watchers who descended on Mount Hermon and taught the people of that time things that they weren't supposed to teach them. They taught them the cutting of magical roots.
This doesn't sound like something God would do either, is it?
They taught them sorcery. They gave them all kinds of technology that people were not supposed to have. And so it was because of all of this knowledge that was given to them, I have usually been thinking of people being the ones who built all of these magnificent structures that
people did build all of those buildings
we see nowadays that we just can't explain.
We can explain them.
How, if we believe...
No, the only thing that, I suppose, you could say the pyramids, you could say something like Göbekli Tepe, there are discussions about it. I still think there are explanations, whether you want to accept the explanations or not. I still think there are reasonable explanations. But to claim that there are buildings that are built in this world that we cannot explain, and just to throw that out every now and then, it's bizarre, isn't it?
The historical narrative that were...
Yeah, forbidden books removed from the Bible. I mean, it echoes of the satanic verses by Salman Rushdie. I don't want to talk too much deeply about that in case people get cross, don't they? Look what they did to Salman Rushdie. So, but his idea, Salman Rushdie's idea, was that there was a passage in the Quran that was removed, and people don't like Islamic, especially Islamic, ardent Islamic people think that that's really bad to say that, so they don't like Salman Rushdie for saying it. Even just he wrote a book about it, didn't he? But this is a similar sort of thing. But there were other books of the Bible, not just Enoch, that originally were in. It was a movable feast. It was a changeable thing. There was a group of people who decided to carry around the scrolls that made up the Bible and collect them and define them. And over time, that got actually put into a book, and even that over time has been translated and changed, and you know, like that's why a literal reading of today's English version should be a bit of a no-no in terms of, like I say, a literal reading of it might be a bit of a outside the box thing to do, but
given in school or by museums. Or
you see, I don't know about laser cut stone and stuff. I don't believe that myself. You know, I think it's easy to suggest that, but I don't think it's the truth. And I think ancient peoples would have probably even, like something as simple as the way lime dissolves in acid. You know, ancient peoples might have even been able to put together a simple cement. The Romans had a cement, for example. Romans had cement. So if you can make a simple cement, like if you can break a rock down by literally, you know, mashing it and shaving it down into powder and then reconstituting it with another material, like lime or like clay or something, you know, whatever, to like make your cement and then put it in simple bags and build your structures, and then they rock hard and then the bags disappear over time and they perfectly fit together and all this. Like maybe there are ways to explain things is what I'm saying. So I'm not certain about laser cutting, and also laser cutting, it could look like laser cutting, but it could be other forms of cutting, because even something as simple as a massive lens to focus sunlight can literally melt rock. So I don't know. I don't know.
Or by the History Channel right now, the people of that time should not have had.
I think what they're saying with those pyramid stones is that if you were to create a cut like this today, if you were to attempt to recreate this, like if you were to be asked to say, you know, cut this stone of granite or to, you know, create this thing, your first tools these days would be laser cutting. But like that might not mean that that's how they did it back then. Like that might be today's assumption by certain people.
Had the technology to build these.
I'm open to the suggestion, but I don't think it's a foregone conclusion at this stage. I think it's a bit more fun on YouTube than, you know, and some people go a bit strange and a bit far with some of those ideas.
And even if they say that these buildings were built in the...
But we're not discussing the pyramids today. Like that's not, you know, that's just, they're different ideas. And anyway, the whole point is the reason these people can talk endlessly nonsense is because no one can quite prove certain things to a certain standard that people will just say, absolutely, I completely agree. Like if the Egyptians had got like a sort of how we did it painted in hieroglyphs, you know, step by step, and people were like, you know, where's the laser? Why haven't they drawn giant laser cutters in them? I don't know, but like, you know, if they had on either side, you know, certain people would still argue about it, I suppose. So
1700s, 1800s, even
we're all allowed our opinions on what happened in ancient Egypt, I suppose.
Then they should not. They would not have had the technology if we believe.
We're supposed to be talking about whether the Nephilim. Anyway, look.
What the narrative says.
Question the narrative.
Given the technology that these humans were given by these watchers, yeah, there is a possibility that they were much more technologically advanced. However, there is also the idea that giants built these structures. So, if you're not familiar with it, a quick synopsis of the Watcher scenario is, besides giving the people this technology, this knowledge that they should not have given them, they also started, quote, marrying the women and impregnating them. And these women gave birth to what would become giants. And they were actually called the Nephilim. And the first generation of giants was colossal. And
so I have done an episode, it's actually on Super Chuffer, about giants and the concept of it. It's impossible because of our physiology. So if you made a human being in giant form, then their bones would break and their blood wouldn't pump properly. Like, you know, the blood vessels are a certain size because of the amount of oxygen in the atmosphere and the way our bodies work. Like if you just made us giant, if you just extended the proportions up and made us giant, then we wouldn't exist. It wouldn't physically be possible. So you want to check into that. There are humans who suffer from gigantism, and the bigger they get, the more physical problems they have, actually, it turns out. It's a real strain on the human body to be oversized. And the amount of oxygen in the atmosphere is a great example, like blood pressure, you know, pipes and pressure. You can't just make the pipe sort of exponentially wider and bigger without increasing the volume of blood and the thickness of it in order to create the viscosity to pump the blood around the system. Like the size of the heart would then have to be oversized compared to the system. Like we're at evolutionary balance, and there's a range that our bodies can come in before it starts being like physically demanding to the point of not possible, if you know what I mean. So I'm saying giants couldn't have done this. And when I say done this, I mean exist.
As time went on.
And there's a picture of like an orc or an ogre from some fantasy game. So
they did get smaller and smaller, but still compared to humans, they were still giants. So I've done other videos about...
We did used to have giant lizards, and they were dinosaurs. That's the biggest that stuff has got on the earth, I think. And they have a totally different physiology, and the atmosphere was different back then. So
historical accounts of people native to certain countries who insist that giants helped them to build certain things. We hear stories of giants being the ones that actually built the pyramids in Egypt. We hear stories of giants being the ones that built...
Listen, when she says certain countries insist, Egypt as a country doesn't insist that giants built the pyramids.
I believe it was pyramids also in South America and even in Sardinia. And
so how do we know that that's true? Because I know that Egypt isn't saying that. When you land in Egypt, welcome to Egypt, land of the giants, they built the pyramids. That's not what they say.
It certainly would make sense because they would have the physical strength in order to build these. And on top of that, they would have that knowledge of their fathers who were the ones.
So because you don't understand leverage and engineering and stonemasonry or anything, you're going to suggest that it's more likely that an ancient race of giants just built it with their bare hands, just lifted it up and put it there.
Watchers that have been handed down to them.
But what about all the buildings that we have now that like are built and there's no giants? I suppose we've got technology.
Book, the Watchers, when they made a deal with each other, an oath that they would all follow through on the things that they were about to do.
Is this just the book now, just the fantasy book that you're reading, remember?
Which was sharing this knowledge and impregnating these human women.
Or is this
in this
Enoch?
book, they were also making an oath that they were going to turn themselves into lowercase g gods for the people to worship. And we do know that in both antediluvian times and around the Tower of Babel, so I'll say post-diluvian, when I say post-diluvian, I mean shortly after the flood, they were worshiping these lowercase g gods. And in fact, in Deuteronomy 32:8, it says...
Right, who would be worshipping the gods after the flood? Right, after the flood, everyone's fucking dead, apart from Noah and his family. And they're into God. They were saved by God. So I would guess that the first group of people, and most people after that, would be like pro-God. At what point did they decide to fucking worship these Nephilim? They would be very cross with the Nephilim. And how did the Nephilim survive the flood?
That God
Maybe they were just really tall and it only came up to their necks.
did give these other nations over to the lowercase g gods of the divine council. And so that's really what this story is focusing on. So these Watchers are pretending to be gods such as Enki and Enlil and Inanna, and I'm sure that some of these names sound awfully familiar to you because, yeah, he is bringing names of...
because those names are the nonsense that all sorts of people talk about.
Of actual mythological gods into this book, and just saying these were actually the Watchers who were impersonating these gods to get these people to worship them, rather...
She's talking about the fiction book that she's been reading still, yeah?
...than our Father in Heaven. So while they were the ones that were ruling over these nations, they, again, I'm talking about this book, they would have the Nephilim, the first race of these giants, would be basically in charge of each nation. And then the subsequent generations of giants would be there doing all...
I've got her on faster speed because I want to move through it a bit quicker. But could you imagine if you came home from whatever the fuck it is you do out there in the world? I don't know what you're up to out there in the world, do I? What are you doing out there? Get home, you. Get home, you, messing around out there. Although I think this weekend's going to be a bit of a weekend. Some people feel real energy drained, right? But I do think that this weekend could be a bit of a weekend, a bit of a fun, like to recharge your energy. It is nice to go out and see friends and family and stuff like that, isn't it? So like, it could be a bit of a fun weekender for people this weekend. So I feel the national vibe. I can feel it. I think some people are going to wake up with a bit of a hangover and a headache tomorrow, but a happy face, and maybe even on Sunday. Sunday's actually Father's Day in the UK, so shouts out to everyone for whatever reasons there, I guess. Like, I don't make a big thing of it, but you do see your family, don't you? Yeah, anyway, the point is that it should be a good weekend. What was I saying?
All of the, we'll just say dirty work, so to speak, all of the heavy lifting. And it was these giants that were building so many of the things that we see today.
No, the giants weren't building these fucking things. Or were they in the book?
Now, in this book, these Nephilim, the first race of them, they were living in these beautiful palaces. And a lot of times you will see in these palaces worldwide, and not just palaces, but in buildings, there are these buildings that have these gigantic doors.
Gigantic doors. There we go. Right, well, here's the first one. Obviously, this is an exterior frame. Like, there's a second, like, it's a palace. It's massive. So you want to go through there with your coat, carriage horses, like everything. Big wardrobes, like big things for the the lovely people who live there, big heavy items like, you know, big things, yeah? Also, you'll notice that the whole fucking thing is massive. So why would you build a really big thing and have a little tiny door on the front? You wouldn't. You'd have a door that is the same size of balance. And so arches that are designed as support structures that you're going to pass through need to be bigger because you've got a bigger, like, maybe. And then also, I know from, I was going to talk about this earlier about big doors. When they did the big doors in the Renaissance in Italy, they did big interior spaces. So they were building big spaces. And so big spaces have, like, proportionally big doors. It would be weird, they thought, and I agree, it would be kind of weird to build a really big space and then to say, yeah, but all of our doors are this size, so we forget the proportions of the room. Like, in the same way as I was saying giants are proportionally out of sorts, so you can't have it. In this way, it's the same, like, you've made a building but giant, so the door is now bigger because proportionally we're making it bigger. And these windows, same deal. Like, you need big windows because you need to let in a lot of light because the rooms inside are big. So if you just had small windows, it wouldn't work. So proportionally, everything's made bigger. And that was why they did the big doors in the Renaissance period, because they had bigger interior spaces. So it might have looked a bit strange because humans are small, but the doors are big. But the building is big. So we wanted a big door. And why is the building big? Well, we had giants. No, we wanted big spaces, big buildings. It's luxury. Like, it was built by people who had lots of money.
No one can explain. I mean, if you look at the size...
Yeah, men on horses, that raises them up. But she's got a point here. Even with a man on a horse, there's still a lot of roof space there, headroom. But that's because, like, to build a space that's big enough for a man on a horse, you don't measure it to the height of the head and then say that's it. You build a big space and it's big enough and extra big enough, not because they needed it in case there was an extra large horse, but because now proportionally it's bigger. Like, if you want it to be this wide, it needs to be that tall and have an arch. Like, do you know what I mean? It's architecture. It's not like... it's not by mistake, and it's not just because they needed it functionally. It's also to let in a lot of light into the interior space. Like, it's an artistic choice, like an aesthetic choice. So yeah, like, there's lots of reasons why this might happen, and it not be giants. Like, why does it need to be giants? It doesn't need to be giants at all, does it? And if it was giants, wouldn't everything else in our world also be, like, dramatically proportioned? Like, wouldn't we have giant plates and cups and, like, the giant beds they all slept in and the fucking... Like, why wouldn't all the other rooms be giant as well? Like, why so many normal sized, like, things? Like, it doesn't make any sense, does it? Just a couple of features are bigger. The rooms are quite big and the doors are bigger, so giants.
Of these people and these doorways, you do have to wonder, well, why did they need doorways that
You've got
high?
a lot of good things in chat going on there, a lot of interesting points there. Grand arches symbolise nobility, see? Like, I don't know all of the stuff. I just know that she's definitely wrong with giants as a guess. And also, she homeschools her family, like, so she's done a couple of, I think one child's been completely through the system and she's got others on the way through. So it's a bit of a weird thing to put on the internet, really, isn't it?
And who would even be able to look out a window that high? Now, again...
Who would be able to look out a window that high? Like, I put it to you that all windows are not designed for you to look out of. They serve multiple function. Like, for example, to let light in.
I do see what looks to be mud-flood windows down here, so the building might have been partially buried at some point.
No, the building wasn't partially buried because it's got a, like, the lower floor there has these arched windows and some of them are partially blocked. But what they would do is they would build them and then dig out, and so the light could come down and in, wouldn't they? So those lower floors could have windows even though they were below ground level. And of course, over time ground level has raised. Like, that ground level out there would have probably come up over time, I suppose, depending on how long this was. What was this, 1700s? So yeah, ground level would have raised, not dramatically, but it will have raised. So there's all sorts of different reasons why those windows might be there like that. Not it was flooded with mud and we only dug it out halfway. Like, what do you want about? And if that was the case, why wouldn't we dig it out fully? Because if you did, you'd expose all the foundations and it would fall down.
Now, again, I do see what looks to be mud-flood windows down here, so the building might have been partially buried at some point. But this is something, again, and a lot of people will say, oh, well, you will only see buildings like this in countries that have been colonized by the British.
Right.
And this one doesn't particularly look like a colonial style building. But
it does look quite a lot like a colonial style building. That's why they say colonial style.
It's usually what people will say to kind of...
People will say that you only see these things in colonial British countries, and what she means is British architects took, you know, going around the world, shaking our fucking, you know, big heads around, owning the place, thinking we're all bossy, building things. I was having this argument once with, well, not an argument, but a discussion with someone. I do maintain, although there were a lot of negative aspects to the British colonial period, there were also some good aspects. Like, there were some people who went to these other countries from Britain as like ambassadors and missionaries to improve these other countries as well as they could, or the way they felt was best. And maybe they built railroads and hospitals and schools and things in the hope that it would be of help to the people, not just to like colonize and destroy. And you know, I don't know. I wasn't there. Okay, I wasn't there, but I am the progeny of someone who went there. Like, my great ancestor went to India as a British army person, and settled there and had a tea plantation and married someone who was native from there and had children. So like, it can be done, I think. And yeah, so colonial Britain we're talking about, that happened, yeah.
Explain it away, that all of these buildings have very similar features, and again, these gigantic doorways. And I have had people say, well, it's so that people could ride into the palaces while they were still on their horses. I'm sorry, but there's no horse that the rider's head is going to be this high. Yeah, and if you look at the size of these doors, yeah, it really would make sense to think.
So hang on, that's Mysore Palace. You can see at the top, she's actually left which is good. This is the culture trip, Mysore Palace. Let me just check this. Google Mysore Palace. India. It's fucking India. It's India. So yes, that's a colonial building. What are you on about? Like, how can you critique, like, how am I supposed to critique her and what she said when she said, oh, well, you know, they'll say these are colonial buildings. This one's in India.
But there's no horse that the rider's head is going to be this high. Yeah. And if you look at the size of these doors, yeah, it really would make sense to think that these Nephilim who were in charge of these nations very well could have been in some of these buildings. And yes, they could have been built, not by the people specifically of that time who were given this...
Yeah, but all the interior doors aren't that big, are they? The bathroom's not that big.
Knowledge, but by the giants themselves, because again, you have got to look at the size of the materials that were being used. Can you imagine how heavy this door would have been?
What they used to do was they used to put a smaller door cut into it, because they're not going to be opening and closing that bastard every time.
This is here. For them to have just put the ornamentation on here, the pillars, everything about it, and then I'm scrolling down, look at the size of the people compared to that door.
Because that's up high, giants.
And yes, the Nephilim of that time would have been gargantuan when compared to us. And you can find pictures of doors like this everywhere. And even on the doors in my own, I was going to say village. I don't live in a village, I promise you. The town that I live in, we have buildings that are obviously not
villages can be nice.
Palaces or anything like this. However, they even have gigantic doors on them. Not this size, but much larger than what a human would need to get into the building.
Yeah, like go to the mall. Go to the mall. It's been built modern, not Nephilim. The mall, yeah, they've got big doors.
So that would even follow that perhaps generations down, the giants were getting smaller, but they would still need a larger doorway to get in. So again, yes, could it have been the giants who were building these things? In this book, the giants were also the ones digging the canals. We hear so many stories of these canals that are supposedly built by people, dug out by people on horse and buggies, and they give you these outrageous time frames that we're supposed to believe, that they dug out these massive canals.
That's an aqueduct.
Some of them will tell you in like 2 years.
The Romans were doing aqueducts. This one's made of steel. So this one wasn't mud flood dug out. This is like what? Just a random. Well, I love the fact that at the top you can see where these things are. Thank God. Like, but what's the point she's making with this?
Years time, and I live right next to a canal town, and we are walking along the canal all the time, and it is nowhere near as large as these.
No, because this is Venice, and you live in some small town in America, so your canal is not going to be the same as Venice. Your canal is going to be primarily there for the transport of coal back in the day, isn't it? And it's going to be like not as popular as the railroad very quickly. So it's just going to be a bit of a, you know, an old canal. Like, but this would have been much more frequently used over the years because it was there a lot longer. It's Venice. What are you talking about?
even to look at the canal by my house.
Venice wasn't dug out by giants.
About the story that they have behind it, of how long it took for
And
this.
the canal at your house wasn't dug out by giants either. The canal in America was probably dug out, believe it or not, by slaves. It's a bit sad, but it's the truth. So I think it's kind of disrespectful to those people that suffered that, and, you know, to just be like, yeah, I think the canal was probably dug out by giants.
Canal to be dug out. It doesn't make any sense, but what would make sense is that if you have not manpower, but giant power to build and to dig out these structures, it would certainly make a lot more sense.
That's Venice. Like, Venice has got a long and storied history. It's on the sea. Like, the water comes in like that. They built the town around like, giants didn't dig it out.
And just puny little people digging these things out or just making these massive doorways. Now, this actually, as I was reading this, it reminded me of an email that I received from someone. He's a commenter here very often.
I don't know if we missed the bit where she says, hang on, I had this lined up. I had something lined up for this. I got it ready. Taiwan. Did she say Taiwan yet? Let me just quickly transcript it up, because I think we might have missed it, and I wanted to debunk that bit as well. Show transcript. Taiwan is at 11:15. Okay, we're about to get to it. Let's carry on.
And his name is, well, it's not his name, but his YouTube handle is Happier Abroad. So thank you very much for sharing these with me. He sent me these photos from Taiwan.
These are photos from Taiwan, right? Number one, this is a photograph from his television or from yours. This is not proof of anything. It's obviously artwork.
And so the reason that I'm sharing this with you in this video is because I just want to show you that Taiwan was never colonized by the British.
Right, Taiwan was never colonized by the British. So this is her point. This is a critical point. She's a critical thinker. Question the narrative. Taiwan was never colonized by the British. So you've got those colonial British buildings all over Britain. You've got them all over Europe. You've got them all. Oh, you got them in India. Yeah. But Taiwan was never colonized by the British. Go on.
But yet you will see so many of what people nowadays will call Tartarian artwork or Tartarian architecture, even in Taiwan. And that just goes to show that there was a worldwide civilization, and it had nothing to do with being colonized by the British.
So there was a worldwide civilization. She is right. And it doesn't have everything to do with colonized by the British. She's sort of right. But if you just go and find out about Taiwan, yeah, obviously they had a pre-colonial period. Oh, wait, hang on. Wait, what? They had a pre-colonial period. Yeah, all of their like ancient history. Yeah, the ancient history. What do you mean? What happened after the pre-colonial period? The early colonial period? No way. You can't. What? Chinese contact the Dutch, the Spanish. Oh, hang on. The Dutch East India Company. Now that sounds a little bit like the British colonial. It's not the same colonial as the British. It's similar, isn't it? It's not the same. It's similar, because the British were fighting with the others, and the East India Company, the Dutch East India Company. Oh, hang on, wait. It's a joint stock company. I don't know if they were completely at war with the British colonials. I think they might have worked sort of with them. Sort of trading and... Oh dear. We have got the Spanish Empire in the 1600s as well. The Hispanic monarchy, the Catholic monarchy, they were there. Then we go back to China. So, Japanese rule as well. Japanese rule. Republic of China again. Martial law, that doesn't sound very fun. Democracy, much better. So, yeah, you are going to find some colonial buildings in a country that was colonially occupied during the colonial period. Not by the British, but by the Dutch and the Spanish. You are going to find that. If you knew anything about history, you would have jumped to that conclusion instead of fucking giants or some nuts civilization that spanned the earth and was wiped out by a mud flood. Like, there was literally a civilization spanning the earth at the time. They were colonizing all the place. That's exactly what was happening. So why don't you believe it?
Look at this painting that we have here. These are satyrs. And or fauns. In Roman mythology, they're called fauns, and in Greek mythology, they're called satyrs. But they're still they're half man and they're half goat. And
but again, it's not a photo; it's a painting.
And remember that this is coming from Taiwan. A beautiful fountain here, and here we go. Yeah, this is Taiwan, and we could certainly call this what some people would call Tartarian architecture. When I say Tartarian,
Dutch colonial.
In architecture, I'm just referring to a blanket statement of advanced architecture.
No, advanced architecture. What she means is stuff she thinks can't be explained unless giants built it. But also anything that's got a bit of a dome on it, or a like, I wanted to say minaret. Like anything that's got a bit of a pointy bit on top, that's a little bit domed and a bit like. Also, you've got all the pillars. That's Greco-Roman. Like anything that's historic looking, and because they don't understand anything about history. Yeah, well, just anything really. Anything that looks old and different. And I think it is a symptom of being, like, starved of culture in America in a way. And no offence to Americans, but you know what I mean? Like, these buildings are, like, 10 a penny in the UK. You go around York and everything's Roman, like, you know, and you go around Bath and it's, like, got ancient Bath spas and, like, you know, there's all sorts of stuff, like, constantly in your eye line if you're in the UK. And you can sort of understand things because you live that archaeological history daily by just walking through it and seeing it all the time. And you don't think it was once, like, you know, the buildings of the 1800s were once buried in mud, because that's not, it doesn't feel like deep ancient history, the 1800s and the 1700s and to some extent the 1600s, like, although, you know, it's still there architecturally, like the buildings are still there in our landscape, but to Americans they never see them at all because they didn't exist in the 1600s. There were no buildings from anyone in America other than the native people. And then, like, all of a sudden they put up all these buildings of all different kinds, and then they see all this ancient, or I say ancient, like this history, and they don't understand it, and they just assume this weird stuff because they don't want to explain it with truth. Instead, the Bible and conspiracy theory and nut stuff. So it's a bit weird, isn't it, all this? A bit weird.
That doesn't seem...
For Shelley, she believes it, though. She believes a biblical, like, aspect of it. So I think she's a bit more lost than the others in some ways. Not there's anything wrong with the Bible as a sort of, you know, morality set and, you know, belief in God and heaven and all that good things. But to literally say, right, well, if the Bible says the world, then God created the world, there can be no evolution. I think that's a bit of a, you know, and other ideas like that, they get a bit...
to fit the narrative that they give us. I'm not specifically referring to Tartary. I just really have to point that out. But again, we see many more of these similarities. I mean, this right here looks like it would have been in ancient Greece.
Yeah, but that could have been built in fucking 2011. Like, I've got no idea what it is. You're not telling me. Like,
from looking at this part over here. It's another one of that very pretty fountain. It's just talking about the golden ratio and aesthetics. So many of the dome features. We have these cupolas. We even have buildings in my town. Lots of them with these cupolas.
Well, it must be Tartaria then.
Look at that. Look at these columns. How high this ceiling is. I would love to know how large these doors were. Where am I going? Let me see if I can scroll in on this a little bit. Yeah.
It doesn't look like that big, does it? Not this one. It doesn't look that big.
More beautiful columns. I can't really tell how large the doors are. They do look pretty big, though, compared to the people. Maybe not as large as the ones that I was just showing you in the other photos. Wow, beautiful.
This looks like some sort of hotel. Someone's holiday snaps. It doesn't prove history's fake. They're in it. They were in their holiday snaps then, whoever that is.
And I mean,
big ups Red Fan for the gifted memberships. Should we press some buttons? Should we press some buttons? I pressed that one.
I can't take it anymore. I can't believe it. I just don't believe it. I hear you're a racist now, father.
We've got to be honest with ourselves. When we think of Taiwan, most of us don't think of things like this. Most buildings like this, people would imagine to be...
Yeah, but that's because you're thinking of Taiwan from your narrow perspective. You've never been there and you don't understand it. So if you'd visited Taiwan or understood their history, you might think about those buildings. But because when you hear the word Taiwan, you think China, you just think of like Chinese stuff, and this shocks you. And you can't have it. To you, there is no explanation.
More of Western architecture, but here it is in Taiwan. Now, this looks very
similar.
What
do you mean Western architecture? The Dutch and the Spanish were there.
So here we've got the serpent, and he's giving Eve the fruit. There's Adam right there. There's the cherubim.
This is from the Catholics.
Get out of the garden, and that's them leaving. That's another one of the columns, the ceiling.
That's the Mona Lisa.
Isn't that in the Louvre?
That's not in the fucking... That's not in Taiwan. Yeah, and I don't know why that's included.
I wonder if that's a replica. This is from the inside looking out here. Wow, look at the size of this person in comparison to these columns.
What does that mean? They're on their holiday. This video is gold. I didn't realise this was going to happen. I didn't watch it all the way through. I watched the start bit and said, all right, she's on one here. This is good. This is exactly what she's like. And then, like, here we are. Whoever this is has sent this in to her so that she can prove that... Oh, my God. They're on their holidays.
More beautiful.
It's got a bit of a sign there that explains it all. He hadn't bothered reading it. He sent this to Shelley instead.
Artwork.
Looks nice.
Absolutely stunning. That's probably a replica of...
Probably a replica. Probably. Do you think it is the exact artwork, the painting of the last... Like, do you think it is? Isn't that a fresco, the Last Supper? Like, do you think they've removed it from the wall in Italy and then brought it over to Taiwan and displayed it in Taiwan? Or do you think it's... Probably a replica. And also, the doors are quite big, so maybe Jesus was a giant. Look at the height of the ceiling. It proves it. No one's head is that tall. Like, if you're sat in a room now and you stand up, your head is not going to hit the ceiling. And it doesn't mean that we should lower the ceilings to the average head height plus an inch, does it? We have height.
Leonardo da Vinci's painting the last...
If anything, this just rubbishes everything she's just said. Because there's Jesus, the doors are big and the height is big. And Jesus never went on about this rubbish.
Supper. My children and I actually studied this year.
Oh, no, wait, because it happened after this rubbish, didn't it? No, because Enoch happened before Jesus. Enoch was the Old Testament stuff, son. You think Jesus would have mentioned it?
Wow. Absolutely amazing.
What do you mean, that's not...
Wow. Absolutely amazing.
That's a statue.
Sounds like something that you would see. It made me think of the movie March of the Wooden Soldiers. That's something that, when I was little, I always liked it would come on at Christmas time, and I would watch that. Wow.
I mean, it looks lovely. I think it's a hotel and art gallery or something.
And again, you just have to wonder, who actually did build these buildings? What
The
is
Dutch. The Spanish.
the story? Why do so many of these features just extend worldwide?
Because the colonial period.
Over. There's a hidden story that we're not being told, and you know
It's not hidden. You are being told it.
Honestly, I really do enjoy trying to figure it out. And you know, I don't know that we'll ever.
How are you not finding the answers on the internet? Like, how did you not? Did you ignore Wikipedia? You think that Wikipedia is lying? Probably. Well, obviously it says the colonial period in the Dutch. Well, that can't be right. So. Have to start making up shit. And this looks like it might even be a more modern building to me. I don't know. Like, but this could be actually, you never know. Like, look at what goes on in Las Vegas. Like, they've got pyramids in Las Vegas as well, but they're not built by, like...
No, this side of heaven what happened, but I do have a good time trying.
There he is, on his holidays. Who is he? And why has he sent these pictures to Shelley? And why has he included the ones where he's in them? It's just bizarre.
To discern everything.
I don't think she checked them through either. I think she didn't realise, because I'd have removed the ones where he's in them really if I was her. But
anyway,
I love the way she doesn't give any explanation as well. I love the way she's not like, so this is this exact place. They say it was built in this time. They say this was the architect, but I can test it. She's just like, who could possibly have done this anyway?
Link that book that I told you about, was this one? So I will leave a link in the description.
Yeah, let's sell that book. Let's get as many copies of that sold as we can. An absolute book of codswallop nonsense based on codswallop nonsense. A bit of fun, if anything. But, like, I don't know who Brian Godewar is, but, you know, if they've written a good book, if it's a good novel, like, you know, the Da Vinci Code or something based on some other stuff, fair enough. But if it's just a load of nonsense to whip up into a frenzy, ladies like Shelley, it's provoked her to make this video, and I don't think that's very good.
Talks to this because it's really good. Again, I haven't gotten very far in it, but it has my imagination going. I just wanted to share all of this with
Thank God she accepts that it's her imagination and not actual fact.
With you, because again, so many times I'm like, oh my gosh, it's the people were given technology by the Watchers, and
Oh no, hang on.
That's how they were able to do it. And then this book really made it quite obvious that it could very well have been the giants that were building these structures, and it would make sense. So much more sense. I know a lot of people try to say things like, well, they probably had the ability to levitate and that's how they were able to get...
No, I didn't suggest levitation. I know a lot of people probably think it was just they had the ability to levitate, but I think it's giants. So...
at so many of these large, these heavy...
Pitbull Sleuth, that's the one that kills me about it, is she homeschools the kids.
Materials up on top. I mean, and that's certainly a possibility, but it's also a possibility that...
And finds time to do this.
When you've got a massive giant, I mean, look at him. He's just carrying that column like it's...
He's not real. I don't want to say it's an artist's impression. It's a fucking picture from like a Dungeons and Dragons book or something. It's not real, Shelley.
Nothing. And that certainly would have been feasible as well. Who knows?
But he's not capable of carving the detail, is he? Because he's so big and cumbersome. So who's done that?
Anyway, that's all that I have for you today. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed and would like to hear more of what I have to say, I would love if you would do that. If you have any questions or comments, you can leave one either here or over.
You certainly can. Like, that's Shelley, There's No Place Like Home, which is a combination channel of videos like that and videos about homeschool. So, like, to her credit, she does say that she doesn't feed her kid. Like, there's pictures of her kids, like, I'm not going to play the videos with her kids in it, obviously, but like, she does, to her credit, sort of say, like, I don't teach this nonsense whilst I'm doing homeschool. I do the normal subjects that homeschool's supposed to do. But she also says that a lot of her homeschool is going out on walks and learning things in the world, and as they come up we teach them, which makes me think that she might not be doing everything exactly to the curriculum. And America's different.
Hi everyone, I'm Shelley and you're watching There's No Place.
America's different to the UK, isn't it? So, like, if you're really religious and you think the Bible's right and you shouldn't send your kids to school, then this is what happens, I guess.
Like home. Ever since I made the video the other day about why we chose to stop using a homeschool room, I've had the idea of showing all of you how we organize things in our very small house. Because one argument that I have seen against people choosing to homeschool is that you want to get the kids out of your very small house for a great period of the day so you can fucking live, like, you just want to get them into a school where the school's got all the different resources for educating them, all the different subjects and all that, and you can spend time just cleaning the fucking house. I'm not saying that you need to do that because you're a woman. That's not being sexist. I mean, like, if you've got kids, you need to tidy up the house. Do you know what I mean? Like, if they're there all the fucking day doing everything all day, it's just going to get on top, isn't it? It's just going to be too much. And that's why they go out for walks, I suppose. Homes just aren't big enough. They don't have the space for it. And unfortunately, this is something that is perpetuated in the media. I can't count how many articles I've seen written by journalists who have probably never had any experience with homeschooling, talking about the importance of having a homeschool room and what you have to have in it. And it's just not the case. You don't need a big house to homeschool.
I love it when people suggest that you need certain things to homeschool. She's like, no, fuck you, I'm not doing it. We're not having that. So she shows you around the house a bit, and this is where everything goes down, I suppose. This is where an entire lifetime, well, for a child, your entire upbringing and learning takes place. Map of the world there, which I am actually surprised by, because she's a flat earther. So that does surprise me.
House. As for the width, there's one wall. There's the other wall.
Big tellis.
So again, not a big house. My house is about 730 square feet. And my husband and I live here with 8 of our children.
8. And this is another thing. If you've got 2 children to homeschool and they're about, a year and a bit between, you can probably, bounce the 2 lessons around. But like, if you've got 8, then they're all different ages. So you've got to do all the lessons at all times of day for all of the different age ranges. I think it's just like, or maybe does one child learn something? Like, it's like a drip down effect. You teach one child, and then once they've learned that, they teach the next child. Is that what's happening? Because like, how... 8.
Thankfully, it is all livable space.
Big ups, Joe
the
Boy.
House that we...
Big ups, Joe Boy. How are you? Big ups, Joe Boy. Quick note, Joe Boy. Apparently, do you remember when you were in chat and we had a little discussion the other day in Twitch? Apparently, I think it's acceptable to... Anyway, we're not going to like... Not now, not here, not now, but bloody hell, Joe Boy. Like, bloody hell. How you doing? How you doing? Did you see Tyson Fury rolling around on the floor outside that pub the other day? Fucking hell. Hope he's not going back to it. Fucking hell. Chris Billingham-Smith on tomorrow and Richard Riakporhe. And I've got a feeling Richard Riakporhe for that early, but I also got a feeling Chris Billingham-Smith, although Chris Billingham-Smith seems a little bit emotional. Like, I don't know what it is. I just think maybe he's recently had his babis and he wants to be at home and, Father's Day and stuff. He seems a little bit emotional. Like, he's holding it all in, he's keeping it all in, he's trying to be all cool about it, but I think he's a little bit scared, you know, I think he's a little bit scared, so it makes me worry about Richard Riakporhe, about, you know, basically, I feel like Richard Riakporhe is going to win, but I'd like to say Chris Billam-Smith's going to box him still and still win, but, you know, that's an interesting one tomorrow. Anyway, now then, Scotty, yeah. It's a bit weird though, isn't it, Joe? Because you were there and you know what happens, you know that I'd fucking never said anything like that. Anyway, yeah, back to this.
Actually lived in before, had around 11 or 1200 square feet, and we actually have more room here, believe it or not, because it wasn't livable space, all of it, in the other house. The attic was a crawl space and the basement was concrete, so we have full use of the attic, which is the bedroom here, and we have full use of the basement, which is mine and my husband's bedroom, and then our laundry room down there.
I don't care. I want to tell you were supposed to be telling me about the school.
So we're actually better off here, even though from the looks of it, you would think that this house is a lot smaller than our old one. But anyway, this is where we keep some of our school stuff. And as you can see...
So you don't have as much stuff as a school then?
I don't have a Better Homes and Gardens house. I'm not interested in having a museum quality house. I just want something that is functional for us and some place where we can put our homeschooling supplies and a place where my kids can just grow up and be comfortable. And
what about a classroom environment where they can learn best? You know, what about the stuff that is conducive to learning?
Not be afraid to touch things. So right here, this is where we keep all of our binders.
I can see
all
that.
of their notebooks. Down here on this shelf is where they keep their pencil boxes. Over here, this little thing and that fishing pole next to it, this is our art drawers. As you can see, we need to go through those and
throw everything in the bin.
Neaten it up a little bit. And you know, this looks messy here. This is actually some craft bags that my daughters had gotten at VBS.
I want to know about the map on the wall. Talk to me about the map on the wall. I'm just going to skim through. Is she going to point at the map on the wall? She's not, is she? Like, that's so weird to me. She's a flat earther and yet she's got that proper map on the wall. Anyway, that's homeschool of the gods. No place like home. I actually really want to watch this one. Big ups, Joe. Eddie Brown is going to... We might play the new song at the end. I might not. Like, what a psycho. Yeah, what a psycho. What a psycho. That's just, yeah. So this is Cam. This is autodidactic, and Cam's a classic flat earther as well. He's a classic Tartarian. He's from Australia. He tried to start a cult in the desert. It didn't really pop off for him, so he came to Europe, and he's on travels around Europe. He's in Belgrade at the moment, living the life. And this is a classic Cam video. This one. This is how Cam rolls. This is in some way proof of something, apparently. Check this out. Oh yeah, wait, before we drop this one, we are of course checking on Lydia and her crowdfund. She's the pinned thing at the top. If anyone's new to the chat today, thank you for the tippy, Joe. I also appreciate it if anyone can help us get, at the moment it's 471. When I reload it just in a second, that hopefully will go up. We're going to try and get it over the 500 today, and then we're on the way to the £1,000 target. We're going to do more streams leading up to that. There's a 2-week sort of countdown leading up to the 6th of July. 2 or 3 week countdown when she's going to be doing the wheelchair push. Lydia has MS and she has autism, and she's going to be doing a sponsored event for a different charity, for her local food bank, because she wants to give back to her community. So we're trying our hardest to give that a push on our channel, while we have a little laugh at some of the more bizarre things that are on the internet. I just wanted to make sure that's shouted out at every point. And we're going to reload it, and it's 481 now, so that has gone up. It has gone up. Thank you, Foxy, for chipping in. Thank you, Foxy, there for chipping in. So it is going up. We're only 20 away from hitting that, and like I can make sure we hit that. So if no one else is feeding flush, I can make sure we chuck that in at the end of the show. So I'll keep an eye on that. But if we can get over the 550, we're pushing, and if you show more. Down here we've got this list. I'm on the list already, you chuffers. Big ups, Red Fan. This is all of you chuffers today. Look. Like, she'll be so pleased with this. Like, you should all give each other a little pat on the back in chat there. She'll be so pleased with this. Look, the chuffer's there as well. The chuffer's there as well. That's me as well, and that's you chuffers, which is us. And then, look at you all, you massive chuffers. Well done. Well done. So yeah, we're shouting that out today. So this, and we might get on. We might, if we've got enough time. We're squeezing for time now, but we'll get a bit more time. It's 9:30. We might listen to this late. I wanted to hear her telling us about how she got possessed. We might just get into that and then save it for the next time. But this has to be seen to back up, to go with the Homeschool of the Gods. This is Cam in Belgrade, and Cam, in my mind, is just a buffoon. Some people think highly of him in the flat Earth world, but this is him proving something or something. Check this out. I apologise in advance. Wait, I apologise in advance if you don't like shaky cam bollocks, because this might make you seasick. I'm going to let the cat in.
Alright, I'm just under this bridge here. It's pretty noisy. They're doing work over there.
Who is Lydia? Who is Lydia? You know how I just look around the internet and find videos and stuff? I came across Lydia's videos because she does video diaries about her life. Yeah, I just found them a bit of a ray of sunshine. She believes that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So over on over on Twitch, where we watch all sorts of stuff, we keep checking in with Lydia's videos and seeing how she's going. And we watch Neighbours and we watch, all these other things, and it's a bit more buoyant and fun. And that goes on Super Chuffer for You. So Lydia's not a feature of Battery Exhausted channel. We look at her content on a different part of my, media stuff, but I'm shouting it and promoting it here because this is where I think you chuffers might give us a hand to get her wheelchair push over the line. Yeah, so this is Cam in Belgrade.
Alright, I'm just under this bridge here. It's pretty noisy. They're doing work over there.
He's under a bridge. And yeah, it's noisy, so not ideal for filming. And Cam doesn't really know what's going on. He's into the Tartarians stuff, so everything that she was just saying about the old world and mud floods, he basically backs up all that sort of stuff. So let's see what he makes of this.
Big columns. This is the bridge pillar that it's standing on. I found this. I don't know if you can see in there. It's pretty dark. There's very cold air coming out of this, and I think that's a door on the other side. I don't know if you can see this, but definitely a room inside this, what looks to be a tower, but it's been converted into a bridge. And here's some more pillars. There's a griffin up, and this one, just a design. There's a tram.
Oosh. He's somewhere between a tourist and a nutter, isn't he? Like a nutter tramp. Like you think, like, if you saw this man on the street doing this, you might think, oh, he's just a tourist. But if you actually knew that he was suggesting, I don't know what he's even suggesting here. He's not suggesting anything. He's just filming stuff. But he's somewhere between like some lost, like loop head. Pick ups, Joe Boy. No, Joe Boy. No thanks. The whole problem I have with Cam is that he's a grifter. He's definitely a grifter, trust me. Like, same as Martin. Like, he's done he sells tuning forks. You can go here and buy tuning forks. This is how you can give him money, is for the Magic of Fibonacci tuning forks. Light workers, get your vibrational tools. If you give him $300, he will drop ship you some tuning forks from China, right? Well, that's my guess, is they drop ship from China. That's my guess. Or maybe he's got a big box of these in his attic in Australia or something. Pineal gland tuning fork for $50. Like, tuning forks. Right, let me just Google up tuning. If I just want to buy tuning forks set, just a set of tuning forks, 30 quid. Yeah, this one's 270, so they might be good ones. Maybe they do get expensive. Maybe they do. Or you can buy a cheap set for 30 quid. So when you're looking at Cam's products that he's selling, hang on, too many windows. More windows than Buckingham Palace at this point. More windows than Buckingham Palace. Let's close a few down. Where were we? Shouldn't it be the most recent? Anyway, Cam's selling tuning forks, isn't he? There it is. Cam's selling tuning forks. These are in different colours, is it possible they're the really posh ones that cost $250, or is he selling $30 tuning forks for $250? I don't know. Like, I don't trust him. But this is his current thing. It wasn't always tuning forks, but he's in with Campbell Purvis. That's him, Campbell Purvis, and David Holtz. That's someone else, and they do this now. But before it was something else. Like, he's on the grift. He gets YouTube money, I think, from his videos, and they've watched this. This is 2,000 view video, so he's got his little bit from doing a video on the internet, but it's nothing, and he just talks shit, in my opinion. Well, I think quite provable, some of it, but in this one, he's not talking anything really. He's just sort of going around. Like, he's not saying this is definitely this or this is definitely that. He doesn't know anything.
So they still have trams here, or trolleys, if you're American. Pretty cool, very old world. Over there we can see more of this construction.
Again, no offence to people around the world like this. I'm not generalising. You know, when I said Americans earlier, I'm not really generalising like that. I don't really believe that. I think like it's hard to specify like one type of person equals every type of person. That is a bit of a stereotyping. But here again, comes from Australia. I don't think all Australians are like this, but Australia is a moderately modern country, isn't it? It was settled by the British, and then it became, like, there was ancient Australia, there was traditional Aboriginal Australia, but then it became, and they started building. So, like, Cam maybe looks at this combination of these old and new structures and, you know, things like this, and maybe it's quite alien to him, and, like, his method of explaining it, again, is, like, mud-flooded nonsense. Like, it all plays into his conspiracy. But I think Cam is, my personal opinion is that Cam is a real grifter, where I don't think he even believes this nonsense properly. He just knows that if he talks it, he can whip it into some monies. So, like, I think he might have been doing some other, I don't think he's always believed this. I think that when he's realised this is a way of getting some monies on the internet, he's decided to go with it, sort of thing. So,
out of the city walls, this looks like it's been filled in. Sorry, it's so noisy here. It's like 10 in the morning.
So why don't you just take some nice photographs?
Everyone's going to work.
Like, why is this a video? Do you know what I mean? Like, a video could be presented in lots of different ways. You don't have to just wander around with your phone like this. Like, his attitude and approach to this is just so low grade as well.
Okay, these tops on these columns seem to be the same. Almost as the other side.
And doesn't that look like it's been refurbished as well? A lot of this stone. So what is your point anyway? And surely this is the Eagle of Belgrade? Like, surely there's some historical meaning behind it. Like, you're just going to say it's an eagle and move on?
Well, we've got a double-headed eagle there.
That's Tartaria probably.
I'll take you around the other side. Oh, here's one here. Okay, so these pillars. Okay, so apart from the fact that they're clearly in section, you go up to the top. I'll have to zoom in. Can you see that? I'll get back a bit, but it looks like a woven basket.
Looks like Celtic, like, isn't it? I mean, what? And?
It's very cool. Hang on a sec. So this is Belgrade.
The camera work now. Like, the fellas living cheap in Eastern Europe somehow. I don't. What's he doing out there? I really think Cam's got a fishy smell about him. My feeling. I don't like him. Like, he's one of Martin's friends. Martin hangs out with him and thinks he's all right, but I don't like him.
Some nice old buildings there. Got columns at the bottom. Up there. Part of whatever this construction is. I think it's part of the old city walls. This bit has at least been recovered.
Yeah, big ups to Joe. I saw what you say, Joe. I made a song about Edis recently on Send Trees. I'll play it at the end of this episode, and then, like, you know, what if, like,
I don't know.
Fucking, innit?
It's all new.
Horrible, horrible stuff as well. Horrible, horrible stuff. Don't really want to, like, you know, bring it to my fun show, really.
There's been lots of wars in this country for a long time. But at the top of this column there.
Oh,
Looks like a...
This is an interesting shot, actually. Like, if he'd done it as photography, he might have seen, you know, there's something in his eye here. Isn't this one of these 5G posts? And then you've got the, you know, the more, slightly more ornate and, like, isn't there something to be seen in this frame? Can't you, like, reframe it in some way and take an interesting picture? Or is it just, like, shaky cam bollocks and you're missing the sort of juxtaposition that's being shown to you here?
Woven basket, it's very cool. And they've just built this big, new steel bridge.
What bridge? Where? Who built it? When?
And sat it on top
of
this old tower.
Is it an old tower? What appears to be a tower? He doesn't like. Why don't you know anything before you present it on the internet?
And so they just shoved it in there, basically. And
like, it gives me the feeling like he's waiting for somebody and he's bored, so he just thought of filming something. Like, what's he doing under this bridge in Belgrade?
There's a few doors around here.
It reminds me of the John Wedgers. You know, when John Wedger goes about walking about the streets of London looking for vulnerable people, like, you know, it reminds me of that.
But I think they've been blocked up.
Have I slowed this guy down, Cam? No, this is just sped. This is just sped normal. It's just we're so used to watching nutters at high speed. You can't speed this up though, because it'd be too shaky.
There's one, so that would be going into that room that we saw.
Yep, doors.
Oh, big hole.
Oh.
It's full of water.
It's got water in the hole, so...
The river's just over there.
That water's probably not from the river though, Cam.
Another door that you can see, it's got a big iron door on it. Wow, look at the hinges there. It looks like an original door.
An original door? From when?
Very ornate hinges.
Very ornate hinges, and also a Yale lock on it there. So, in terms of original, it's welded. Mate, it's welded. Like, do you think they just welded the handle on the original door, probably? Drilled a fucking lock into it? Like, what are you talking about? It's a steel, like, security door on what is being used as some sort of pumping station, maybe, or, like, you know, electricity station. Like, it's got locks on it. They don't want people going in there, and they probably just put a bit of ornamentation on it because it's going to be part of what is an old, I don't know about listing, whether you have listed buildings in that part of the world, but you know what I mean? Like, what is he looking at, and how is he saying these things? Like, maybe this was mud flooded. It's got a welded fucking handle on it.
It's just been painted over.
Painted over?
It's a street here. We have another old world building.
Yep. Well, it looks old, doesn't it? Insofar as it's in disrepair, but it's not that old, is it? I mean, I don't know. You'd have to go and tell me a bit more about it.
And this one looks like it got bombed in the war.
Looks like it got bombed in the war. Who knows? You know what's happened to this? Could have been fire damage, anything. Who knows?
The most recent war, 1990s.
Apparently there's a war in Belgrade in the 90s, so it could have suffered damage in the war. I mean, he doesn't know.
We'll go have a look, eh? So here's the old building. There's a big truck coming in.
He's going to get himself run over.
There's the...
Hopefully.
The bridge. We'll go across and have a bit of a look.
Do you know what I mean? He's just doing this really badly as well. Even if he's got an interesting point to make, which he doesn't. Like, he's trying to film architecture with his phone, and this is the quality of the stuff he puts out. It's making me feel sick, like, it's giving me motion sickness, you know?
Alright. So you can see an old world building here. Very, very thick walls, double layered. And the inside layer is recent.
It doesn't look that old world, does it? When you say old world, like, what are you talking about? They're not Roman, are they?
So that's obviously to fit the windows. You can see it over there.
Giants, probably.
Well, maybe not so well on the video, but nice old world building.
And it looks like steel structures with concrete around them. So the reason the roof is off, maybe they've decided to renovate this. Maybe the money's run out or the project's gone awry, but it looks like as part of a renovation, they were building steel structures on the interior with like these iron. So it looked like they might have been planning to put something on top, so they might have removed the old roof in anticipation of doing that. It looks like it was in the process of renovation, and that's come to a halt.
Red bricker, very, you know, like the foot thick walls. But in here, you can see they've been doing...
So if you're going to renovate the building, you'd probably gut it first, wouldn't you?
Some construction, but they haven't finished it. And you see that everywhere around the Balkans, like half-finished buildings and...
Maybe that's an economic aspect. You know, I don't know exactly what's happened, so... No.
Projects and things. But it looks like they might have been going to turn this into like a cafe or a restaurant, but...
A cafe or a restaurant? What makes you think that? I love the way he's so confident about these assertions. This is what they all do as well. Like, whether it be the old world or the new, this was going to be a cafe or a restaurant. Why? Why? Okay, well, that's going to be the kitchen, and that's where you'd put the tables. Look, obviously. Like, what do you mean a cafe or a restaurant? It could be anything. Could have been a cinema. Could have been a library. Could have just been like a block of flats. Like, it could be anything that they were going to do here. A cafe or a restaurant, absolutely nailed on.
Just never got finished, and I think this whole floor here...
Is Alfie... sorry, I'm looking at your chat names. Is Cam new to YouTube? No, he's not new to YouTube, no. He's got 80,000 subscribers, and I'll show you his channel in just a sec.
It's new as well.
Oh, Cam, that's not a bridge.
But over here, there's something interesting.
Big ups, Lisa Marie. Yeah, we're coming to the end of the show now. It was this one, and then it's the Possessed Girl. We'll probably only get a little bit of the Possessed Girl down our chops, and then we'll finish. And I might jump over on Twitch and play some video games and cause some trouble.
Just another view. Oh, some more big iron doors, big hinges. They look like the original old iron doors.
What do you mean the original?
Down here, you can see we've got what looks to be a window of some kind. And when we come in here, you'll see there is something down there, a lower level. And so
every building has foundations, and most have a sort of basement floor or lower level.
I think they've just put this new, you know, concrete floating floor in. But
they have just put a concrete floor in, yes.
Definitely more to this building under the ground. And this one, you can see they actually bricked up this window. You can see the bricks there.
Waving the camera around. Okay, Cam, thanks very much. That's his video, Belgrade. That proves it. Effectively, that proves it. Do you know what I'm saying? This is Autodidactic, and he's been around for 2019, started this channel. His oldest videos are about Star Forts, history resets, looking around Australia, the mud flood 5 years ago. So he's been doing this for a while. It's just he happens to be on his holidays at the moment, so he's going around like a tourist with his mobile phone. His latest are Bosnian pyramids. He's in Bosnia. Covering up our past with Raised by Giants. So he does things with other people. He's been out with Martin Nika in America as well, doing stuff. I mean, I don't know how he's got the money to go around Venice and all these places. So fair play to him, you know, living the good life, going around Europe, having a big holiday. But a total sham and a shame to be selling people tuning forks off the back of a load of nonsense on the internet, isn't it? So that's Cam, Autodidactic. He's a proper flat earth grifter, he is. Whether he's flat earth these days or Tartaria or whatever, you know, proper one. PayPal is his first thing on his links. Patreon and Facebook. Please don't give Autodidactic money. Please give it to Lydia. Let's see if we've got 500 on Lydia. We're over the 500 on Lydia. So everything you give tonight is extra bonus on this point onwards. And I would encourage you to continue to do so, because she's trying to get to the 1,000, isn't she? She's trying to get to 1,000. So every one of you, she will really, really appreciate it. Thank you, Susie Dew, for pushing it up over the top there. And thank you for Anonymous. We're all behind you. We'll need to be if we're going to push her wheelchair. Ha ha. But the wheelchair push, she'll be in the wheelchair doing the event. So also big shouts out to her husband, who like helps her with stuff as well, because I think he's going to have to go through some of the pushing. But yeah, she's going to do this for the local food bank. She's doing it for other people. She's a great person, and we're really happy to help her. So thank you everyone for doing that. The link is at the top of the screen, and we'll continue to shout this out. Like, this isn't a finished process. This is part of a push, so we'll continue to shout her out in the future. Thank you for helping us hit what I consider to be today's target, and a massive step forward for her on her campaign. Thank you. That button wasn't always working. She had a bit of a setback a couple of weeks ago where the button wasn't working, and she'd been out promoting. She'd been out to a local event, to a hot radio local station. They'd been helping her to get the message out, but her button wasn't working, so no one was able to put the money in, and that was a bit of a worry to me. But thankfully, the button is now working, and you've all been hammering that button. So thank you very much for that. Yeah, finally on today's show is. Today's show is nuts. How I got possessed from using a Ouija board, part 1. Now, this was a suggested video to me, and I don't always take suggestions. I just ignore everything that everyone sends me. But this one I did like have a little look at the start, and I thought, well, this looks a bit interesting, and I think it'd be funny. But because of the way the stream's gone tonight, we're towards the end of a 4-hour sesh. We're going to start watching it. We'll watch about 10 or 15 minutes maybe, and then we'll bin it off, and I'll just say thanks and good night. But we'll catch up with it at the start of next Nutterwatch, I guess. You know, we've got things that we're watching in episodic content, which means I need to do more Nutterwatch. I appreciate you, chuffers, and the best way to appreciate you is to be here and to do more Nutterwatch. So let's have a look at what she's got to say. This is Santris. She's on YouTube. She's uploaded this a month ago. It's got 50,000 views. So shouts out to Santris.
Whether you believe in Ouija boards or not, here are 3 of my personal experiences with an Ouija board. 3 of the scariest experiences that I've ever had.
Right. I can't find them that scary because this little dog over your shoulder's looking about. It's like this little dog's up over the shoulder looking about, so it's the scary bit is totally blown for me. That's gone out the window. Although this dog's perked up and thought, hello, Scaris. Scaris? No, Ouija board, Scaris. This dog knows what's up.
So, let me just tell you how I got the Ouija board in the first place. This was back when I was 14, and me and my best friend found out that they were selling Ouija boards.
I think you should tell us, like, how the difference in. I hope she's over the 18 now because I'm doing a review of her video. But like, you know, back when I was 14, but how long ago was that? Like,
at Toys R Us.
At Toys R Us. Hang on, wait. America's never going to be having this, are they?
Got the Ouija board in the first place.
No, Shelley's going to be really cross about this. What are they doing selling Ouija boards at Toys R Us?
Back when I was 14, and me and my best friend found out that they were selling Ouija boards at Toys R Us.
Insane. Like, this is taking us in full circle tonight because John Wedger reckons that Satanists are doing so like they're selling Ouija boards at Toys R Us. That'll be the Satanists, won't it, and the Masons trying to get the kids into let's just listen to the video.
So naturally we wanted to go to Toys R Us and get one.
Naturally.
And me and my friend spent the summer mowing lawns for people, saving up money to go shopping, and so we had some spending cash that we wanted to go use at Toys R Us to get.
I mean, how much are these Ouija boards? You have to spend a summer saving up.
One of these Ouija boards. We asked my mom. She said no. She didn't want that in her house.
Sensible. Mom's sensible. She don't want the Ouija board in the house. So there you go. Mom's saying no. So probably just left it at that then, yeah?
Understandable. We asked my friend's mom. She said...
We asked my friend's mom. Classic technique when you were younger. Do you remember that one? If your parents won't let you do it, then you try and go around the other kid's house whose parents will let you do it. If your mom won't let you go, then maybe we can ask your mom. Like, you know. I'm assuming the other mom said no too.
No, same thing.
Yeah, same thing.
So me and my friend decided to just walk to Toys R Us on our own.
So you fucked it off and just walked on your own at 14 years old. This could have ended really badly.
And secretly buy one for ourselves. So we get to Toys R Us and there is...
No responsible adult who says, hello, are you here with your parents? You appear to have walked into the car park. Like, do you need help?
2 Ouija board options. There's a...
2 Ouija board, 2 options at Toys R Us, okay.
Toys R Us, and there is 2 Ouija board options. There's a glow-in-the-dark one. Okay, this was back in 2007, okay? 2007,
so it was a while ago, yeah.
So there was a glow-in-the-dark one, and there was a Barbie-themed one.
A glow-in-the-dark Ouija board, I can understand, right? A glow-in-the-dark one I can understand, because it's Ouija boards, it's spookies. You know, ooh, glow-in-the-dark Ouija board, I kind of get that. But the Barbie-themed one? What, for a cult Barbie? Exorcism Barbie. Black Magic Barbie. A Ouija board for Barbie. A Barbie themed Ouija board. And I can imagine it in my brain as well, couldn't you? You can imagine it. It's going to be pink. The lettering's going to be in the Barbie font. Like... I'm sure it's Seance Barbie. Seance Barbie. Which would you go for in chat? Which would you like? The glow-in-the-dark Ouija board, which to me, I think the glow-in-the-dark Ouija board seems like a reasonable combination of ideas, because it's spookiest, maybe for Halloween, you know, stuff like that, a glow-in-the-dark Ouija board. Okay, listen, I don't believe in the Ouija board has any magic power. Let's get that out there right now, before we go on any further. I don't believe the Ouija board's got any magic power. I'm just going to pick up a piece of paper or something. What's this? This is a card from a business that is from... It doesn't matter what the business is from, but this is a card from a business, and it's got all letters on it, right? It's got all letters on it. And all those letters are on a piece of card here, and it's not magic, the spirits can't come through it. Like, the Ouija board is very, very much the same. It's a piece of wood, or quite commonly now chipboard or plyboard, or very thick card, and it's got letters all written on it, and so is your cereal boxes and everything. So I just think there's no magic power in it myself. So that's me and Ouija boards. I'm not a worrier, but out of the two options, I'd probably go for the glow-in-the-dark one. I mean, I'm probably not going to buy either of them really, but the glow-in-the-dark, although the Barbie one seems so kitsch, doesn't it? It seems like there's a value in that, because if you keep that, maybe one day you can sell it somewhere as like a sort of... Did you know they used to make Barbie Ouija boards? Oh, they don't make them anymore. It's like so kitsch, isn't it? So which would you go for, the Barbie Ouija board or the glow-in-the-dark Ouija board? You know, and bear in mind she's a 14-year-old girl as well, so I'm assuming she goes for the Barbie one.
Two Ouija board options. There's a glow-in-the-dark one. Okay, this was back in 2007, okay?
Barbie does the Barbie Ouija board, and then later on she's saying to Ken, I don't feel right. And then the next morning she insists that her name is Cindy. She was always called Cindy. She doesn't know this Barbie. She's always been Cindy. Ken's aghast.
So there was a glow-in-the-dark one, and there was a Barbie-themed one. We thought it would be more fun to get the glow-in-the-dark one so that we could do it in the dark. We grab the Ouija board, we go to the checkout stand, and they tell us, you guys can't buy this, you have to be 18 or have an adult with you.
Really? I didn't know she was going to say that. You have to be 18 to buy a Ouija board. What? It's not alcohol. It's just a board game made by Waddingtons. You don't have to be 18 to buy Monopoly. It's Toys R Us, for Christ's sake. Just take her money. Although, at this point, wouldn't you worry that she's in the store alone with her friend? Don't you have some sort of moral obligation to just sort of, say something to someone about, I don't know whether you'd call the police or not, but maybe to her, are your parents here? Stuff like that. Since you're buying this thing.
So we were like, crap, So we just book it. We run out the store. And it was just so funny. I don't condone shoplifting, but it was really funny. Me and my friend were just running out the store.
They stole the Ouija board. That's a bad start. That's going to get you cursed, isn't it? Stolen Ouija board.
My house, and we're in the middle of the parking lot as we're running. And
she's got all tattoos on her hand. I like this lady.
I'm 6 feet, 7 feet in front of my friend, just running, and she's like, Marissa, and I'm like, what? And I look back at her, and she's waving a candy bar in the air, and she's like, I accidentally stole this. And I was like, just keep running. So we were just so excited that she accidentally stole a candy bar.
That little dog's listening to the story.
But it's not a big deal. We ran, it is a big deal, don't steal. It was just a funny moment. Anyway, so we just booked it even faster into the neighborhood, away from the Toys R Us. And we're running, and we're starting to get tired, and we don't think that they're going to chase us out of this candy bar, so we slow down and we start walking.
Did you not steal the Ouija board?
And we're walking through the neighborhood, and we live in Utah, so missionaries are a common thing around here. And we end up seeing two missionaries in front of us, down the road. And
this is a story, right? I keep worrying about this story. I haven't watched this one before, so I don't know what's going to come up. I worry about this story that this could go wrong at any time. Shouldn't you be you've escaped from your parental oversight? I wonder whether the parents are worried about them because they've gone to Toys R Us without telling anyone to buy Ouija boards. And this is going really off the track, isn't it? This Ouija board's a bad influence.
like ringing the doorbell at this house, and this house, there's clearly no one there. And they're just standing there, and we're getting closer to them. And I was like, I have an idea. Because I knew my mom wasn't going to buy me a new Ouija board.
Oh, she only bought that one girl stole a chocolate bar. I thought they booked it with the Ouija board, but she left the Ouija board and ran anyway. I don't know why you'd run away. You're not allowed to buy it because you're not 18. You don't have to run. They're not going to arrest you.
The other adult that was going to buy us a Ouija board. So I was like, let's ask these guys to see if they would be willing to
Let's
buy
ask the missionaries from the church to see if they will buy 2 young children a Ouija board.
us a Ouija board. And my friend was like, they're not going to buy you an Ouija board. They're missionaries. Like, they'll think that you're evil. And I was like, let's just see what happens. So
don't talk to strangers.
We go up to these missionaries. We start talking to them. And they're like, you know, can I help you? And I was like, yeah, I need help. We just tried to buy an Ouija board from Toys R Us. And we need someone.
How's this video got 60,000 views?
18 or older to be with us in order to buy the Ouija board. So would you guys be willing to help us get one? And they're like, I don't know, that doesn't seem like the right thing to do, you know, like what you would expect a missionary to say. And so I go, look, I obviously need help. Like, I obviously need your help with finding Jesus and God and, you know, the Mormon way. But I am not going to accept help from you unless you buy this Ouija board for me. So I will give you my name, my address. I'll give you my phone number if you want. I'll give that all to you if you just go.
What?
And buy this Ouija board for us. And they think about it and they're like, I don't know. And I was like, please, like, you'll be helping us out. And like, this is your opportunity to help someone that's clearly in need of your assistance. And so they're like, okay, why not? So they follow us back to Toys R Us. And I keep accidentally saying Toy Story, or going to say Toy Story. Anyway, they follow us back to Toys R Us, and we go and grab the Ouija board. They follow us to the checkout stand. The cashier's like, whatever, I don't get paid enough for this. Like, there's a guy that's here that's 18 or older, and you guys, like, whatever, you're not...
Well, this is acceptable to the cashier. Again, I mean, I've worked at the supermarket when I was younger. I mean, I don't know how old she's suggesting this cashier is, but, like, so you've had these minors in the shop. They're not allowed to buy the Ouija board. They're not with their parents, obviously. Now they come in with 2 random men who seem to be from the Mormon church, and you're just going to be like, yeah, okay, that's better now. There's your Ouija board. Get out. Like, does no one give a fuck about anything?
The rules. So here's your Ouija board, and we walk out to the parking lot, and they give me a piece of paper, and I write down my name, and I gave them my real address. I didn't give them
oh my god.
Number though, and I was like, here, just show up, like, I'll talk to you, it's not a big deal. So I like kept up my word, like, you know, my end of the bargain, and they're like, okay. And then me and my friend just ran, like, just took off running.
We're doing a lot of running today. Ouija board in hand, we can now run. Fuck those Mormons off. They might have tried to murder us, you never know. Well, they've got my address, so they can always come around and murder me any day of the week.
We were so excited, and we're running.
Not that the Mormons are going to do any murdering per se. I just, you know, seems like I worry about this whole setup.
Running, and we're just like so excited to go home and do, like, play with this Ouija board.
You should have asked the Masons to buy it for them. I think you get a free Ouija board when you sign up, don't you? You get a car sticker and a Ouija board. Or did they change that? Has that changed now?
And as we're running, we get, like, down the road, like, or down the road and around the
Choose your own free gift when you sign up. Choose your free gift now. Radio alarm clock. Ouija board. Leather face mask. Hot tub murder storage. Gin. More gin. John Wedge's satanic underwear.
From my house, there's a junior high and an elementary school. It's the junior high that we went to, like, we're going to at the time. And so we're walking, and we were like, I wonder where a good place would be.
Imagine hearing this story on the school bus on Monday morning. Yeah, it's taking me to that sort of place. I mean, I figured she was a bit more grown up, and, like, she was doing this. I've seen it's got 60,000 views. It's been suggested to me. It's like she's talking about spiritual stuff, like how I got possessed from using a Ouija board. So I thought she might just go straight into, look, we got this Ouija board, right? And I was about 16, and we sat around, and what happened was the spirit came in. I thought she might have gone there. I didn't realise that we were going to just be sort of like, yeah. So then I got a chocolate bar, and then I didn't get the Ouija board because we couldn't get the Ouija board, but then I was going to get the Ouija board, but then I had to do some mowing of some when are we going to get to the bit where you get possessed? Or maybe this is what the demon does to you. Maybe the demon just wastes everyone's time. You can't be possessed and have little dogs like this hanging around, can you? Because the dogs would be bucking at you. They wouldn't be happy with it. So I don't think she's possessed now.
We could do this Ouija board out without, you know, my parents or your parents finding out. And so as we're walking, all of a sudden we see like cops like circling our
Cops? The Vatican sent out the police. Someone's bought a Ouija board. Oscar 3, someone's bought a Ouija board. Ouija board's been...
Because you'd be in jail.
high, and we see two kids like run from the junior high, and they're clearly running from these cops. They run across this road, and there's like a line of fences. They run into this like secret door in the wooden fences.
A secret door?
And the cops are still like circling.
How big was it? Listen, what's this got to do with the fucking Ouija board experience? Can you get on with it?
And we're like, what the heck was that?
I've got her sped up as well, and she seems normal, like she seems normal pace, even sped up. So
we're walking down the street, and we get to like where that door would be, like that secret door, and we find it, and we push our way through, and we're in someone's backyard.
So some young people were running from the police, and you think, hey, we'll follow them where they ran from the police because these seem like good people to follow. Like, you're making a series of really bad choices. I'm surprised she's still alive. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you feel like the next step of this story is going to be, and then I got murdered, and I ended up murdered, and I'm a ghost, and you're hearing me through the Ouija board because I'm dead. Like, what's going on?
This Ouija board. We're just two 14-year-old girls standing in a random backyard now with a Ouija board, looking for two boys that we just saw run across the street. And so we're like just kind of like messing around, like not messing around, but we're just kind of like goofing around and walking through the backyard, trying to like see if we can find whoever these boys were. And all of a sudden we see them like in the sliding glass window of their kitchen in the house, and they come out and they see our Ouija board, and they're like, yo, is that a Ouija board? And we're like, yeah, do you guys want to play? Like,
I think they were like, yo, are you young ladies? Because we're young boys, so I don't care what you're holding, you're invited. Like, you could have been holding a fucking copy of the Sports Almanac from Back to the Future, and they'd have said, yo, is that a Sports Almanac from Back to the Future? I like them. Or like, you could have been holding like a box of Frosties, and they'd have gone out and said, yo, is that a box of Frosties? Would you like to come and play? Like, manna from heaven. God's just these two young ladies, like young pretty girls. Like, I'm assuming these are boys of their own age at this point. Do you know what I mean? And like, if I was a 14-year-old boy and two attractive young girls of my own age had come into my garden, I'd have been like, fucking hell, this doesn't happen every day of the week. Quick, get the links after. Shh, get the links on. Shh, Axe body spray. Shh. The links is working. It's the links effect.
the Ouija board with us? And they're like, sure. And we're like, how come you guys were running from the cops over there? We saw you guys run. And they're like, oh, we were just climbing on the roof, and they caught on, and they were like, probably were going to give us like a ticket for being on the roof or something. And we're like, oh, okay. And so the two boys take us into their garage. So my friend's name is Tiffany, and the two boys were named Zach.
Tiffany got... she's 14, so I can't say anything about Tiffany, can I? But, you know, Tiffany and one of these boys went off in the corner, and she was snogging this boy, and then me and Zach did the Ouija board, and like, what's going on here? When does it get to you being possessed? Why are we talking about Tiffany getting fucking... I can't say it, can I? Because, you know, but like, why are we talking about Tiffany having a snog? And how did you not get yourself in serious trouble doing these things? Random boys shed. We're going in the garage with the random boys we've never met before. This seems fine.
And Taylor, and it was Taylor's house, and we were going to Taylor's garage. And so we go into the garage, and it's like super dark, and we're like excited because we want to try out the like glow in the dark portion of the like aspect of the Ouija board. So this was like the darkest area we could find, and we're sitting on the ground of his garage, and we're kind of just like waiting, and nothing's like really happening. We're asking questions to the board, and we're all like being really patient. We each got 2 fingers on each hand on it.
He's got, sorry, what? Everyone's doing that except Zach, who sat next to Tiffany, and he's only got 1 hand on it.
And we're all like being really patient. We each got 2 fingers on each hand on it, and we asked a question, and all of a sudden it starts moving, and it's not really going anywhere. I don't remember it spelling out something in particular or anything that made sense, but we were all sketched out of each other, like, okay, which one of us is making it move? And so we would take turns lifting up our fingers, and like if it was still moving, like we knew that it like wasn't that person at the time, so we would all just like take turns lifting.
Well, that proves that more than one of you is moving it, doesn't it? Oh.
Fingers as the what's it called was moving. And
the planchette. They call it a planchette, but really it's just a shape thing, like a thing with a shape. isn't it? It's just a shape. It's nothing. It's a planchette. There's no such thing as a planchette. It's just a shaped thing that they use to point on the pointer on the board. Planchette.
It's moving quite a bit, and we're all getting pretty convinced that we've got like a spirit or something. And Taylor's like, okay, what's the combination of my garage to the spirit? And the spirit like spells out, like starts to spell out a number. I don't remember what the number was, but Taylor started getting really scared, and he was like, that's my garage code. He got it right, and all of a sudden the garage started opening. And so we scream.
So the boy whose garage you are sitting in has pushed it to the numbers and then pressed the garage button, and you're scared. I don't know why he's done that as well, because like, if he's trying to, maybe he's, you know, these are 14-year-olds, so I don't know how old these boys are that they're sat with, but like maybe he's not got the moves, you know, but scaring the ladies is not a good move. Like putting a bit of spook on it, you know, maybe the ghost told you to give you a kissy, like give him a kissy, but scaring them with the garage move, that's going to scare them. So,
and we freak out.
Freaked
and
out.
We're convinced that we were talking to a real spirit. Like, looking back, I don't know if it was a coincidence if someone opened the garage, because we looked for like one of his family members.
It was him. He did it. You were stupid enough to leave your house and walk to Toys R Us. You were stupid enough to run from Toys R Us when questioned. You were steal a chocolate bar. You were stupid enough then to ask members of the Mormon church to buy you a Ouija board. Adults, you know, all this. Like, you were stupid enough to go back to the Toys R Us where you had previously committed theft and to buy the Ouija board. You were stupid enough to run from the police and join up with fugitives from the police in a garage, people you've never met before, and stupid enough to believe that the spirits are talking to you and that it wasn't the boy who opened the garage door.
They opened the garage. No one was there. No one was there. So we're all pretty convinced.
It's from inside. They opened it from inside.
At this point, that we were talking to a real spirit, and this experience like bonded the four of us together. We became like an Ouija board group at that point. Like we were
a Ouija board group. What you mean is Zach requested that you return next week with Abigail. What was her name? Because like these lads, they don't give two shits about Ouija boards. I'm telling you, they never have and they never will again. But as far as you're concerned, they're in the Ouija board group. They are Ouija board aficionados, and you'd better come around next week every week. We need to see you again for the Ouija boards.
We were excited to continue playing with this Ouija board because we were all convinced that it was working. So later on, we make plans to hang out like later that weekend or something to do the Ouija board somewhere. And by this point,
would you like to come around my house and do Ouija board again next week? Yeah, okay, thanks. Imagine that. I still can't imagine it. As a 14-year-old, like, you know, teenager, like a quite attractive girl just appears in your garden, wants to play Ouija boards with you and come back next week. Like, this must have been brilliant for that Taylor that lived in that house, mustn't it? This must have been brilliant. That's not my experience of it. Of like, you know, like, it was Taylor living in a lovely, like, part of the world? Was it like a nice house? Like, it's just like lucky Taylor, eh?
Like when me and Tiffany go to Taylor's house and meet up with him and Zach.
Zach again, see? Zach and Tiffany, they're an item now.
Zach had done tons of research on Ouija boards.
They've been hanging out doing tons of research.
And like the etiquette, like the proper etiquette that you're supposed to use, and like how to avoid demons, and like the risks of like contacting a demon.
I'm being disparaging of it. I'm making a bit of fun. Maybe they did find a long-lasting bond over this Ouija board, and they became the Ouija board crew. And maybe Zach wasn't just trying to get a kissy out of Tiffany.
And how to like decipher between demons.
But if I know anything about being a 14-year-old boy, because I was one, Zach was probably trying to get a kissy out of Tiffany.
And spirits. And so basically, you need
what are you talking about in chat now? Space Raiders, definitely the best. Definitely the best Space Raiders. That's my vote on that. We can do crisps one of these days. We can do a crisps stream if you want. I'm big on crisps. I'm a big fan of crisps.
Like super respectful when you're doing the Ouija board. Like you can't be like messing around or swearing or like, you know, being a jerk, because it's gonna like piss off certain spirits or demons.
Yeah,
so
you can't be stealing the Ouija board from Toys R Us. That'll make him cross as well. Also, you probably can't make the Ouija board out of like plastic and sell it at Toys R Us, because it probably won't be spiritual enough, in my opinion. Like, and what happens to the shelves in Toys R Us with all the Ouija boards on them at night? Like, is that like an episode of Ghostbusters? Is that like Ghostbusters 3? The shelves of Toys R Us are bursting into plasmic flame when the Slimers all erupts because of all the Ouija boards. No.
You have to be like serious, and you have to be courteous and, you know, professional, I guess. And then so also there's like little things that will like tip us off.
Also, Zach needs to wash his hands after he's been kissing Tiffany.
if we've got a demon versus a spirit. So if like the demon, if the like little eye thing starts going wonky, or like going like A B C D E F G, or you know, just not spelling out things correctly or answering things correctly, then that's a sign that it's a demon. Another thing is like,
that's convenient, isn't it? If it doesn't spell out proper words, then it could be a demon. So that's even worse. But like you might say, if it doesn't spell out proper words, it's just a load of shit and it doesn't work. But no, then it's definitely a demon.
the lights flicker or like something.
No, this is after Crispgate, yeah. We've got since then we've got consistently good snacks in the house, so don't worry.
Weird happens, like that could be a sign of a demon, and like we learned that it's important to, you know, go to goodbye.
And I've got a bag of the frozen Korean dumplings that I like, so I'm living. I am living, I tell you.
At the end of every conversation with a spirit, because going to the goodbye portion on the Ouija board is supposed to close the portal. So we took all these rules really seriously. Like,
did you get possessed? Because I've been listening to you for 13 minutes and you still haven't told me about how you got possessed on the Ouija board. We seem to be enjoying it in chat. Like, people seem to be just, you know, ticking over on this street. This seems to be going well, is the right way to say it. My numbers is just slightly going up still. So people like this, but I'm a bit baffled. I'm just like, when are you going to tell me about actually being possessed?
Didn't want to like screw around. And we
the dog pop! Do you see the dog pop up? Wait! This is why this video's got all these views. I'm at 1.75 speed, so it popped up really quick as well, which is even better. Look, check the dog.
So we took all these rules really seriously. Like, we didn't want to like screw around, and we wanted to
you see his little head pop up.
Like, have good experiences with them. We took all these rules really seriously. Like, we didn't want to like screw around, and we wanted to,
his little head popped up. Let's do that in normal speed just to see if it's as good in normal speed.
So we took all these rules really seriously. Like, we didn't want to like screw around.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? It's good in normal speed as well. Oh, that's what this why this video has got so many views, isn't it? That's why this video has got so many views. If I know anything about the internet, then there's probably at least 30,000 people like me on this video that have watched it and thought, look at the dog and his head popped up. Like, totally forgotten. This could be one of those videos you watch when you go to bed, because, you know, you can zone out about what she's saying. Whatever she's saying, she says it in a nice way. Like, her voice is nice. You just listen to her while you go to sleep, huh? But the little dog and his head popping up, look.
Seriously, like, we didn't want to like screw around. We wanted to like, have good experience.
Little matey's head popped up then, didn't it? Little matey's head popped up. Has he heard the demon? Is the demon in the room, or is it just the postman?
We didn't want to like screw around. We wanted these rules really seriously. Like, we didn't want to like screw around, and we wanted to like
that's brilliant. That is really good. You can't script that. I mean, that's just brilliant.
Like, we didn't want to like screw around, and we wanted to like
I don't know if it's going to stop. I'm honestly, when I see his little head pop up like that, I'm like, hello. No, I like that. Maybe it's because of all the other like droll stuff I've been dragging us through tonight. But that's been a real like ray of light at the end. You're never fully dressed without a smile, like Lydia says, and like you choppers have really helped me smile today, because you've really pushed and backed Lydia's wheelchair campaign, the wheelchair push. 511, like we're 50% of the route there. Like, that is a huge success. Thank you for that. And this that I'm watching now is the final highlight of today's viewing experience, I guess. I don't think we're going to top this, so let's see it again.
Really seriously, like, we didn't want to like screw around, and we wanted to like, have good experiences with the Ouija board. So
his little head just pops up. The dog's not possessed. Dogs don't get possessed. They bark at things. Mind you, Mohammed, peace be upon him, like, there's a lot of sort of things he said that people take very seriously. I think they call it the Hadith, and I think he said that black dogs have the devil in them, but I don't know if that's, you know, factual. But I don't know if this dog
took all these rules really seriously. Like, we didn't want to like screw around, and we wanted
you can't be possessed popping up like that, popping up your little head up like that, can you? That's just brilliant.
So we took all these rules really seriously. Like, we didn't want to like screw around, and we wanted to like, have good
that's good. That's the way forward.
So we took all these rules really seriously. Like, we didn't want to like screw around. And we wanted to, like,
honestly, doesn't it? It's like a dopamine thing. It's like a button it presses. I can't see it and not feel like, way. I can't think like that. I can't. Like, there's no part of my brain that doesn't like go. Whee! Hello, little face.
So we took all these rules really seriously. Like we didn't want to like screw around, and we
His
wanted
little
to, like,
face
have good-
every time. Like her being possessed is less important now. There's a new hero of this piece. There's a new, more important. Let's just put him on this.
experiences with the Ouija board. So we like started meeting up like on like sometimes twice a week, at least once a week every week that summer to talk to spirits. So we talked to spirits at Taylor's house. We would go to my house, and when my parents weren't home, and my house was already known for being really haunted. I'll have to tell you that in another video. But,
God, imagine that. Taylor and Zach all summer long. We got to hang out with these girls who were nuts and had a Ouija board. Like, Taylor and Zach, it just fell in their hands. It just fell in their hands.
So we all knew that my house was a good place to do the Ouija board. We ended up going to the guest room in
He's
my
watching out, isn't he? He's watching out.
basement the most
A
because
guest room in the basement, yeah.
we would get activity like super fast in that room specifically. Like other places we would wait and wait and wait. Sometimes
Some rooms the boys didn't want to be in, but the basement room, the guest room in the basement, away from, you know, there's a bed in there, and we'll get activity really fast in there. Like, fucking hell.
I can't believe it. I just don't believe it. What are we gonna do? We got a big problem.
Did David Icke penetrate you with his penis?
Now hold on, Lorraine. Any contact at all, but for some reason in this guest room in my house, it was just like constant chaos. Like I don't know, it was a hot spot for the spirits. So, which now
It was a
looking
hot spot for Zach and Tiffany as well.
back was a horrible idea because in hindsight, I was essentially letting in all of these spirits into my house that was already haunted to begin with. Okay, so from that point on,
Like a video, it's like Poltergeist.
these are a few of the scariest experiences with that Ouija board.
Oh, we're going to get there finally. The dog's put his head down again. Is he going to pop up again?
So there was one night where, so me and Tiffany were camping one weekend with my parents and her
I
mom.
don't want to do spoilers, but no. No, oh no, yes! He is later on. He's going to pop up later. So, you know, it's later. You probably won't see it today. I might have to skip onto it just so you get it later on, because we're going to break this in half, I think. I'm not going to do the full 40 minutes of this, but
was there and a bunch of other people were at this camping grounds, and Tiffany's mom decides to leave a day earlier than everyone else, and we decide to
Tiffany's mom's gone early. So Tiffany and...
go home with her, and our plan was to just
Oh, they've gone with Tiffany's mom. I thought they'd been left alone by Tiffany's mom.
go to my house and have a sleepover at my house while
Sleepover? Yeah, here we go.
my parents are still camping because we're 14 and we love being at a house where there's no adults, right? We get to stay up late. And
Oh, no, yeah, you are in the house with no adults. I got it. Yeah, okay. Gosh. Zach and Taylor. I bet they're still talking about it to this day. Do you remember that summer when those girls just came in our garden and insisted that they hang out with us all summer on the Ouija board? And then we went round Tiffany's mom's house and Tiffany's mom wasn't there. And like,
the Ouija board and, you know, just be silly together. And so her mom drops us off at my house and it's just us alone in my house. And it's getting late, so we called Taylor and Zach over, and we had never done the Ouija board in the middle of the night, like that late. Like we had only done like the Ouija board maybe like past 9, maybe 10 o'clock at the latest, like on a weekend night in our basement. So to have them come over at 3 in the morning, that was our plan. Like we wanted to have like a real experience, and we were gonna do it in my kitchen instead of like the basement. And so it's completely dark, all the lights are turned off, we're sitting at the kitchen table, and we're getting the Ouija board going. And at the time I had like a big yellow lab and like a couple other small dogs. And the yellow
I wondered what the fuck she was going to say then.
lab was in my backyard at the time. And so we're all like really excited to do the Ouija board at 3 in the morning, you know, alone in my house. And so we're all like seriously like sitting at the table, like waiting. And we get someone talking to us. So we start, you know, slowly moving around. And all of a sudden, it starts going A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Like after we asked it so many questions, it starts going A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. And it's clearly a demon, so we're all scared. I mean, the hairs on my neck were standing up. Taylor was sitting, I remember, to the right of me, and he was like stiff because I've never seen him that scared. And like everyone could just feel this like entity with us. And it's giving me goosebumps just thinking about it. I'm getting goosebumps in my head right now just thinking about it. But we can all feel like a dark presence amongst us. And it's like we've had like
You're all scared.
feeling of a presence before, like because we've talked to a lot of spirits where they tell us how they died, they tell us their name, they tell us like
Who was driving this? That's what you want to get to the bottom of. What, like, with it going on so consistently, I feel like one of them was doing it. Like, more one of them than the other. They could do this taking the hands off thing, but I think one of them was doing it more than the others. Like, maybe two of them were doing it, but maybe one of them was doing it more than the others. So, like, it feels like it wasn't her, because she seems to believe it. So it's probably one of the boys, isn't it, that just doesn't care at all, and he's just trying to keep these girls entertained because you get to have sleepovers with them.
And we say, okay, goodbye, you know, like easy peasy. And we could feel like something was actually there. But this was different.
Taylor was stiff.
It was like overwhelming and scary. And I remember for some reason...
Are you really scared? Come and give me a cuddle. Taylor said. Like, it's just like, it's better than a horror movie even, isn't it? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, sort of, like, this sort of Hollywood, I mean, I haven't been and done this growing up like this in America, so maybe this is just my naivety here, my perception of life through Hollywood. But you know what I mean? Like, take the girl to the scary movie and then drive her to the Lovers Lookout and, you know, put your arm around her and, you know, scare us and, like, you know, all that stuff. Like, you know, a scary movie. Oh, are you scared? Put your arm around her. But here, we've got a Ouija board and one of you's in control of it. I'm surprised one of them's decided to do it this way. Like, obviously they've tried to keep it up, haven't they? So the girls keep coming back, keep doing it. But like, I'm surprised they didn't use the Ouija boards more directly. Big up body sculpture.
What's happened to the armchair ripper
Good shout,
and
yeah.
all the other nutters we normally watch?
Good question.
There is only one way I can make her unpossessed, and that's by giving her the right demons. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Oh man, a guy I knew wrote a song called Demons. I'll play it to you one day. Yeah, the not my song. When I was younger, a guy called Nick Reist, really good song. Yeah, the nutters we usually watch. Alan has got movement. Alan has got movement. We've got. I should have brought this up actually. We've got case board movement. So we've got the case status active 13th of June. But as is the way with all this every time, nothing like that we can see on the timeline, no thing happened. Like, but the case status is active and last activity 13th of June. So the Alan update is something's happened. I assume that's the Rusik side have filed their because the last Alan filed his defence finally, and then they've got to file their thing. I assume that's them saying, okay, we're going ahead with our next, you know, they had a deadline, didn't they? So I think it's moving forward. Like, active case activity 13th of June. If it wasn't moving forward, if there'd been a stall point, if they hadn't filed or, you know, whatever, within time, surely that would say inactive now, done. So still moving forward. Someone's done something on the 13th of June. Don't know what. Will Alan let us know? Well, he's a fucking nut bar, isn't he? So, I don't know what he's doing with this house. Some people think he went to America because, oh God, I should have the clip somewhere, shouldn't I? I wonder if I can find this very quickly off the top of my head. Probably not. But Alan went, you know, the poker that we watch. I say we watch. Alan's poker thing in Leeds that he had been to in the past. Someone asked the poker people, is Alan at the poker in Leeds, in one of their chats? And they said, no, he's not at the poker in Leeds, and he's not going to be back at the poker in Leeds either. I'll try and find this for you very quickly. But they suggested he might be at the poker in America, in the American World Series of Poker in Las Vegas. Now, I don't believe that because it's like a $5,000 buy-in. There might be cheaper tables, but, you know, I don't think Alan's going to spend all that money going to Las Vegas when all this shit's going on. I really don't. But, like, I think it was just to sort of throw you off from... I think the people at the Leeds poker were kind of fed up with Alan in the Leeds poker chat, like talk of all in Vin, and I think they've probably seen some of the stuff that's been on the internet about Alan and probably thought, I hope you don't come back to Leeds, or maybe told him not to come back to Leeds. So the way that it came across was that they weren't impressed with questions about all in Vin. Maybe he's gone to America to the World Series of Poker, and I think that's just to sort of throw people to, you know, go and watch the World Series of Poker in America and stop watching our competition and asking about Alan. I think was the sort of tone of that. I'm having real trouble scrolling back in time on my thing to try and find a link to where this was, because it was in a particular video, you know, a minute, a second, you know, a minute being talked about in a video, a live stream of poker. So I'm probably not going to find it unless I find it in the next sort of 30 seconds. I'm going to give up. But so that's Alan, and he's also got a post on his what's the thing that he does? Patreon. There's 2 posts on Patreon, but really they are nothing. You know, they're just like, still alive. Which is weird, because, like, you know, Alan should be doing more, shouldn't he? Like, he should be pumping out the content. It's Alan, like, what's he doing? And if he's not allowed to, or he's told not to, why did he? It kind of, like, it baffles my brain a little bit. Am I getting there? And this is a little while ago. I should have covered this a bit more. There it is, I found it. Okay, 5 hours, 2 minutes in. And it's here, so let's get it for you.
Leeds. I think he's in Vegas, actually.
So let's get that for you. I can't believe I had nothing on the screen there while I was doing that as well. Sorry. That's a bit of a lull in proceedings. But, yeah, this is Alan and the poker tour. I think it's
Sinead is out. Well done, Sinead. More points for the MPL, finishing 3rd. Well done. We're down to 2. All in Vin is not in Leeds, and he won't be in Leeds.
Hear that? All in Vin is not in Leeds, and he won't be in Leeds. The way he said that was very forceful and firm, so it makes me think that he doesn't like Alan, and he doesn't want him to be in Leeds. And this man is relatively high up in inverted commas. You know, he commentates on the thing. He's doing the like, he must know the people that organise it, of course. Like, he's hired to do the actual job here, isn't he? So he's very assertive with that. He's not in Leeds, and he won't be in Leeds, which means the people in Leeds don't want him here. And Alan probably knows it, and he's afraid to go to Leeds because they'll probably, like, get eggy with him. Maybe that's the way I read that. Anyway, that's the tone of voice I hear.
Well done. We're down to 2.
This was 9 days ago.
All in Vin is not in Leeds, and he won't be in Leeds. I think he's in Vegas, actually, isn't he?
He could be in Vegas, yeah. I think he could be out there for the old WSOP.
I think he's there for the whole of the World Series, I think. All in Vin.
And then we move on. So they suggest he's gone to the World Series in America. I don't think that's true the way they said it at the end there. I think they were like, oh, he's not here fucking here. Because I think they don't want people coming in their chat and saying, where's Alan, where's Alan, where's Alan? I think they at first were a little bit like, what? And like, you know, people are hunting for information on Alan, and they're fed up of having to provide the same information. He's not here. So he's not in Leeds. He won't be in Leeds. So don't fucking ask about Alan anymore. He's probably in America. So go and ask them. You know, like, it's like, get off our back and go and watch something else. So I don't believe he went to the World Series of Poker in America. That's something I don't believe. And we've had a movement forward on the case there. And then, of course, we've got Patreon. Like, if Alan's not publicly posting and doing live streams, then I don't know what he's doing, I guess. Like, I'm not going to go down to Exmouth and, like, you know, stalk him or anything. So he has put this out 5 days ago, but it's for the paid people, so they're still getting a post for paying for his. I can't believe they would still pay for this. And then on June the 8th, he put, guys, we are watched, every word I say, reported on. If you notice, they have sudden need for funds. Why? This is because Frankie appealed for more money for the crowdfund to finish off the job. Think what they really mean. In fact, it's really good news that I can tell you, yeah, hang in there, patrons. The truth is there's no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. I think it's sinking in at last. It's a criminal offence for someone to call themselves a solicitor or act as a solicitor if they're not on the roll of solicitors. Alan, you are representing yourself in court. We call these people bogus solicitors, and we may prosecute them. SRA, bogus solicitor. Something copy and pasted it from this. He's put a link, which is Solicitors Regulation Authority. So it's Claire Morgan, the fake lawyer. Oh, members can see a video about Claire Morgan, the fake lawyer, on this channel. I reacted to the whole thing. I did a video about her. I think it's bizarre they even thought. She didn't seem very professional to me. But Like, yeah. Oh, he did this. He's done something, has he? He's done something on Rumble. Hang on. When was this? 5 days ago. See, I missed this 5 days ago. So we've got a little 3 minutes of Alan on Rumble if you want it. The lady that we were listening to, I'm sorry if everyone was like in full flow listening to the woman get possessed. Right, hang on. Is there anyone here who's like cross? I should check in chat. Is anyone cross because I jumped away for the woman getting possessed? So she's been getting possessed. Let's hear the last word from her, and then because we're going to cut this in half, and it's 18 minutes into a 50-minute video, and there's 2 parts to it. So let's hear a bit more from this. Let's finish her off. Although I think Tiffany got finished off by Zach. Whoa! Let's finish that off. Let's shout out Lydia one more time, and let's play the fishnets clip, and then we'll do roundup of the other lolcows that we watch, and then we will finish on a song.
Was the bravest. Like I was feeling like I could feel it, but I was feeling fearless about it. Whereas Tiffany, Taylor, and Zach were all like, this is not right. And I was like, let's keep going. For some reason, I was like, it's okay, you know, like, they tell us their name, they tell us like a little bit of this and that, and we say, okay, goodbye, you know, like easy peasy. And we could feel like something was actually there. But this was different. It was like overwhelming and scary. And I remember I, for some reason, was the bravest. Like I was feeling like I could feel it, but I was feeling fear.
Did the video just cut back for a second, or did it automatically jump back? Because I didn't make it jump back, so that's freaking me out now, isn't it?
This about it. Whereas Tiffany, Taylor, and Zach were all like, this is not right. And I was like, let's keep going. For some reason, I was like, it's okay, you know, like, and so, which is creepy, but it gets worse, okay? So
the reason I thought we'd do this change of tone this week, like, is because some of these people I've been doing for a long time. So like they're on my Nutterwatch. They've just been on the back burner, like Cam and people like that. But I felt like a more relaxed early evening vibe, and we've taken it later into the night now. We're at like nearly 11 o'clock, so it's gone really well. I just wanted a different feel and tone, and some of the stuff that like makes people more angry and certainly gets on my wick, like Alan. Like, to be fair, Alan's not done a lot. Luke did a really awful video, so I'll talk about it in just a second. I suppose now's a good time to break this, isn't it? Like, now's a good time to break it. Like, we're about to find out. It's got a cliffhanger what's happened between them, so we'll come back to this next week maybe. I don't know, I feel like
we're trying to force it to go to goodbye. Like, we're saying, please say goodbye. And my kitchen lights, I swear to God, flickered on and off like a couple times on their own. Like, they were off, and all of a sudden they just came on like a couple times like that. And so we're like, please say goodbye, and we're like trying to force the thing to move to goodbye, and it's still just like going from like letter to letter to letter and like moving all over the board. And then, like, I guess that means that it's trying to like escape out of the portal. And my dog in the backyard, he was a big dog, and his bark, like, he never ever barked. He was not a barker. He was a very quiet, sweet boy, and let alone bark in the middle of the night. The only time he ever barked is if he saw an intruder, saw like legit someone he did not know. That was the only time he ever barked. Like, he could see dogs, he could see all people. It would take like, and specifically a man, it would have to be a man that he didn't know. That would be the only way to get him to bark. So as this is going on and we're trying to say goodbye, we hear Apollo in the backyard just whoa, whoa, and he had this deep bark. It was scary, and he just starts barking in the backyard, and he's not by the window, so he's not like barking at us, but he's barking at something in my backyard at 3 a.m, you know, in the middle of the night. And this is what got to me. I was like, okay, something's fucking happening right now, you know, excuse me. But I was like, something's happening right now.
bless her, she went like, excuse me for swearing.
I don't even think we got it to say goodbye, but at that point, Taylor and Zach stood up, and they're like, we gotta leave. Like, something's wrong.
What? Taylor and Zach are so scared they don't want to have a kissy anymore. Maybe Taylor's already gone off in his pants. Like, they got to leave. No. This is the bit where you give them, oh, don't worry, I'll give you a cuddle, I'll protect you from the demons. Like, that's what you're supposed to, oh my God. Like, the boys are going to bail and just leave them in the house with the ghosts.
This is just not right. We gotta get
You
out
want to
of
see the dog pop up again? That's coming in the second half.
Like, we just have to leave. And I was like, no, you guys, it's fine. And I go and I let my dog in. I was like, he probably just saw like my neighbor. Like, it's fine. And like, we kind of forgot about the goodbye at that point. I was like, it's okay. Like, we can hang out. We can, you know, because I just wanted to have like a fun little party while my parents were out of town and just seize the moment.
So Taylor and Zach were fed up of doing the Ouija board, and they pushed it into a position where there's no more Ouija board. It's time just to hang out now. Can we get the cereal out and watch a movie? Maybe I can give you a kiss under the blanket.
But I was also kind of like, I don't know where my judgment was, because I should have been on their side. I should have been like, yeah, something's not right. But for some reason, I was the only one that was like in denial about it. I was like, no, it's fine. And I bring Apollo in, and Apollo runs to like.
Right, let's see if we can get to like a reasonable adjournment in this part of the story. Then I'll show you the dog pop up. Then we'll cover the other lolcows, and then we'll do a song.
We were sitting in the kitchen, And on this side of the kitchen was our great room. So we had like...
well, maybe I should hold the dog pop-up to ransom. How's Lydia's crowdfund going? Listen, we're at 511. Maybe if no one else puts anything else in, we don't see the dog pop up. Maybe if not crowdfund's the wrong word, like charity fund, isn't it? Maybe if no one puts any money in, like, you know, maybe if no one supports this charity fund, which is not, I'm not directly associated with, I just hope people support it, then we don't see the dog pop up. I don't know.
Like just a little room, you know, with like a love seat and a recliner and like a big screen TV just right here on the side of our kitchen.
I just want to get to the like adjournment of this part, like to decide what's happened with this part of the Ouija board, so we can come back to it next week.
And like in our kitchen here was the dining room, and then over here was the island and like, you know, the cabinets.
I don't care where everything is in the kitchen.
And then our screen door opens into like partly into our great room and partly into the dining room area. And my dog just like, usually he would run like, you know, into the kitchen.
Did she just say the great room and the dining area? Where did you fucking live? Like Bel Air.
You know, the cabinets.
Fresh Prince of Bel Air. Yeah, we're gonna watch his short video. We will watch his short video. Yeah, big ups.
So, and then our screen door opens into like partly into our great room and partly.
The screen door opens partly into the great room and partly into the dining room. How old is she? Wait, 2008. She said she was 14. So we're 2024 now. So she's like. Somebody in chat. 2008, 2024. She was 14 in 2020, 2008. 15, 16, 17, 18. That's 4 years. 2008, 2009, 2010. Wait. 14. She's 16 in 2010. 2020, she's 26. 27, 28, 29. She's 30 now. We should get married. Me and her should get married. I don't give a fuck about the fucking Ouija board. I hope she's watching this. I hope she likes my appraisal of her story. I hope she likes it. We can get married. She's got a fucking great room. She's going to inherit the great room. This is brilliant. She's like a bit nuts, which I quite like. And the dogs, I got a dog, like we get on with well with that. We can do YouTube. She's on YouTube. She exists. She's real. She's uploaded this recently. A month ago, so maybe I should like try and get her on the show and ask her if she wants to get married. Maybe she's already married. You never know. But she seems nice. My initial impressions are we should get married. The great room. Fucking, what do you mean? The great room and the dining room? How come the great room isn't the dining room? What do you do in the great room? Separate from the dining room. It's where we host the ball, and you know, it's where the guests come in and are announced in the great room.
So, and then our screen door
get married to a nutcase. Yeah, it can't go wrong, can it? I want to have kids fairly quickly as well, so, you know, the nuttier the better, because...
opens into, like, partly into our great room and partly into the dining room.
I'm not saying she's a full nutter, but this is Nutterwatch, and she said she got possessed from using the Ouija board several times, so...
area. And my dog just, like, usually he would run, like, you know, into the kitchen. But he ran...
I mean, I was saying she was a nutter, but now I've realised there's a chance we could get married and I could move into the great room, like, and do my streams from the great room. And I'm just pulling back a little bit because I think she'd probably not like it if I called her a nutter on the internet so directly. I like the tattoos on the hands. Are they tattoos or is that henna? It's nice, isn't it? It's nice. Tell me again about your great room. I'm not materialistic. I'm not. So just like the sound of the great room. What room are we in here? Is this like the not so great room? Just a small room.
Into the great room, away from the kitchen, away from the little dining area. He runs with his tail between his legs to where our couch is, and Taylor, Zach, and Tiffany are still standing in my dining area by the table looking at Apollo like, what the heck? And I'm like, Apollo, come here, it's okay. And he will not move. And he's staring at the kitchen area where we just were sitting. He's staring at the dining room. And I'm trying to like get him to come over. And I'm like, it's okay. And he's refusing to move. And he lowers his head and he starts growling at my kitchen table where we were sitting, where the Ouija board is. And he's...
So my guess on this is that probably lightning struck because the lights went out and off and on. Yeah, the dog was out in the back. I don't know what the weather was like. You'd have to confirm or deny this. But possibly lightning struck somewhere in the vicinity and it caused some sort of electrical surge so the lights went off and on a bit. Something like that, or electrical disturbance, because the dog might sense that and then come in rushing in the house barking, and then everyone's got up and moved away from the table like that. Oh, scared of the table, there's something on the table I'm scared of. They've all done that. They're humans. So the dogs looked at the humans and thought, what's on the table? I don't like this. Everyone's acting weird. So that's probably what happened.
Just not moving. He's just and he never growls. Like he was like the sweetest non-aggressive dog ever. And so he sees something, and at first, I think he's growling at Zach and Taylor, but he's seen Zach and Taylor several, dozens of times.
Anyway, so we'll come back to this next week, but let's pop the dog up one more time. It happens at 36 minutes in, so we're at 23 minutes. I need to remember where we are from next. So let's see. This is the dog popping up one more time at a different part in the video. It's been requested. Did anyone put any money into this to get it to happen? No, you chuffers. I'll still do it anyway. But you have been really amazing on this. Lydia's wheelchair push has had a massive, massive boost from you today. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you so much. We're going to keep pushing it as we continue on this month and sharing that love. Thank you so much for helping Lydia there and the people of Bournemouth who need the food bank. The Alan stuff. We'll finish on Alan stuff. You get a little bit of Alan. Now, I did want to show you Luke's video. I reacted to this on Twitch, right? And I don't think I should react to it and put it on YouTube, even as members content. It's just so horrific. Like, Luke had Peter Folding on. Not Peter Folding, so we all know about Peter Folding. He had John Wedger on, the guy in his pants at the start of the video, this guy.
It's brilliant. From the moment I get in, I start singing and praising thanks. It's instead of cursing, and I can't stand this. The moment I get in, I love it.
So John is a strange one. On Luke's episode on Break the Ice, on this Did Her Parents Kill Her, A Web of Lies Madeleine McCann video, which has now got over 160. It's really pumping, that video is. It started off really slow, and then all of a sudden it caught fire after a day, and it just absolutely pumping the views somehow. That video is John Wedger making allegations, and they are allegations. It's completely unfounded. He says that someone in the police told him, and someone that was there on the investigation told him, and he says that one of the Madeleine McCann tapas 7, the people around the table, he says that one of them basically told the Portuguese police that the parents killed her, but they kept it hush-hush. And John knows this because someone close to it has told him, but he won't tell you who. And it just sounds like a load of bollocks. It sounds like made up lies. It's really bad as well. It's like he talks about SA, sexual, bad things. He says that someone told John says that someone told him, and I can't tell you who because it can't betray their confidence, of course. Good people who tell the truth don't tell you who because they can't betray their confidence. But actually, good people who tell the truth just actually tell the truth. So John asserts that Madeleine McCann's mom is a swinger and a dad, they're both swingers, and that they had a train run on Madeleine McCann's mom at a sex club, and that one of the people that shagged her at the sex club is friends with John Wedger, told him what was happening or something like that. So this video is, I can see why it got a few views actually, because it's absolutely obscene, gratuitous nonsense, and there's not an ounce of grain of from my allegation is that there's not a fucking grain of truth in it. It's just absolute sick nonsense. And for me to react to it, I'm considering doing a react to it, but for me to react to it is really serious. It's not like, all the stuff that John says. I'll tell you another thing that's weird about it. When you talk about those things on the internet the way John did and all the things he said, you get demonetized and YouTube won't suggest that video to people. I know all about it. I've seen my view count drop off a cliff. But for some reason, their video has got pumped and pumped and pumped, despite all the fucking horrific things that are said in it and the fact it will not be monetizable. It's really weird. I don't like it. It's sick. It's not just a mad theory. It's saying really sick things for either shock value or John's already been on Luke's show saying his nonsense and his allegations, but he took a step up here, and Luke didn't hold him to account. He asked a couple of times, "Yeah, but how do you know they said that though?" And John overrode him and said, "Yeah, I know they said that though." And then we just went on with it then. It's just fucking awful. Luke did the bare minimum to keep himself legally not well, I suppose it's just conjecture and lies, or whatever you want to call it, story time. I can say it's lies because John can't prove it's true, can he? He's fucking talking shit. It's absolutely disgraceful. So yeah, I don't suggest you watch it, although lots of people have. Maybe you can. I don't. Luke's success or failure is nothing. Is irrelevant to me. But I just find this to be disgusting. So that's why I haven't really covered that. It's fucking awful. It takes you into a dark place. I think Lizzie Taylor should cover that. Of all people that know about it, she knows about Madeleine McCann stuff. I think she should have a watch and react to that, because she should pull apart some of the stuff that they're saying. Because and the way they talk about it and the way they talk about Madeleine, Like, you know, listen, it's years later. We've all done an off-colour. I don't know if we all have. I certainly have done an off-colour joke about Madeleine McCann. For example, we did an episode about Madeleine McCann on Thus, and during that I said, I don't know if we want to dredge all this up again. Well, that might be how to find Madeleine, because she was thrown overboard at sea, wasn't she? You know, little, you know, off-colour jokes like that or stuff. But I haven't said the gratuitously awful, like the things that are in John Wedge's imagination and the things that he wishes were true, and like the fantasy world he lives in. You know, the stuff he thinks. Like, not as a joke as well. There's a difference. There's a very marked and clear difference between having an off-colour joke and thinking up as like, God, that's, and the reason it's funny is because it's so like off-colour and dark, so it's like, you know, there's that juxtaposition, and just being a sick bastard. Like, there is clearly a difference, and everyone in public can see it. So I think majority of the people that watch that should have watched that and been like, stomach turned, this guy's a nutter, where'd you get this John Wedger from? Has he got any facts to back any of this up, or is he just spouting nonsense on the internet for attention? Like, it is fucking savage. So yeah, that's my appraisal of that, but I don't know if I'm going to be showing it on my stream and reacting to it. I already did on Twitch, and I didn't like the tone of any of it. So maybe it gets lost to the internet. I could put it on Battery Exhaust as members content, but I haven't edited it off and done that, because like I said, I don't like the tone of it. Right, this is what Alan's done this, and this is what happens like with these lolcows sometimes. With Darksydephil, he's going to be on the internet forever until he has a heart attack on stream or a stroke, and they call the ambulance to his house, and we all watch while it happens. Like, if like, obviously, like, I'm joking. You see, there's an off-colour joke. Like, because it's a joke, you know, it's a joke. Like, obviously, I'm not sitting here going, and then he's going to have a heart attack. And, like, you know, like, so there is a difference. Like, but like with Phil, he's going to be on stream. You know, he's going to be doing that. With Luke, he's going to be dipping in and out based on his, like, I don't know, bigger payment Holmes. Whoever's telling him what to do, whoever's writing his material for him or putting him up to this stuff. It's fucking nutty, whatever's going on with Luke. I think, like, joking here, but, you know, tongue in cheek. But I don't know how tongue-in-cheek this is, but I think in some way he sold his soul to the devil of what do you call him, Jim McDonald from Coronation Street Masons and Big Up Eamon Holmes, and they told him that they would help him with his sitcom and get him famous, and you just do a YouTube channel. You just start a fucking YouTube channel, son. You just keep doing your fucking YouTube channel. I'll send you some fucking guests. And like, they're sort of getting their agenda through him, and like, he's getting a payment or a leg up some way. It's just fucking weird. So yeah. Like, the fact that I cover him is because he had a pop at me and tried to take me down with a secretive, weird campaign. Like, he was building something in secret to try and attack me. Not secret like conspiracy. Like, he was doing @Superchuffer in a couple of videos. I don't get my ats come up as notifications, so I didn't know. But I looked back and saw them, and he was like basically saying the way I attacked Alan was bad, and, you know, taking Alan's side, and he was going to like do some shows to sort of make me look bad and talk about me. And like, Luke was, you know, on his way to having a pop at me there, but he didn't build up enough head of steam to really do it. In fact, he pussied out and decided to go around a different way. But Luke, he's got a political leaning as well, hasn't he? He's got that weird political leaning, that right-wing Andrew Tate, like, send them, I don't know if you'd think send them back or not, but Peter Folding politics, you know, Luke's Peter Folding politics. So yeah, he's in the list of wrong uns. Big way, easy way to say it there, yeah. Shouts out blank faces. So yeah, like, he's not always going to provide good React content, and to be truthful, like, Luke knows it as well. Like, his stuff that he's already done has absolutely exposed him to be horrific, and it's all there on our streams. It's all facts. So like, you know, like, he said that he held a girl down in a care home overnight for 9 hours while she screamed. I don't know what goes on in that room with him and whomever was holding her down, just the two of them, all night while she screamed. But he did that, and I don't think it's standard practice. So he's took that video down now, but we still reacted to it, and it's still on the channel. So I don't think he's going to make the same mistakes in the future, is what I'm saying. I don't think he's going to do another grass soup, you know? Like, it's going to live forever in infamy. We've always got the React there. That's always done. Even if they take my channel down, I've got the videos recorded. They'll go up on Rumble or somewhere else. Like, Grass Soup will live forever. But it's a shame that he won't stand by it forever, because, you know, but he wants to change his channel so that new people that go to his channel don't know who he is. And to be fair, not every media producer on the internet, you know who they are. But part of the power they want Luke to have is to be an everyman like you and I, just a normal person. Do you like coffee or tea? Let's have a vote. Bit of engagement farming. He's just like someone off This Morning, isn't he? He's just like one of those nice people. It's just like someone like round the corner from you, a nice person, just like you. And then he'll infect you with some horrible, hardcore political perceptions and ideas that have no business being pushed down your throat, or like, you know, some like agenda building and narrative build on the internet. And he's just a nice guy like you. I mean, like, he's got a fucking sinister way about him, Luke. So it's a different kind of lolcow. Alan, for some reason, has decided not to be on the internet for a bit. I can't understand that, because like it's like his fucking oxygen mask, isn't it? The attention he gets from it. So I think behind the scenes he's getting a lot of attention from the ladies through different means. I think they're doing Zoom calls or something. I think he's probably arranged, like, you know, someone like Kaka, who was paying him heavily to pollute Scottish politics into the atmosphere, or something like that. Probably or maybe even Nancy, he can placate behind the scenes with a Zoom call and a chit chat and a this and a that, and maybe they still give him money. Like, so maybe he doesn't need to do the streams, he just needs to manipulate the women for money. Like, this has always been the case as it's dwindled. Now he's down to like 4 of them that give him money. Like, he doesn't actually need to do a live stream, does he? He just needs to get them to give him money. So now that he's discovered that they will give him money even though he's not doing a live stream, maybe that's the end of his consistent and constant pouring out of spewing out of trash into the world. He still needs his soapbox for his opinions and things, doesn't he? So I would expect him to be doing more. It's a strange one to me, actually, to be honest. I thought it was down to the court. I thought because of the court he can't speak about things, but he obviously is doing stuff, so he can't help. Either he's letting little bits out because he's such an idiot, or he is allowed to talk about things. But the fact, I thought the other, you know, my B side option is that the family have decided to cut him. You know, we'll give you this help, but you can't go on the internet doing this stuff. So, like, whatever situation he's in, I think he's back at home now, but whatever situation it is, he sort of made some promises maybe, and he maybe fucks up a little bit still, but like doing Baby Reindeer was supposed to be a safe space because it's only Baby Reindeer and it's something that was off the telly, but he used it to talk about his fucking thing again, didn't he? So maybe someone saw that and said, muffin mods, we're going to muffin mod you out again. But I don't know, like, maybe he's just enjoying life not doing that shit on the internet because he gets no benefit from it and he's an utter. So yeah, press play. This is one of Alan's because he takes photographs of the screen with his phone and it gives this pink sheen around it. For high resolution photograph of a comment that has no metadata or anything to say where it's from or anything. This could literally be like, you can see the JPEGing, you can see the artifacting around the JPEG, so like you can't even say this is like, that could be cut and paste or something. Who cares? Who cares? Claire Morgan, I see it's Claire Morgan. That proves nothing. Anyone could do an account that says Claire Morgan on anything. I could make that comment tomorrow on YouTube with an account tomorrow that says Claire Morgan, and it proves nothing. Obviously, I wouldn't do that. And it can prove something if you've got the metadata because you took the screenshots. So I suppose you've got that. This is Claire Morgan, yeah. Again, like, I've done the react to this because I watched the video of her talking. The video, like, I've done the react to it. It's members content on this channel. I think it's obvious to everyone that she is not a fully like operational. Like I don't know. Like, I've done my react to it already. I think it was a bit more scathing when I did it. I was like, how do you think this woman's a lawyer? Like, how do you think this woman's a working solicitor? Like, she doesn't seem to be behaving like one. Or, like, when I say that, I mean, she doesn't seem to be behaving like a professional person who gets up and goes to work at 9 a.m. and represents people in court. So, like, I was surprised that anyone was taken in by the idea that she was one, which makes me think that she wasn't ever trying to present herself as one. I think she just acted as an intermediary for the crowdfund. And I think it doesn't even matter any of this, because I think her part in it was not to... Like, I think, Cohen Davis are the ones that have filed the lawsuit. So Claire Morgan doesn't come into it. I think that they needed... This is my rough guess, can't remember, but, you know, I wasn't around at the time. So I was going to ask Simcast if she wanted to come on the show and explain some things that I don't have the answers to, and this could have been one of them, but it seems like she's not interested in doing that now. But if she ever did want to come on the show and I could ask her questions and she could answer them about stuff like this, I'd love for that to happen. So maybe she's listening. The idea here is that I think that Claire Morgan, they need an intermediary for the crowdfund. To make a crowdfund for a legal thing like this in the UK on the crowdfund side, I think they needed to have a solicitor's backing in some way. So I think she might have been part of that. Don't quote me on this, but I think she might have been part as an intermediary process. And then when Cohen Davis took over, Cohen Davis is a solicitor, so they did everything. And it doesn't matter because Cohen Davis have got the money and they are doing it. So it doesn't matter what Claire Morgan did. It just is irrelevant. Maybe you are not supposed to pretend to be a solicitor and it's a crime and all this, but because she's not going to be in court pretending to be a solicitor and is not part of the lawsuit, then it doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? If she was acting like as part of the Cohen Davis team, like, you know, sat there on the bench, you know, doing all this stuff, and then it turns out she's not really a solicitor, that'd be a problem. But the fact that ages ago she was part of the process to get this thing rolling, probably not going to matter. But I don't know, do I? You know, maybe this is a fatal flaw that Alan can win on appeal, but I don't think so. And this is just words. We were unable to find a solicitor on the role of Claire Morgan. Yeah, because I don't think she's a solicitor. I don't think it matters. Thanks very much.
Get a solicitor onto it.
There we go. Okay, so he's actually going to play her talking. So I've already done a bit of a react to her talking before, but you'll probably get your own impression of it, like from listening to her talk. If you would ever stop with the dramatic music.
Contacted the legal team when he said you should get a solicitor onto it. I said you're talking to a retired solicitor, and he said, so you know what you're doing? And I said, yep, we know what we're doing.
So that's what I mean. Like, she doesn't seem like she, like, at no point there did she seem to represent herself as a working, like, you know, she said you're talking to a retired solicitor. So, like, but she doesn't put herself, like, she didn't say, yeah, you're talking to so-and-so from the legal offices of so-and-so. Hang on, where's my card? Well, I shouldn't, should I? But you're talking to so-and-so from the legal offices of so-and-so. You know, like, she didn't do that. She's not representing herself as a solicitor here. It seems like she's not. And this, like, you know, fagging them. I'm smoking on the internet, but, like, she seems more like, you know, just someone sat at home like a normal chuffer like me than a working, like, and I know that normal solicitors might not be like Ali McBeal or whatever, but you know what I mean? Like, did anyone really think this was someone who was like working in the high end of London law or anything like that? Or does she just seem like a nice lady who's trying to help them with the legal aspects because she's got some knowledge of the process, maybe, or maybe not, or I don't care. Like,
you should get a solicitor onto it. I said, you're talking to a retired solicitor. And he said, so you know what you're doing? And I said, yep, we know what we're doing. You should get a solicitor onto it. I said, you're talking to a retired solicitor. And he said, so you know what you're doing? And I said, yep, we know.
And that doesn't prove that she was or wasn't a solicitor. She just told the guy that they would, like,
doing.
You dare talk about Claire Morgan. She is my good friend, and she's also...
Who the fuck's this?
...also a lawyer. I want you to know that. She's a lawyer. Careful where you poop. Okay? Careful.
And again, I don't know if she's worked as a lawyer, if you call yourself a lawyer. I just at face value, the way she was on the video talking like that and doing that, I said this woman's probably not a lawyer. Like, why are you... In fact, like, my reaction is probably more scathing. Like, I was probably laughing, going, why did you even assume she was a lawyer? She seems like a woman that works at fucking Morrison's or something. Like, she doesn't seem to come across like someone who's, like, you know, working in the legal profession. She sat in a house wearing a, like, sports top and, like, with the bag for life next to her from... That's literally a Morrison's bag for life next to her. Do you know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't scream lawyer, does it? Like... Maybe I'm taking things at face value, though. Maybe I should be chastised for that because, you know, maybe she's a very good solicitor who just doesn't at face. And I think she'd probably agree, though. Like, a professional, you know, 9-to-5 working solicitor probably isn't sitting in this situation doing this on the internet in this way. Like, as she said, retired solicitor, whatever. Like, she probably doesn't represent herself as a like Ally McBeal type here, does she?
Just don't know who's behind computers and what their career is. Be very careful. Claire.
This is Alan's video, remember? Like, what is this? It's threats to Claire Morgan, again. But they've heard them all for years, Alan.
Claire Morgan is a very dear friend of mine.
Is Claire Morgan going to prison? No. Who's this? Who's this noddy?
The young copper said to me,
Was that Claire dressed as a policeman? Hang on.
Claire Morgan is a very dear friend of mine.
It's not Claire, it's someone with a beard. What is this?
the young copper.
Oh my god, this is what I mean though. Like this, I'd tell you, I should go in heavier. Like, what are these fucking idiots doing? Armhair Detective's in it. The Salty Bitch, she's in fucking one, and Hermetic Toad. Like, so these, like, you know, it's this bunch of idiots. I think they felt duped by her because they suckered in. They watched her and talked to her and thought she was like, they didn't understand, like, because these people aren't very high grade with their thinking. They're not very smart people. So they like felt stupid after they believed this. And actually it's obvious that she's not a lawyer, but they like felt stupid later, so they won't shut up about it now.
Said to me, he said, "But legal are not based here, are they?" Then there was a change of like, oh, contacted the legal team, and he said, "You should get a solicitor onto it." I said, "You're talking to a retired solicitor," and he said, "So you know what you're doing?" And I said, "Yep, we know what we're doing."
Small letters.
And again, why are we clipping this just like one little thing out of context? This always annoys me with this. Alan always does this. People who haven't got a leg to stand on fucking always do this. Like, show me the full thing. Show me the whole thing. Do. But that one little, like, it doesn't mean anything. It's taken completely out of context. You need to see the context to know what's being said. And, like, you know, it doesn't represent everything. Like, it's just the small, it's like looking through a little crack in a little thing at some, like, or actually, like, you know, it's just less than that, isn't it? Because through a little crack you can see the whole world. But, like, you know, it's the opposite way around. It's like you put something to obscure everything, and all you're doing is seeing a small spot of it. So nobody believes that this is anything important or any particularly valid anything. This is one of Alan's like waste of time videos that he's made, probably at like 4 a.m. after a bit of a late night on the heavy powder or something.
It goes straight to me. I'll have it here.
Right, helpline, is that in small letters?
Yes.
Right, yeah, at?
Helpline at Cohen Davis.
Yeah.
.co.uk.
.co.uk. Right, so your officers have legally said that this Claire Morgan... Now
This Claire Morgan, who's this? She's, her voice is like Liverpool, St Helens, Wirral, isn't it? Her voice. This Claire Morgan. Like, is that not right? Am I saying that right? Who is this?
Small letters. Does it?
It is. It goes straight to me. I'll have it here.
Right, helpline, is that in small letters?
Yes.
Right, yeah, at?
Helpline at Cohen Davis.
Yeah.
.co.uk.
.co.uk.
Whose voice is that?
Right, so your officers have legally said that this Claire Morgan... Now, you told me you've never heard of this Claire Morgan.
She has nothing to do with our firm.
Yeah, nothing to do with the rules.
Yeah, exactly. She's got nothing to do with their firm, so it doesn't matter. Their firm is taking Alan's case to court on behalf of, you know, Frankie Russo. They're taking Frankie Russo. You know, what Claire Morgan does or doesn't do or anything doesn't matter a shit, does it?
Sex either, because she's not a solicitor. She stole a solicitor's identity.
We are aware. We are aware of that.
You are aware of that, right? So the whole crowd just...
Well, again, this was heavily clipped, so the bit that you said before that, we don't know what you said. So we are aware of that. Could be, it could mean different things depending on what was said in the entire context of the conversation. So it doesn't mean anything the way you've clipped it like that. It doesn't prove that she's not a lawyer. It means we're aware of what you've said.
Based on deceit and lies. And you told me 10 days ago when I explained about the portal that, and you said to me he shouldn't have shared that portal with this wannabe Claire Morgan lawyer.
Yeah.
No, this is so stupid, isn't it? Do you think that Cohen Davis would say, oh, we're doing a legal case against Alan, and this woman Claire Morgan from this group of people on the internet says she's a lawyer, so we'll just bring her into the team. We'll just factor in, we'll do an email CC group that only lawyers should see. Oh, you're a lawyer, are you? Oh, well, you can be in it. You can be in it. We're doing a Facebook group, but only lawyers are in the Facebook group. Claire's asked to be in it. Is she a lawyer? Yeah, okay, she can be in it. Like, are you stupid? Is that the end, Alan? That's the end. Oh my God. Is he having a bad day? That was 5 days ago. I didn't even see it. You know, I didn't even know he'd done it. Is he having a bad day that day, 5 days ago? Did Chelsea lose? 5 days ago. See, I don't even keep up with it enough these days. It's almost like he's trying to make sure something goes up online every few, like, what are we on now? 18 days since the last one. 5 days then. It's just like, somehow these are getting views as well. I can't think he's paying for those views. Surely not. Like, what's the point? I suppose I'll tell you what they're getting views from. They're getting views from all the truthers, aren't they? Because it's what he's gone back to is Alan's gone back to a real safe space for him. He's gone back to his old days. He's gone back to the people he knows the best. He's gone back to Genetic Code. He's gone back to Lizzie. You know, he's gone back to those people to cantankerise and antagonise some of them, and to it's the old truth. You know, this court case now, isn't it? So what Super Chuffer says and does, like, that's modern stuff. That's him being caught singing with kids on Smule. You know, he's sort of ridden over that. Even some people don't think it's that bad what he's done and shouldn't, like, you know, call him names or whatever. But you know, by the by. But the old school stuff, like the mental safe space for him as well. Like, how many times has he had these arguments with these people? And he's reframed it around the Gypsy, I'm reading that wrong, Lizzie's Marthas. I thought I said Gypsy Marthas. I did Lizzie's Marthas. He's reframing it around that, you know, and it's because he just wants to keep talking. Like, these were supposed to be about Baby Reindeer, and they weren't. They were about Lizzie Taylor and all those people. And that's the court case, back to the old school, the court case, these people. It's like a real safe space, like almost like regression back to the old days when things were good. Because back in the old days with Alan, when things were good, he was making a lot of money. These people were still saying these things. It's just like he didn't care. He was making a lot of money. So although these days are not good, like, by having the same old arguments, he occupies the same mental space and can sort of think, yeah, do you know, the back in the old days when, you know, I used to, you know, it's like he's gone back and regressed. And they've, like, entertained it as well. They want to keep having the same conversation forever, don't they? So, it's a weird one, that is, isn't it? Same with, like, the Hermetic Toad and those people, like, stuck in a time loop forever, will always be talking about the same fucking thing on the internet forever. So, yeah, I find it quite strange that he's chucking up these things and not doing anything else, though. Like, does he not want to be a content creator then, really? No, he wants to be a grifter. I mean, obviously, I find it strange. I don't find it strange. He's a grifter. He's found a way to get the money off these women behind the scenes without doing the content. So the content is now superfluous. It used to be important to prove to certain people so he can have their money. Now it's not important. He's realised they're going to support him while he's not on the internet. So why does he need to go on the internet? That's what's happening. He's probably got, like I said, a bit of a deal with his family as well. Although, why is he still uploading these random bits and pieces if he's got a deal to not do that? Like, oh, it's 1,000,000% guaranteed in my mind. Like, it's 1,000,000% guaranteed that Frankie Rusick will win. I think. After, you know, the frustrations of the court and the judge and Alan's inability and unwillingness to do anything compromise related, it seems an inevitability. And in terms of, like, you know, size of case, in the UK, defamation cases there's not a big money in it, really. Like, you know, it's not like you go and check the figures, and like, if you're big business and if you're big money, then maybe, but, like, you know, if you're normal people like us, like, it's small potatoes. But Frankie Rusick isn't considered that small potatoes. That's why Cohen Davis is so happy to work, in my opinion, not pro bono, because I think they will get that money from that crowdfund, but with, you know, with the asterisk that they will fill in the gaps themselves, pro bono, essentially. And I think that is because it's a huge case, Frankie Rusick, in terms of profile. You know, they did the Netflix on it. His sister was murdered by like Chris Watts. It's not doing a Chris Watts trial, but, you know, these are lawyers and they can put on their CV that they represented someone from the Chris Watts world. You know, I mean, I think it's quite big, quite like pro bono as well. When lawyers do it, it's based on ethics. Like, they represent people for free, even if they're really expensive, high-class lawyers. They're supposed to do some free work for the good of not the people necessarily, but justice, to ensure that justice is enacted. So pro bono work is tended to be done for people who are good people in difficult situations, you know, and this seems like one of those, doesn't it? Like where they would happily sort of help Frankie Rusick to win this case, because at the end of it, they can all be seen to have done a good thing, and they get it on their CV, and it's just good for everyone. So with all that in mind, I don't think a law firm like that would take a case like that and do this sort of stuff if they didn't feel very confident they were going to win, because it might all come back to bite them at the end when they did a lot of hard work and they lost. So like that would be bad, wouldn't it? But I think this is like a slam dunk for them. That's why they're so happy to do it, because it's like not like hard work, it's like easy money. Like I say easy money, they're not making money, like, do you know what I mean? Like easy hard work, easy money. There's no way they're going to lose. And all the way along, Alan has proven to them what an absolute arse he is. And he will have infuriated the people in the legal system. Everyone from the judge to the clerk to everyone will be infuriated by him. They will think of him as an arse. If they've got any extracurricular interest, I don't know if they're supposed to do this, but if they go and watch his channel and they go and look at his content, they won't like him. Because if you're in the legal profession, like if you're a judge or a lawyer, you probably think people like Alan on the internet talking a load of shit are bad people and like quite annoying. The average nutter on the street might get something out of some of these episodes, but really, like intelligent people aren't interested, and people who work in the legal profession think this is shit. Do you know what I mean? It's like offensive to them. Like Alan thinks he's an expert on all these cases, and they actually literally day in, day out deal with legal cases. Like the same way that D.A. Rourke thought Alan was such a piece of shit, because D.A. Rourke spent his entire life actually working for justice as a detective, and Alan just said he was a detective because he watched something on the telly. Like Alan's a piece of shit and they don't like him. So I think they'll find that, like, you know, if you're Cohen Davis or something, you'll wake up in the morning and think, oh, I'm going to be working on this case. Good. It's an opportunity to really put it to one of these internet twats. Do you know what I mean? Like, they were really like, you know, it's a little win for the whole profession. So I think the legal, like everyone from the judge is supposed to be impartial, but will look at Alan like a twat. Like he will start off being impartial, but very quickly realise that Alan is a twat, won't he? So, yeah. Big ups, Kelly. Have you missed much? We've raised money for Lydia's fund. We've pushed it over the £500 mark tonight, so that's been excellent. Thank you very much for that, everyone. We've watched DSP, Darksydephil, eat a milkshake and complain about it. We've looked at the Home School of the Gods, and where the buildings are just inexplicably discovered in our environment, and nobody knows who built them, but it's probably giants. We've looked at Tuning Fork Hustle. We looked at the Tuning Fork Hustle. We talked briefly about whether she was possessed. We did go back to the where was it? The bad vegans. We had a look at these bad vegans again as well. So we've got more bad vegans to come in the future. More evil vegans. And yeah, we looked at this as well, which is actually going to finish us off. Talking of being possessed.
So horrors get the fucking ultimate treatment at the end of the day, because they don't have to clean shit and they still get what the fuck they want out at the end of the day. And they don't gotta do shit for it except stick their stinky fucking pussies out. Their stinky pussy. They gotta put their stinky pussy out. So, I could have gotten the most out of Josh if I was a fucking whore instead of a real cunt. Yeah, okay. So Josh gives this fucking bitch more attention than me. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
I should have marked the timestamp on the fishnets bit.
and a fishnet, and a fishnet, and a fishnet, and a fish. Where's that fucking blonde cunt whore?
The fishnets bit. It's like she turns it into a song, doesn't she? It's like in a more joyous moment, you might think like she's celebrating and like, oh yeah, like, you know, making a song out of it, like relishing the moment. But like, she doesn't seem to be enjoying it.
And a fish, the fucking tits of the. Where's the fucking blonde whore with the fucking tits of the. And a fishnet, and a fishnet, and a fishnet, and a fish. Where's that fucking blonde cunt whore?
Are her teeth filed into like a sort of. Like, that is scary, isn't it? Are they broken? Is that what's happened? Are they chipped and broken? Don't her teeth look like scary biters? Like, she makes me feel like, you know, the other girl thought she was possessed because she was playing on the Ouija board. This one looks like she fucking smashed the Ouija board into pieces, fucking smoked it. Like, fucking, what's this? With the teeth. I mean, it's just an aesthetic thing, but coupled with the dancing and the screaming and the yelling and the aggression, like, just scary, you know. It's kind of scary. With a fishnet. With the fishnet. So that, I think of her as possessed, but I think it's actually more likely to be schizophrenia. So, you know, shouts out mental illness. Shouldn't be taking the piss. But you know what I mean? Like, I mean, she's not diagnosed, so I don't know. Like, but and she does huff duster and stuff like that. So, with the fishnets.
One cunt, fishnet, and a fishnet, tits of the. And a fishnet, and a fishnet, and a fishnet, and a.
Like, this was going on. We were sort of looking at King Cobra a little bit. We looked at some of his cooking maybe once, and this was going on the internet. And me and some other people, shouts out to Over and Dolly's mom. You know, she's interested in Jessica and keeping an eye on her and what's going on. Like, we're interested in her story, but I haven't brought it as a consistent theme to Nutterwatch. But like, we could talk it through sometime. You know, go over the times that she's had and done. This is one of them.
Where's that fucking blonde cunt?
She's been on the internet for a good while, but she only recently sort of rose to infamy by moving in for a little love weekend with this. I think people consider him a lolcow, being as he's got, I think, what is it, like Asperger's or autism himself. I don't know if it's really like fair game, so to speak, but he does some. I think everyone is sort of fair game if they do some pretty rank stuff. So we can look at the rank stuff and like his cooking and stuff. But I think he needs care. Like, I think he needs help. He does have help, but anyway, like, that's a different story. Josh is a different story, but like, she went to move in with him, like to get into his life, to have sex with him, to be his girlfriend, and whether she loves him or whether it just benefits her. Yeah. So she's pretty off the wall though.
Blonde whore with the fucking tits of the. And a fishnet, and a fishnet, and a fishnet, and a fish. Where's that fucking blonde cunt whore? Where is she? Where is she?
So I'm glad she's not my girlfriend, to be honest. Damaged, yeah, but she's done some damage herself as well. So it's one of them, isn't it? Like, I suppose in life, you know, you see difficult and, like, I suppose damaged people, yeah. That's it's a word to say because that's like makes her a victim. Like, it's not her fault, damaged, yeah. But you see some people, and like, I don't know everything in her backstory, but I do know that you've got the opportunity to take control of your own life every given day, you know, whether it's addiction or anything. Like, there are people who get control and there are people that don't, effectively, and it's a real brutal way to say it, but I think you get opportunities, and I don't think she takes those opportunities. In fact, I think she takes other opportunities and makes things worse. So to have sympathy for her, yes, but then when she's doing things that I see, like, in my opinion, she's taking advantage of a vulnerable person in Josh, so I don't like that, you know. So like, there's checks and balances there, I suppose. And like, if you're gonna do, like, you know, damaging aerosol, you're probably going to end up like a bit off your whack, aren't you? Like, in this particular stream off camera, you can hear her going and stuff like that. So
where's that fucking whore at? Is she sucking Josh's dick? Is she? fucking clean his kitchen. Where's that fucking whore? Oh, whores don't clean his. Oh, girlfriends clean the house. Whores suck his dick. All right. So whores get the attention. Girlfriends don't.
And what he was doing was he was watching Chatterbait and looking at a video of a lady whilst having a wank. That's what he was doing. That's why she's so cross. And she doesn't have to be at his house. She could just leave. But instead she's put on the live stream and gone fucking mental while she cleans his kitchen. And his kitchen was a real mess. But, like, swings and roundabouts, innit? I don't know. Yeah. Don't know why we're on this one now at the end. I put it on. That's why, isn't it? I put it on. Should we try and finish on something more, like, upbeat and positive? I'll close the wheelchair fund now. Thank you everyone for donating to Lydia's wheelchair fund. I don't know if Lydia watches this show, to be honest, and I do Super Chuffer for You, another channel which soft edges, it's no hard edges. We watch Neighbours. You know, we know about Super Chuffer for You, don't you? I'll quickly put it on the screen. Super Chuffer for You. This is the channel where I do things like watching reacts that are no hard edges, no, you know, just a bit of fun. We actually watch old telly as well there and stuff like that. Lydia's song is on there, so that's a soft edges. I don't update it as much as I should, to be honest. 11 days since the last Neighbours, so you're due another Neighbours. We'll get onto that in the next couple of days. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. As much as I can. So we watch things on Twitch, and then we upload them over here, yeah? So if I did the Lydia push over there, I wouldn't get as many eyes on it. So I've talked about it today on Battery Exhausted in the hope that you good chuffers, because you are, the thing about detracting and taking the mick and having a laugh and, you know, and all that stuff, really it's about not so much her, she's not a grifter, okay, she was just an interesting story, but some of these are bad chuffers who are grifting, you know, certainly this chuffer, like he's the archetype, like, so what we tend to do is, there isn't a sort of internet police really, is there? And like, it's just social stuff. And I'm not saying we should have a great big bandwagon and cause a load of hate and everyone go around the house and mob justice and pitchforks. But what tends to happen on the internet is people draw attention to themselves. If they're bad chuffers who are doing bad grifting, people see it. And whether it be Ella Ringrose to Alan, you know, people call it out because there isn't, like, people are going and dealing with like the other ills of the world in obvious ways. This is a bit more subtle, a bit more nuanced. It's on the internet, so it seems like people on the internet draw it to attention and talk about it, and that's part of it. You know, it's a sort of good guys versus bad guys approach. So whilst there are some quite extreme people in the detractor universe doing some quite extreme stuff, I suppose, like, I can't speak for everyone. In my little corner of it, I believe that the point of detracting, for me at least, is to highlight the bad, you know, do some good in some ways. Like, have a laugh, draw some, like, we recycle this rubbish into something more positive, meaningful and fun, chill content. So that's the aim. And you're good people, you know, like, you're here not because you're here to, like, over the course of all the Alan stuff, we picked up like a bit of a funny snowball, you know, picking up different bits here and there. I think we, you know, you do get some people who are more vicious, and I've been scathing and vicious at times in my content. You know, some days I've really given Alan a load of shit, but other days I'm different. You know, I'm a human being. But the whole concept of just doing this to bully someone, you know, just to aggressively bully an old man on the internet because he's a dickhead, that's not what I'm doing this for. You all know that Alan picked on me and caused me problems and was going to come after me on YouTube, and I had to defend myself, have him not steal my content anymore, thank you very much, you know, and all these problems. So, like, I had a purpose to what I'm doing, but the lolcow thing in general, detracting, I don't think we should turn eccentrics or good-meaning people or people who are a bit different or just a bit geeky. You know, I don't think that's acceptable to just laugh at them. Certainly, you know, if someone's got autism, you're different because you've got autism, is not an approach I'm going to take here. Like, absolutely not. We're not just laughing at people for being different. We're taking people who are grifters and bad people, you know what I mean, manipulative grifters in the main, and other stories, you know, like, and we're saying this isn't right and we're highlighting it and it's lolcow stuff. I'd also like to do some stuff on Battery Exhausted. I don't know if I will on Battery Exhausted or not, but you know, I'd like to do some stuff about eccentrics on the internet who are just eccentrics and different for a laugh. You know, like, I'm not pointing and laughing, you're a shitbag, but just, this is different and weird, isn't it interesting? But maybe that goes on Super Chuffer for You when it's like that, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, so overall, I've got a lot of different channels, a lot of different content. Thank you today for helping to support Lydia's wheelchair push, because I think detractors are in the main good people, and certainly the breed of detractor that I feel connected with, that I feel we cultivate here, is about that. It's about, good people versus bad people. So the good people have helped to support Lydia, so thank you very much for that. I think that suits and it fits. We've learned a bit today, haven't we? We've learned that giants might have created all the big doorways. I don't think there are any giants, I don't think there are any giants. So to finish, we decided we're going to finish on a song, didn't we? And I suppose I'm going to have to finish on the new song. If you haven't watched this yet, if you haven't gone over to Send Trees, many channels, many styles, but if you haven't gone over to Send Trees, right, and had a look at the videos there, I've got the funny songs there, and they are funny and they are the best, so you have to accept it. Peter Folding, Body in the River, full song, that's on there. Recently done a couple of raps about a particularly nutty fucker, so we might as well finish with the most recent one. Might as well just do that. And you be good, right? And if you can't be good, you're naughty. What time is it? It's quite late now, so I might not do a lot on Twitch, but I do like to do an after show on Twitch, like a breathe out, chill session, chit chat with those that want to be there. So yeah, you be good. And if you can't be good, some of them are worse than naughty. Some of them are outright shocking, character assassinating, stinking, strange, perverse liars. So you be good. If you can't be good, you're naughty.
Maybe you need to get your head checked. You are a few kings, a few aces short of a full deck. You still got the 2s and 3s, but you on the dark side of the force. I'm Ben Kenobi, of course. The less we say about Luke, the better. This track is for Eddie's and Eddie's vendetta. So it's good night, Vienna. I melt you like a Viennetta. I'm like a Viking Icelander, come to take you to Valhalla. But you are going to hell, you are not a light warrior. Eddie, you a devil, I swear there's something wrong with you. Eddie talking to his granddad like Norman Bates talks to his mother. Eddie is a motherfucker, cause Eddie is a psycho, a real cream cracker. Eddie, you're a nutter. Eddie said chlamydia, but I don't give a fuck. Cuck, Eddie, what's got into you? You don't even get a suck. You lucky you got this far with that limited skill set. Did you forget I am the best? And you should bow down and feel blessed. You are impressed. I know you love chuffer. You greasier than butter. Keep spending your bread on subs for me, you nutter. Nobody wants to be close to you. You are firmly in the gutter, stuck in the shade turn. You can roll in glitter, put a wig on it, but we can all see what it is.
How did you do in total? That's a good question. So rewind my selector. I don't know exactly because I didn't know how we started, but I think we were about 200 and something, weren't we? 270 something when we started. So we basically doubled what she had, roughly. We've done about 200 notes in there, maybe more, maybe 250 notes in there. Thank you. I've already, listen, you might say, oh, Sky hasn't put any monies in. I have already put monies in, thank you very much, quite a little bit. And I intend to put more monies in. So I'm encouraging you to put the monies in tonight. So I'm really grateful to all of you for doing that.
It's raining again. I couldn't
Nigel
be
sent
happier.
tippies.
Whoosh, and then
Muted. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Brilliant. Thank you, Nigel. All I'm saying is I'm describing the fact that I'm tipping into the thing. But, so that I was muted. But what I'm saying is, thank you for giving to Lydia's thing. I'm also doing a donation. It doesn't. Like, all I was doing was like verbally going, yeah, and then I have to click this and then press that and da da da, and like, you know, that's all I was doing. So you haven't missed anything, thankfully. And there's another tenner in for me there. No way. So we are pushing that target up, aren't we? And we are well poised for our next big push, which will probably happen, you know, next week. Like, she's got till the 6th of July to get the money up, and then that's when the wheelchair push will happen. So, like, thanks everyone, basically. Thanks everyone. Yeah. And then I'm going to restart the song because it is a good song. Like, listen, these songs as well, the AI does the song, doesn't it? Like, you can't pretend that you're doing some musical genius, but the crux of it is, I suppose you as a human gets to make choices. Do you like the song? Do you want to redo the song? What style of song do you want? But really the crux of it is lyrical, isn't it? It's your lyrics. And as I'm a fucking banging MC, I could do a good job of reading out these lyrics myself in my own voice over the track. Yes, I could do that. I could do my own take of my. But I like the way these takes come out, and they come out pretty much as I would hope them, intonation wise and everything. And then not everything's perfect, but it's mainly about the good lyrics, isn't it? So I think we all know who's the best here. I think we all know who's the best. So finally, I'll do it again, a second sign off, because it is now nearly midnight. It's always midnight. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear and your left ear. This is in mono. And here is your final track of the day. When I say this is in mono, this mic is coming through in mono. Like, it's not coming through in stereo. But this is your final track. Are you too late? You can always go back and watch the whole thing. But you can always go back and watch the whole thing. Plus, I'll be on Twitch after, maybe for a little late night 1 o'clock in the morning bit of just general wind down. Had enough wind up, haven't we? We've had enough wind up. Not in this episode, but you know what I mean? Like, we've had enough wind up. It's going to be a good summer. Let's all have a good time.
You need to get your head checked. You are a few kings, a few aces short of a full deck.
So you be good, and if you can't be good, you're naughty.
You need to get your head checked. You are a few kings, a few aces short of a full deck. You still got the 2s and 3s, but you are the dark side of the force. I'm Ben Kenobi, of course. The less we say about Luke, the better. This track is for Eddie's and Eddie's vendetta. So it's good night, Vienna. I melt you like a Viennetta. I'm like a Viking Icelander, come to take you to Valhalla. But you are gonna hell, you are not a light warrior. Eddie, you a devil, I swear there's something wrong with you. Eddie talking to his granddad like Norman Bates talks to his mother. Eddie is a motherfucker, cause Eddie is a psycho, a real cream cracker. Eddie, you're a nutter. Eddie said chlamydia, but I don't give a fuck. Cook, Eddie, what's got into you? You don't even get a suck. You lucky you got this far with that limited skill set. Did you forget I am the best? And you should bow down and feel blessed. You are impressed. I know you love chuffer. You greasier than butter. Keep spending your bread on subs for me, you nutter. Nobody wants to be close to you. You are firmly in the gutter, stuck in the shade turn. You can roll and glitter, put a wig on it, but we can all see what it is. We can all smell it. Eddie, you are a stinker, you bet we don't forget it. You are a liar, a misogynist, and worst of all, your taste in music trash. DJ, have you been cleaning your tracks? So many criminal records. Eddie, I play chess, although the Masons like the checkers. You stink like old geezers. You bet weather, you cowardly attacker and runner off, and no wonder you're alone. I bet you didn't love your own mother. I know you hear it when I say your name, brother. We know that you're a nutter. We know that you are a sheep, tailored you from what's left of your hair and just leave. Eddie talking to his granddad like Norman Bates talks to his mother. Eddie is a motherfucker, cause Eddie is a psycho, a real cream cracker. Eddie, you're a nutter.
Proper diss track that is, isn't it? Proper diss track. Diss tracks are cool. Diss tracks are cool.
Eddie, you need to get your head checked. You are a few kings, a few aces short of a full deck. You still got the 2s and 3s, but you on the dark side of the force. I'm Ben Kenobi, of course. The less we say about Luke, the better. This track is for Eddie's and Eddie's vendetta. So it's good night, Vienna. I melt you like a Viennetta. I'm like a Viking Icelander, come to take you to Valhalla. But you are gonna hell, you are not a light warrior. Eddie, you a devil, I swear there's something wrong with you. Eddie talking to his granddad like Norman Bates talks to his mother. Eddie is a motherfucker, cause Eddie is a psycho, a real cream cracker. Eddie, you're a nutter. Eddie said chlamydia, but I don't give a fuck. Cuck, Eddie, what's got into you? You don't even get a suck. You lucky you got this far with that limited skill set. Did you forget I am the best? And you should bow down and feel blessed. You are impressed. I know you love chuffer. You greasier than butter. Keep spending your bread on subs for me, you nutter. Nobody wants to be close to you. You are firmly in the gutter, stuck in the shade turn. You can roll in glitter, put a wig on it, but we can all see what it is. We can all smell it. Eddie, you are a stinker, you bet we don't forget it. You are a liar, a misogynist, and worst of all, your taste in music trash. DJ, have you been cleaning your tracks? So many criminal records. Eddie, I play chess, although the Masons like the checkers. You stink like old geezers. You bet whether you cowardly attacker and runner off, and no wonder you're alone. I bet you didn't love your own mother. I know you hear it when I say your name, brother. We know that you're a nutter. We know that you are a sheep, tailored you from what's left of your hair and just leave. Eddie talking to his granddad like Norman Bates talks to his mother. Eddie is a motherfucker, cause Eddie is a psycho, a real cream cracker. Eddie, you're a nutter.